The Achaemenid kings ruled over a vast universal empire that included many different peoples, tribes, and administrative groups, each with their own ethnic, social, legal, and political identities. As Darius himself proudly declared, their realm stretched from the nomadic Sakai beyond Sogdia to the lands of Nubia, and from India to Lydia. Within such an empire, it was natural that many languages were spoken and several scripts were used. Writing, however, did not hold equal weight everywhere. In central Iran, for example, the spoken word was often valued more highly than the written. This is one reason why the reigns of Cyrus and Darius are described in greater detail by outsiders, especially Greek authors, than by native records. Even so, one language rose above all others as the glue that held the empire's administration together: Aramaic. It functioned as the official language across many regions and government centers. Local written traditions, such as Elamite in Persepolis, Babylonian in Mesopotamia, Egyptian in the Nile Valley, or Greek and Anatolian dialects in Asia Minor, were significant in their own areas, but never matched the empire-wide importance of Aramaic. Yet the coexistence of languages fostered mutual influence. Old Iranian vocabulary found its way into other languages, while Old Persian itself absorbed stylistic elements from foreign traditions. The Persian kings and their southwestern Iranian subjects spoke Old Persian. Because of the royal inscriptions, this is the best documented of the old Iranian languages, though its written form was not a straightforward record of everyday speech. Instead, it was a carefully constructed idiom that included archaic expressions, unusual vocabulary, and other features that gave it an artificial, almost ceremonial character. For historians, however, these inscriptions are of immense value. Together with archaeological evidence and the Elamite tablets discovered at Persepolis, they provide contemporary and Persian-centered testimony that is more reliable for reconstructing conditions in Achaemenid Iran than the often colorful accounts of foreign writers. Most inscriptions were carved in Persis, Elam, and Media at sites such as Persepolis, Pasargadae, Susa, Naksh-i-Rustam, Bisutun, and Hamadan. A few came from further afield, such as Darius's canal inscriptions in Egypt, fragments from Babylonia, an architectural tablet found in present-day Romania, a rock carving of Xerxes near Lake Van, or seal impressions from Decilium. The trilingual format of many inscriptions, typically in Old Persian, Elamite, and Babylonian, reflected respect for long-standing traditions and later proved crucial in the decipherment of cuneiform scripts. More than half of all surviving royal inscriptions date to Darius and Xerxes between the late 6th and mid-5th centuries BC. After the reign of Artaxerxes I, their number decreased, and the texts grew formulaic, often appearing in only one language and revealing grammatical mistakes that suggest a decline in fluency and a gradual shift toward Middle Persian. The Old Persian cuneiform script itself was a unique invention. First attested in Darius's monumental record at Bisutun, it was not a descendant of Mesopotamian cuneiform, but a newly designed system inspired by Aramaic. It combined syllabic and consonantal signs, amounting to 36 phonetic symbols, 8 ideograms, numerals, and word dividers. Although governed by certain conventions, the script allowed for different readings that can only be clarified through linguistic comparison and etymology. By classical antiquity, it was already obsolete and unreadable. Centuries later, travelers in the early modern era rediscovered the mysterious signs, and in the 19th century, scholars finally unlocked them. This achievement not only opened the door to Old Persian, but also paved the way to understanding Babylonian, Assyrian, and other cuneiform systems. From this breakthrough, new fields of study were born, such as ancient Near Eastern history and philology, which offered fresh perspectives independent of the Bible and Greek accounts. With access to contemporary Persian sources and archaeological discoveries, scholars could finally recognize the distinct character and traditions of the ancient cultures of the Near East, moving beyond older, limited views. The Elamite version of the royal inscriptions represents the final stage of this language, often called Late Elamite. It stands out because it cannot be clearly linked to any known linguistic family, which makes it especially challenging for scholars. Elamite had once been the tongue of the old rivals of Assyria and Babylonia, whose empire collapsed in the 7th century BC and whose homeland was later absorbed by the Persians. For the Achaemenid rulers, however, it became the main administrative language in Persis until around 460 BC. After that date, no further Elamite records survive. Beyond the inscriptions carved in this language, the most valuable evidence comes from the clay tablets found at Persepolis. These tablets, preserved in the 1930s by excavators, are known as the Persepolis Treasury Tablets and the Persepolis Fortification Tablets. The treasury texts, numbering just over 100, date from 492 to 460 BC, after which Aramaic bookkeeping on parchment seems to have replaced them. The fortification texts, numbering more than 2,000 published examples with thousands more awaiting study, belong to the reign of Darius I between 510 and 494 BC. They are linked to the administration of the royal granaries at Persepolis. Each tablet was shaped by hand, inscribed while the clay was still moist, and one side was smoothed to receive seal impressions. These records, which shed light on geography, administration, economy, religion, and social life in the Persian heartland, are also valuable for the study of names and officials. Their survival was a stroke of luck. The fire that marked the fall of Persepolis in Alexander's time baked the tablets hard, preserving them for later generations and, ironically, turning destruction into preservation. The Babylonian version of the royal inscriptions had a similar importance, for its decipherment opened the door to a vast body of texts in that dialect of Akkadian. These include royal inscriptions from Babylon, Ur and Uruk, historical chronicles, astronomical diaries, king lists, prophecies, poems, and countless economic records. Particularly valuable are the temple archives of Uruk and Sippar and the private archives of powerful commercial families such as the Aegibi and the Murashu. Yet many of these documents remain only partially published, their chronology incomplete, and their origins unclear. Even so, studies have demonstrated that Babylonia held a position of great weight within the empire. Aramaic documents form another rich body of material. Written on papyri, leather, or inscribed on pottery shards and stone, they come from Egypt, Palestine, Asia Minor, and even Persepolis. Because its alphabet was simple to learn and widely used, Aramaic had become a language of international communication by the 8th century BC. Under the Achaemenids, it was elevated to the status of an official imperial language. In this form, often called Imperial Aramaic, many texts have survived. Among them are the documents of the Jewish military colony at Elephantine in southern Egypt, which served Persian interests, as well as letters sent by the Achaemenid prince and satrap Arshama, tomb inscriptions from Dasilium, and the Aramaic version of the trilingual inscription at Xanthus in Lycia. That inscription also exists in Lycian, which connects it to the wider record of Asia Minor under Persian rule. The Lycian material includes funerary inscriptions on tombs and sarcophagi, as well as coin legends, while Lydian inscriptions from Western Asia Minor represent another local voice within the empire's diverse written landscape. It may seem surprising that the well-known Greek sources have not yet been mentioned, but there is a reason. While they are vital for understanding Greek-Persian relations, particularly in their depictions of war and the cultural divide between Hellenes and barbarians, they tell us relatively little about Iran itself. Still, when we look at the Greek authors who do shed some light on Persian history, several stand out. Aeschylus, in his tragedy Persians, offers a contemporary reflection on Xerxes' campaign. Herodotus provides the famous account of the Persian Wars, along with a narrative about Persian customs and history. Xenophon is important for his Anabasis, which describes the march of Cyrus the Younger's Greek mercenaries before and after their clash with Artaxerxes II, although his Cyropedia is more a philosophical treatise than a reliable historical record. Later writers under Roman rule also contributed, including Strabo, who offered geographical and ethnographic insights, Plutarch with his Life of Artaxerxes II, and Arrian, one of the key transmitters of the Alexander tradition. Special attention has often been given to the Greek authors of the 4th century BC, such as Plato, Aristotle, Isocrates, Ctesias, and Dinon. They not only expressed judgments about the supposed character of the Persians, but also promoted the idea that the empire entered a period of decline after the failure of Xerxes' invasion of Greece. In addition to literary works, there are also Greek inscriptions that shed light on Persian affairs. One example is a letter written by Darius I to his official Gadatas, preserved in a copy from Magnesia. Another is an inscription from Sardis, recording that a Persian named Baridates established a local form of a cult originally dedicated to Zeus, but in reality connected with Ahura Mazda. The story of a Greek inscription on the tomb of Cyrus, although almost certainly apocryphal, reflects both Greek admiration for the Persian king and the tendency to reinterpret foreign customs in familiar Greek terms. Before the discovery of Persian sources within Iran itself, the history of the Achaemenid Empire was told not only through the Greek tradition, but also through the writings of the Old Testament. Books such as Isaiah, Ezra, Nehemiah, Esther, and Daniel preserve accounts that reveal both historical echoes of Persian rule and the profound impact of the empire on Jewish communities in Palestine, Babylonia, and Egypt. These texts reflect not just historical events, but also theological ideas, ritual practices, and the development of sacred literature. As for the Avesta, the sacred texts of Zoroastrianism, it is difficult to know which parts may have originated in the Achaemenid period. The collection was only written down much later during the Sasanian age, and the surviving manuscripts are no older than the 13th century. Even so, the possibility of echoes from the earlier imperial period has long intrigued scholars. Between Kermanshah and Hamadan, the ancient city of Ecbatana, rises the great Bisutun mountain, known in the Achaemenid era as the Bagastana, or Place of the Gods. High on its cliffs, about 60 meters above a spring-fed pool, stands the most famous monument of King Darius I. The location was carefully chosen. A major caravan road passed directly beneath, linking Mesopotamia and the region around Babylon with the Iranian plateau, continuing eastward along what later became known as the Silk Road. The mountain itself carried religious meaning from early times, and the Persians, who often sacrificed both on mountaintops and to the mountains themselves, likely regarded it as a sacred place. Another reason for its significance was historical. It was near here that Darius and his allies slew the usurper Gamata and seized power for themselves. In the inscription at Bisutun, Darius recounts this event along with the widespread rebellions that followed in 522 to 521 BC, uprisings that he crushed with great severity. For the visual design of his relief, he drew inspiration from an older carving in northwestern Iran depicting a lullaby king, dating back to the early 2nd millennium BC. The monument is both a record and a piece of royal propaganda. In that sense, it has often been compared to the res gestae of Augustus, for both rulers sought to assert their legitimacy by presenting their reigns as a cure for disorder. Each used the same formula: a first-person account displayed in a prominent place and copied widely across their realms. Fragments of the Darius inscription survive in Babylon, and even in a later Aramaic translation from the Jewish military colony at Elephantine in Egypt. Yet the two works differ in purpose. Augustus's text was composed as a retrospective summary, while Darius's was dictated and carved immediately after the events it describes. His need to prove his right to rule was pressing, since many did not accept him as the true heir of Cyrus and Cambyses. In the text, he declares that those who spread his words will be blessed by Ahura Mazda with long life and many descendants, while those who conceal or destroy them will be cursed. He even warns future generations to preserve both the inscription and the images. At the center of the monument stands the striking relief of Darius himself, the embodiment of the victorious king. He is carved into a smoothed rock face, measuring roughly 3 by 5.5 meters. Shown standing and facing right, he wears the Persian robe, the royal shoes, a bracelet, and an elaborate crenellated crown. In his left hand, he holds a bow, a traditional symbol of sovereignty, while his right hand is raised at face level. Beneath his foot lies Gaumata, the Median priest who claimed the throne. The figure is depicted in Persian dress, not to suggest his ethnicity, but to identify his pretension to power. His arms are lifted in a gesture of surrender as the king stands over him, sealing the story of Darius's rise in both word and image. On the right-hand side of the Bisutun relief, a line of rebels approaches the king. Their hands are tied behind their backs, and their necks are fastened together with a long rope. The figures are carved on a smaller scale than the king, only about 1.17 meters in height compared to his 1.72 meters, emphasizing his dominance. Each captive is identified by both an inscription and distinctive clothing, while details of face and headdress are used to suggest individuality or ethnic origin. The first 8 figures represent leaders of uprisings that flared in the year following Darius's seizure of power, revolts that he himself claimed to have crushed in a flood of blood. A 9th prisoner, the Scythian chief Skunka with his pointed cap, was added later after Darius's campaign against the Scythians in 519 BC. The order in which the rebels are shown corresponds to the sequence in which their revolts were suppressed. Behind the king stand 2 armed attendants, possibly members of the original conspiracy that brought him to power, though the inscriptions do not name them. Above the scene floats a winged figure, long thought to be a depiction of Ahura Mazda, the god invoked throughout the inscription. More recent interpretation suggests it may instead symbolize the protective spirit of Darius's royal ancestors. The arrangement of the relief and the surrounding inscriptions also reveals how the monument developed over time. The earliest stage included the carving of the king and the first 8 rebel leaders, but without Skunka. At this point, only a short Elamite inscription identifying the king had been added, and its wording differs slightly from later expanded versions. In the second phase, a much larger Elamite inscription was cut beside the relief, laid out in 4 columns with more than 300 lines, along with Elamite captions for the rebels. The irregular placement of this long text suggests that the monument was revised and expanded at this stage. The third phase introduced a Babylonian version, arranged in 112 lines to the left of the relief. Since it had not been part of the original plan, space had to be improvised, and the captions for some figures, including Gaumata and Asina, were squeezed into awkward positions. The fourth phase brought the old Persian version, carved in 4 columns directly beneath the relief. This text contained an additional section not found in the earlier versions, and the same passage was retroactively added to the Elamite text. At this time, captions in Old Persian were also supplied for the figures, though their uneven integration shows that they were not part of the original design. It was in this new passage that Darius declared he had personally commissioned the creation of Old Persian cuneiform for the purpose of recording his words, which were to be copied and spread throughout the empire. Around 518 BC, the relief was altered again. Skunka, the Scythian rebel captured in Darius's 3rd year, was added to the line of captives. His inclusion required the removal of the earlier Elamite inscription, which was recarved in full beneath the Babylonian text. Soon after, a further section was appended to the Old Persian version, expanding it to a 5th column and extending the account of Darius's reign into its 2nd and 3rd years. The Elamite and Babylonian texts were not extended, most likely due to lack of space. Finally, the Old Persian caption for the king himself was added, now following the formal wording of the Elamite text rather than the more personal style of the earlier version. The purpose behind the Bisutun inscriptions and relief must have been more complex than the surviving texts alone suggest. Linguistic and historical study shows clear links between the Elamite and Old Persian versions on the one hand, and the Aramaic and Babylonian on the other. Yet the differences among them reveal that the process of editing was far more elaborate than a simple set of translations. Variance in wording, the difficulty of carving spoken dictation directly into stone, and the presence of extra explanations in some versions all suggest that the texts were carefully adapted for different audiences. For example, the Aramaic and Babylonian versions included figures for the numbers of enemies killed, while the Old Persian version, completed last, omitted embarrassing references from the Elamite text, such as desertions among the royal guard. This indicates that Darius's narrative was revised with political considerations in mind. It is uncertain whether the relief itself was designed before the inscriptions, or whether the text came first as a message to be spread across the empire. Both were created so quickly that their order of planning hardly matters. The earliest Aramaic versions, which have not survived, were probably produced immediately for distribution. They must have been copied and recopied at different satrapal courts so that the king's account could be dispatched rapidly across his territories. This was essential because the monument at Bisutun itself, high on a cliff and inaccessible to travelers, could not have been understood by passers-by. Small wonder that later traditions attributed the site to the legendary Queen Semiramis, for its true meaning was obscure to outsiders. How the different versions were distributed remains unknown, but it is clear that Aramaic copies were more widespread than cuneiform ones. Aramaic was widely spoken, easy to read, and written in a script suitable for papyrus and leather, making it far better suited for administration and royal propaganda. The copy found at Elephantine suggests that the text may also have been translated into other local languages, perhaps even Greek, although no such examples have survived. Interestingly, the Elephantine papyrus replaces one section of the Bisutun inscription with a passage from Darius's epitaph at Naqsh-i-Rustam, showing how later adaptations blended different traditions. Unlike the Bisutun text, which presents specific deeds, the epitaph describes the virtues of the Achaemenid kings in timeless terms. We know little about where copies of the inscriptions were displayed or how they were shared with the people, whether through public readings, announcements, or other means. Considering the limited literacy, even in regions where writing was common, it is likely that much of the message was spread orally. Darius himself confirms this in the Old Persian version, stating that after the inscription was written, it was read aloud to him, making clear that his words were intended not just to be carved in stone, but to be spoken across the empire. The reproduction of the Bisutun relief raises an important question about its purpose. Was the goal really to present an exact account of events, with the names and identities of each rebel carefully recorded? Or was the deeper aim to deliver a symbolic message? The image seems designed to impress upon viewers the futility of resistance, to portray the king as unassailable, and to make the spectator understand the core message. Rebellion brings destruction. Evidence suggests that the relief itself was not widely copied, perhaps because reproducing it would have required significant cost and skill. Instead, its power lay in the single monumental version combined with the accompanying text. In Achaemenid art, more generally, two types of royal imagery can be distinguished. Some portraits were reproduced many times, on coins, palace walls, textiles, or even shields. These circulated widely, sometimes as royal gifts, and served as repeated affirmations of the king's image. Other depictions were unique, found on seals, gems, or tombs of local rulers, and functioned as marks of personal identity rather than mass representation. The Bisutun relief belongs firmly to the latter category, yet its power is amplified by the inscription that frames and explains it. Together, image and text secure its meaning within the framework of royal propaganda. The relief presents the defeated rebel leaders in the order in which they fell, while the inscriptions supply their dates and ranks according to the territories they ruled. The text provides an official report, but the relief transforms this into a scene that transcends time and place, a chain of captives led before the king, echoing ancient Near Eastern motifs of the ruler standing over crushed enemies. The message is clear and unmistakable. This is the fate of those who defy Persian authority. Later, Achaemenid art, such as the reliefs of Persepolis, abandoned the immediate political context still present at Bisutun and instead repeated timeless scenes of loyalty and order. These were not lifeless copies, but statements of ideology, showing the king as he wished to be seen everywhere, regardless of the actual location or moment. The inscriptions themselves evolved in a similar way. At Bisutun, Darius still spoke in the urgency of his own time, establishing principles that would later form the foundation of imperial ideology. He warned his successors to guard against falsehood, instructing them to punish liars harshly so that the realm would remain secure. He justified his own success by proclaiming that the gods aided him because he had acted with justice, refraining from wrongdoing toward either the weak or the powerful, rewarding loyalty, and punishing treachery. These declarations marked the beginnings of a royal creed, the king as the guardian of truth, the defender of land and farmers, and the enforcer of loyalty. From Bisutun, this message led directly to Persepolis, the great residence of the Achaemenid kings, known to them simply as Parsa, Persia itself. Persepolis, begun by Darius around 515 BC, was designed as both a symbol of Persia and a reflection of the Achaemenid vision of empire. It served as an administrative center, hosted great ceremonies, and was constructed with materials and labor drawn from across the vast realm. Its architecture and reliefs conveyed a sense of universal order, showing the peoples of the empire bringing gifts and dignitaries gathering for banquets. Whether these scenes represent specific celebrations or timeless ideals, they projected harmony between the king and his subjects, affirming the notion that the empire rested on their collective loyalty. Set against the slopes of the Kuai Ramat mountain, the terrace of Persepolis covered an enormous area of about 450 by 300 meters, rising 12 meters above the plain. Its limestone walls, built from huge blocks fitted with extraordinary precision, created an impression of grandeur and technical mastery. Originally approached from the south, Xerxes later added a magnificent double staircase at the northwest, leading to the so-called Gateway of All Lands. This entrance was guarded by colossal winged, human-headed bulls modeled on Assyrian prototypes, intended to ward off evil. From there, visitors entered the Apadana, the great audience hall measuring over 60 meters in length and supported by 36 massive columns. The hall could hold thousands, and the stairways leading up to it were decorated with detailed reliefs of envoys and courtiers from every corner of the empire. To the southwest stood the palaces of Darius and Xerxes, along with other royal residences. South of these buildings lay a large complex of uniform two-room units, often referred to as the harem, though such modern labels carry misleading associations of decadence. The eastern side of the terrace contained pillared structures such as the treasury and the Hall of 100 Columns, begun under Artaxerxes I. The treasury was filled with small objects, many overlooked by Alexander's soldiers during their looting. The east and west sides were linked by another gateway, the Tripylon. Although only ruins remain, Persepolis once dazzled visitors with its golden fittings, painted walls, colored tiles, decorated capitals, curtains, and richly adorned interiors. Reconstructions today only hint at its original magnificence. Building work largely ceased after the reign of Artaxerxes I, leaving many projects incomplete. The site became known as the Old Palace and later served as a dynastic burial ground, with tombs cut into the cliffs of Ku'i Rahmat. A revival of activity took place in the late Achaemenid period, especially under Artaxerxes III, but the city was never again completed as originally planned. Diodorus, writing from the time of Alexander, described Persepolis as the richest city in Asia, filled with treasures, palaces, and royal quarters, all protected by triple walls and overlooked by the royal hill where the kings were buried. Architecturally, Persepolis was marked by its symmetrical layout, freestanding buildings, porticos, and uniform rows of columns. The sculptures emphasized themes of loyalty and support rather than battle or hunting, which were common in Mesopotamian art. The king is often shown enthroned, his seat supported by figures representing the peoples of the empire or receiving gifts that symbolize their solidarity. These motifs were closely tied to the ideology of Achaemenid kingship. The sovereign upheld justice, protected the land and its farmers, rewarded loyalty, and punished treachery. As Darius himself declared, anyone who wished to understand the extent of his power had only to look at the figures carved in Persepolis, bearing his throne as proof of Persian might. While the precise meaning of the gift-bearing processions is still debated, whether they represent timeless ideals or specific festivals such as royal birthdays or seasonal celebrations, their message was unmistakable. The empire was united in service to the king. Some misconceptions about Persepolis should also be set aside. It was never a closed, holy city forbidden to outsiders, as Greek artisans who helped build it surely spoke of its wonders upon their return home, perhaps even influencing projects like the Parthenon in Athens. Nor was it completely destroyed by Alexander. The burning of certain areas was symbolic, a gesture meant to mark the end of Persian dominance, but much of the site survived, and it continued to be inhabited for centuries afterward, even as the memory of its builders faded. At Persepolis, the imagery carved into stone worked together to express a single, enduring vision of Persian kingship and empire. The scenes of gift-bearing delegations, throne carriers arranged by their ethnic origins, the king in prayer, or confronting fantastic creatures, all formed part of a program that emphasized the same theme: a universal and cosmic order maintained by divine favor and the mutual loyalty of ruler and subjects. The trilingual inscriptions reinforced this idea, praising the king's virtues, stressing the duty of loyalty, highlighting divine support, and reminding viewers of the empire's vast reach. Although later critics accused the Achaemenids, particularly Xerxes, of simply repeating earlier models or mixing artistic styles without creativity, it is now understood that the Persepolis program was a deliberate effort to project imperial order and its claim to timeless authority. When Cyrus first established the Persian Empire, he built his residence at Pasargadae, about 30 kilometers northeast of Persepolis, on the site of his decisive victory over the Medes. Today, only fragments remain, but the layout suggests a harmonious blend with its setting. A citadel known as Tall Eye Taxed, palaces and garden pavilions arranged around an irrigated paradise garden, a tower-like structure used for royal investiture, a sacred precinct with 2 fire altars, and the tomb of Cyrus himself, a house-shaped chamber with a gabled roof rising on a stepped base. Even after Persepolis was founded, Pasargadae retained its role as an important ceremonial center of Persis. Farther west, at Susa, the ancient capital of Elam, Darius I raised another monumental palace on an artificial terrace known as the Apadana Hill. Its grand hall, with 72 columns, became the model for the Apadana at Persepolis. Other remains at Susa include the old citadel, a quarter of workshops and artisans, and the palace of Artaxerxes II near the Shapur River. The site is especially famous for its glazed tile panels depicting lions, hybrid beasts, and royal guards. Stone reliefs are rare here compared with Persepolis. In the foundation inscription for Susa, Darius listed the peoples and materials that went into the building of his palace, underscoring the empire's unity and reach. He described how the ground was excavated deep to the bedrock, filled with rubble and leveled for construction. Babylonians molded the bricks, cedar came from Lebanon, carried by Assyrians to Babylon, and from there by Carians and Ionians to Susa. Timber arrived from Guantara and Carmania, gold from Sardis and Bactria, lapis lazuli and carnelian from Sogdiana, turquoise from Chorasmia, silver and ebony from Egypt, ivory from Ethiopia, Sind, and Arachosia. Stones for the columns came from Elam, cut by Ionian and Sardian craftsmen. Medes and Egyptians worked the gold, Sardians and Egyptians carved the wood, Babylonians baked the bricks, while Medes and Egyptians decorated the walls. The list presents the palace as a microcosm of the empire, built by the labor and resources of its many peoples. In the 1970s, excavations at Susa uncovered a colossal headless statue of Darius, the only freestanding statue of an Achaemenid ruler to survive. Originally created in Egypt, likely for the Temple of Heliopolis, it was later brought to Susa. The statue bears both cuneiform inscriptions in 3 languages and longer Egyptian hieroglyphic texts carved on the dagger, belt, and plinth. The base also shows figures representing subject peoples, their hands raised with open palms in a gesture of submission. The reasons why the statue was first set up in Egypt and then transported to Susa remain uncertain, but it reflects the broad cultural and political horizons of the empire. Another important center of Achaemenid kingship was Naksh-i-Rustam, the picture of Rustam. The name comes from a much later tradition, which associated the Sasanian rock reliefs there with Rustam, the legendary hero of Iranian epic. In the Achaemenid period, however, this cliff about 6 kilometers northwest of Persepolis served as the royal necropolis. Here, the kings carved monumental cruciform tombs into the rock face, each decorated with reliefs. Only the tomb of Darius I can be securely identified thanks to the inscriptions that record his epitaph, while the others are generally attributed to Xerxes and Darius II. In front of the cliff stands the Kaaba-i Zardusht, a square tower-like structure probably built under Darius and similar in appearance and function to the Zindan at Pasargadae. Centuries later, the Sasanians, despite their limited knowledge of their Achaemenid predecessors, recognized the symbolic importance of the site and added their own reliefs, emphasizing its role in Iranian history and identity. Alongside these monumental works, smaller artistic creations also reflected royal power. Gold coins known as darikoi and silver coins called sigloi, nicknamed bowmen by the Greeks for their depictions of armed kings, served not only as currency but also as reminders of Persian strength. To Greek mercenaries, they were prized rewards, and in the politics of Greece and Asia Minor, they became potent tools of influence. Seals, preserved through their impressions on Elamite tablets at Persepolis, reveal the continuity of Mesopotamian artistic traditions, while also introducing new motifs that expressed the evolving imagination of Achaemenid kingship. The lifestyle of the Persian elite is also reflected in surviving objects such as bracelets, anklets, pendants, earrings, diadems, pins, belts, and other ornaments, either preserved directly or known through depictions in reliefs. Weapons, textiles, and fine metalwork also played an important role, often within the system of gift-giving that bound king and subjects together. The exchange of luxury goods symbolized loyalty and mutual obligation, reinforcing ties of dependence and favor. Finally, the influence of Achaemenid culture extended far beyond Persia itself. Provincial works of art often imitated imperial models, while depictions of Persian kings and courtiers appeared in Greek and Roman contexts. In Athens of the 5th century BC, Persian-inspired fashions and luxury items, collectively described as Perseri, offered a glimpse into the wealth and style associated with the great kings of the Achaemenid Empire. The opening section of Darius's Great Bisutun inscription reveals much about the nature of Achaemenid kingship. He first identifies himself with the title Kshayatia, meaning one distinguished by kingship, a term thought to come from the Median language. He often added the epithet Vazirka, or great, which also had Median roots and echoed Mesopotamian traditions. Beyond this, he presented himself as heir to the rulers of earlier empires, Babylonian, Assyrian, Urartian, and Median, asserting that their sovereignty now belonged to him. From this, the famous title, King of Kings, borrowed from Urartu but rooted in Mesopotamian practice, became the hallmark of Persian monarchs. Darius also emphasized the inclusion of many different peoples within his realm through variations of the phrase king of the countries or king of the lands, the peoples, sometimes extending it to mean ruler over all races or many origins, and even king upon this great earth, far and wide. Royal protocol, however, always reinforced one essential point. True kingship was anchored in Persis and required descent from the Achaemenid family of Achaemenes. This principle helps explain why Alexander, despite adopting many Achaemenid customs, never fully won Persian acceptance of his rule until the death of Darius III. Succession was typically arranged by the reigning monarch, usually passing to the firstborn son, though disputes arose when questions of legitimacy were raised, whether a child was born before or after his father's accession. The rivalry between Artaxerxes II and his younger brother Cyrus the Younger is a well-known case. Their mother Parysatis argued that Cyrus had greater legitimacy since he was born when his father was already king. But Artaxerxes prevailed and was crowned, while Cyrus remained satrap of Lydia and commander of the western provinces. This episode also illustrates the practice of adopting throne names as programmatic statements. Darius meant holder of the good, Xerxes ruler over heroes, and Artaxerxes he whose reign is founded on truth. The Achaemenid monarch was never worshipped as a god in Persia, nor claimed divine ancestry, but his special relationship with the divine was a core part of his legitimacy. Darius declared that Ahura Mazda and the other gods granted him kingship. By their favor, he was chosen, enthroned, and ruled as their representative on earth. This was the foundation of what could be called the divine right of Persian kingship. To express this, the king was believed to possess Pharna, the divine radiance or charisma of legitimate rule. Although some scholars have described the Persian king as first among equals in relation to the tribal nobility, this does not reflect reality. Even if Cyrus had to persuade the Persians to rise against the Medes, or if Darius had to grant privileges to his fellow conspirators after seizing power, neither could have established their authority without commanding real power. The reliefs and inscriptions make clear that the king stood far above his nobles and subjects. He was supreme ruler, legislator, and judge, both in peace and war. His subjects were his bandaka, dependents who acknowledged their loyalty. The divine mandate and his personal abilities legitimized this exalted position, even if political struggles within the court sometimes exposed a gap between ideology and practice. The transition between reigns was a particularly sensitive moment. After a king's death, there followed a period of mourning, the suspension of normal order, and ceremonies at Pasargadae before the successor could take full authority. One account preserved by Ctesias describes the turmoil after the death of Artaxerxes when his son Xerxes II was murdered by his brother Sitindianus before the royal funeral procession had even begun. A reminder of how unstable succession could be. The formal investiture of the new king took place at Pasargadae, where the candidate underwent a ritual initiation. Plutarch records that the heir donned the simple garments once worn by Cyrus before he became king, ate a symbolic meal of figs, terebinth resin, and sour milk, and entered the sanctuary of a goddess thought to be Anahita. By taking on Cyrus's clothing, the new monarch assumed his authority as well. After this consecration, the king received his regalia, royal garments and shoes, a purple tiara, the scepter, a lotus blossom, lance, and bow, and presented himself before his people. He confirmed offices, seals, and privileges, thereby taking up his official duties. The royal inscriptions reveal how the king viewed himself and the qualities he claimed. In one epitaph at Nakshi Rustam, Darius described his reign in moral terms. He was a friend of justice, not of wrongdoing. He desired that neither the weak should be wronged by the strong, nor the strong by the weak. He rejected lies, restrained his anger, and exercised self-control. He rewarded cooperation and punished harm. He was proud of his skills as a horseman, archer, and spearman, on foot and on horseback alike. Already at Bisutan, he had proclaimed his pursuit of justice, but he also demanded absolute loyalty. To Darius, truth meant fidelity to his divinely sanctioned rule, while falsehood meant rebellion or usurpation. In this way, he defined the moral order of his empire in terms of loyalty to the king himself. For Darius, a true king proved himself both in war and in the hunt. Military skill and personal courage were the tests of legitimacy, and when joined with devotion to truth, they became the hallmarks of Persian kingship. These qualities, along with divine favor, defined the king as protector of his empire, the guardian of farmers and fields. In one of his inscriptions, Darius prays, "May Ahura Mazda protect this land from the enemy army, from famine, and from the lie." The king was thus warrior, mediator, and farmer in one, able to repel invaders, invoke divine blessing, and personally contribute to prosperity. Greek writers described the splendor of his court in Susa or Ecbatana, a palace of gold, ivory, and electrum, guarded by gates, halls, and brazen doors, noblemen stationed outside as attendants, guards, doorkeepers, and listeners, ensuring that the king, called both ruler and god, could see and hear everything. Others served as treasurers, generals for war and the hunt, receivers of gifts, or officials carrying out royal commands. The empire itself, stretching from the Hellespont to the Indus, was divided among satraps, generals, and princes, supported by a network of couriers, messengers, scouts, and signal watchers. This organization, though described by a pseudo-Aristotelian source, closely reflects the structure of the royal court and the order of empire seen in the Persepolis reliefs. Those who interest us most in this system are the king's bandaka, his dependents. Compared to the abundance of information on the royal household, our knowledge of these dependents is limited. Scholars have tried to interpret Persian society in the light of the old Indo-Iranian tripartite system of priest, warrior, and farmer, suggesting that Darius embodied all three roles in his person. Herodotus provides our main glimpse into Persian tribal structures. The Pasargadae, Mariphi, and Masbii formed the core, with the Pasargadae containing the Achaemenid clan from which the kings came. Other tribes farmed the land, while still others lived as nomads. If expressed in Iranian terms, the Greek Genia would correspond to the Avestan Zantu, Phratria to Vis, and the smallest unit to the family, Tauma, with the largest being the Dahyu, or people of Persis. Darius often emphasized his pride in being Persian and invoked Ahura Mazda's special protection for his homeland. Beyond this, information about social classes in Persia is scarce. Some inscriptions use terms like amata, noble, aristocratic, tunuvant, powerful, and skauki, poor, weak, while Greek sources tend to distinguish ranks by wealth, clothing, food, and manners. Strabo offers an example. Equals greeted each other with a kiss. Those of slightly lower rank kissed the cheek, while the lowest simply prostrated themselves. Such customs suggest a clear hierarchy. but they tell us little about the common people, most of whom were probably small farmers. The aristocracy, however, is somewhat clearer. Herodotus and other Greeks hint at internal gradations, with higher and lower ranks among the nobles. Rank appears to have rested on clan leadership, especially among the great tribes, with household authority concentrated in the paterfamilias, whose decisions bound the entire family. The fate of Intiphernes, one of Darius's fellow conspirators, shows how severe this could be. When accused of disloyalty, his punishment extended not just to him, but to his entire household. Greek observers also noted family life. Polygamy was common, with men taking many wives and concubines to produce numerous children. Strabo even reports that Persian kings offered prizes each year to those with the largest families. From a Greek perspective, this abundance of wives, concubines, and children was seen as a defining feature of Persian life. Herodotus tells us that alongside the most distinguished Persians stood the 6 men who had conspired with Darius against Gamata. These companions enjoyed special privileges at court. They had free access to the king, except when he was with his wives, and future kings were expected to choose their brides from among their daughters. Their relatives were also granted important commands and high offices. One of them, Otanes, was said to have declined the throne voluntarily after Gamata's death, but he and his descendants were given lasting privileges in return. At the beginning of his reign, Darius relied heavily on the support of these fellow conspirators, for his claim to the throne was not entirely secure. Yet the downfall of Intiphernes and the pattern of Darius's marriages soon revealed that their influence was not to remain exclusive. Darius is recorded as having married 6 women, the daughter of Gobryas before his accession, 2 daughters of Cyrus the Great, Atossa and Artistone, Parmes, the daughter of Cyrus's son, Bardia, Phaidime, the daughter of Otanes, and Phratagune, the daughter of his brother Artanes. With the exception of Phaidime, none of his wives after becoming king came from the families of the original conspirators. Instead, Darius made a clear effort to unite himself with the lineage of Cyrus, the empire's founder, while at the same time arranging succession within his own household. This principle was followed by later rulers as well. Darius II, for instance, together with his half-sister and wife Parysatis, ensured that their son Arsaces, later Artaxerxes II, married Statira, the daughter of Hydarnes. At the same time, Arsaces' sister Amestris married Teritukmes, Hydarnes' son. Darius seems to have owed Hydarnes some support in his rise to power, but once he no longer needed him, the entire Hydarnes family was eliminated, including Teritukmes, Statira, and their relatives. From the time of Artaxerxes II onward, marriages with powerful families were not so much a tool of securing loyalty as they were a reward for proven service. In most other respects, the kings pursued endogamous policies, keeping the royal bloodline closed and reinforcing their own authority, which explains why relatives of the king held exceptional influence. Even with this exclusiveness, the rulers still sought to keep the wider Persian nobility on their side. Careful political maneuvering, coupled with the promise of offices, wealth, and honors, drew the aristocracy into alignment with royal interests. The king's generosity, expressed in titles, estates, treasures, and public recognition, bound noblemen to him personally, and many were entered into the royal register of benefactors whose privileges depended on continued favor. Because this favor could be withdrawn at any time, a new form of aristocracy emerged at court, one based less on ancient tribal standing and more on service to the king. This service nobility was not limited to Persians alone. for capable foreigners could also rise within it. Those admitted into its innermost circle were known as the king's friends, and for them, loyalty to the monarch outweighed ties to clan, family, or homeland. In Persia, it was not only Persians in the strict sense who lived and worked. People from many regions, such as Ionians, Lydians, Lycians, Egyptians, and Babylonians, also found employment there, sometimes temporarily, sometimes for life. Many of them helped in the building of Persepolis, worked in the royal workshops and treasuries, or labored in the fields. They were not enslaved prisoners of war, but hired laborers, recruited and paid by the state. These workers, known as kurtap in Elamite records, played an important part in the functioning of the royal economy. When the great king traveled through the land of Persia, each subject was expected to present him with a gift according to their means. Since most Persians were farmers who worked their own soil, they did not offer jewels or luxuries, but brought cattle, sheep, grain, or wine. Those who were poorer still gave milk, dates, cheese, or fruit, usually the first produce of the season. One story tells of a man named Omeses who presented King Artaxerxes with an enormous pomegranate. The king, astonished by its size, asked where it had come from. When Omeses proudly answered that it had grown on his own land, the king was delighted, sent him rich gifts in return, and declared that such diligence was enough to make even a small state powerful. A hallmark of Persian kingship was the ruler's habit of traveling across his empire, even when not at war. He spent different parts of the year in different residences. In winter he stayed in Babylon, where the climate was mild. In spring he moved to Susa, and in the summer heat he withdrew to Ecbatana, where the air was cool. By doing so, the king seemed to live in a perpetual spring. This practice was not a sign of weakness or luxury, as some writers suggested, but a practical response to the harsh climates of Mesopotamia and Iran. Later observers compared it to the seasonal journeys of medieval rulers in Europe, who also moved from residence to residence. Such traveling kingship had a political purpose as well. In each region, the monarch dealt with local concerns, heard petitions, and made his presence felt among his subjects. Ancient authors describe these journeys in detail, noting the receptions arranged for the king in the cities he visited and the crowds that filled the streets to greet him. Though some accounts present these travels as casual or spontaneous, they were in fact carefully planned events, full of ceremony and symbolism rooted in long tradition. The exchange of gifts was more than simple generosity. It was a ritual act that expressed the bond between ruler and subject, a visible reminder of loyalty and obligation on both sides. One tale tells of a man named Cyrus, who unexpectedly encountered King Artaxerxes II, far from the royal court. Ashamed that he had nothing to offer, he ran to a nearby river called Cyrus, scooped up water in his hands, and presented it to the king as his gift, saying that he would later bring him the best he had from his home. When the king reached his quarters, he sent Cyrus a fine Persian robe, a golden bowl, and 1,000 coins. With these gifts came a message. The king wanted him to enjoy the golden vessel, since he had delighted the monarch by refusing to let him pass without a token of respect, even if it was only a handful of water. He was instructed to use that very bowl whenever he drew water from the river again. When the Persian king visited the cities and larger towns of his empire, it was the duty of the local population to host him and his vast retinue. This obligation, which acted as a kind of added tax to the normal tribute, often placed a heavy strain on the financial resources of a community. Banquets held in his honor were occasions where the king redistributed the wealth he had received, sharing gifts among the aristocrats who dined with him, and at times even with his soldiers. To outsiders, these feasts might have appeared as pure extravagance, yet those who looked closer saw that they were carefully managed, with every portion measured. Each day, as many as 1,000 animals were slaughtered: horses, camels, oxen, asses, deer, and countless smaller beasts. Exotic birds, including enormous Arabian ostriches, were also served, along with geese and cocks. From these vast supplies, only modest portions were placed before each guest, and whatever remained on the plates could be taken home. The greater part of the food, however, was carried outside to feed the royal guards and the light troops who accompanied the monarch. Descriptions of the king's journeys show what this spectacle looked like in motion. Accounts of Darius III during his campaign in Cilicia give a vivid picture. Behind him marched 15,000 of his extended kin and relatives, while 200 of his closest family members rode at his side. 30,000 infantrymen and 400 royal horses followed them. Then came the royal women. Darius's mother, Sisygambis, in a chariot, his wife in another, and the women of the queen's household riding on horseback. 15 covered wagons carried the king's children, their nurses, and a host of eunuchs who held important positions in Persian society. A procession of the king's 365 concubines, richly dressed and adorned, followed in perfect order. 600 mules and 300 camels bore the royal treasury, guarded by archers, while behind them came the wives of Persian nobles, the servants, and the attendants. Finally, lightly armed soldiers and their officers brought up the rear. When Alexander's men captured the baggage train after the Battle of Issus, they were astonished to find the immense wealth it contained: gold vessels, jeweled bridles, tents glittering with royal splendor, and chariots heavy with treasure. Even hardened plunderers described the sight as one of sorrow, for it marked the collapse of so much grandeur. Parmenio, one of Alexander's commanders, wrote that among the captives in Damascus, he found hundreds of the king's concubines trained in music, dozens of men who wove garlands, hundreds of caterers and cooks, keepers of kettles and desserts, bartenders, wine experts, and perfumers. To the Greeks, such excess was the very image of decadence. They saw only gluttony and weakness in the Persian way of life, and believed it explained the empire's decline. Writers repeated Alexander's warning to his soldiers that such indulgence inevitably bred softness, and that those who consumed enormous meals were too easily defeated in battle. Yet what the Greeks failed to grasp was that this system of luxury was not simply a matter of personal excess. It was part of a deliberate structure of redistribution, a way for the king to bind his subjects to him, adjusting political and social relationships through the constant circulation of wealth. On these journeys, the king lived not in an ordinary tent, but in a massive structure that could rightly be called a moving palace. It was so large and richly appointed that it was instantly recognizable as the seat of royal authority. Wherever the king and his tent stood became the center of the empire, for within it were kept the emblems of his power. After the victory at Issus, Alexander himself seized this royal tent and the insignia inside it, an act meant to demonstrate that he now laid claim to the rule of Asia. The traveling court of the Achaemenid monarchs was therefore far more than a matter of climate or convenience. It was a political act of great weight. Each appearance of the king reminded subjects of every rank of their subordinate position, of their duty to provide loyalty, resources, and service. It was a visible lesson that their wealth, their offices, and their prosperity depended on the favor of the ruler. and that all power flowed from his presence. If we were to select from the Achaemenid rulers the two kings who carried, in both antiquity and later centuries, the best and the worst reputations, most people would immediately think of Cyrus and Xerxes. The image of Cyrus shines with admiration. He is remembered as the leader who raised his people from humble origins to global prominence, the founder of the first true universal empire of the ancient world, and a ruler who governed with wisdom, moderation, tolerance, and political skill. Xerxes, on the other hand, stands in stark contrast. His invasion of Greece was seen as proof of boundless ambition, a refusal to allow even a small nation on the edge of his empire the right to freedom, and a demonstration of cruelty and religious intolerance. To many ancient observers, his reign marked the beginning of Persia's decline in both power and culture. A comparison of modern encyclopedic entries reveals how deeply this contrast has endured. Cyrus is described as the founder of the Persian Empire, who freed his kingdom from Median control, conquered Lydia and Babylon, allowed the exiled Jews to return, and assumed the ancient title of King of the Countries. His reign is associated with tolerance and clemency, and his legacy has been the subject of much debate in political and philosophical thought. Xerxes, however, is portrayed as a monarch who rose to power partly through his mother's influence, crushed revolts in Egypt and Babylonia without mercy, and launched an enormous campaign against Greece that ended in failure at Salamis and Plataea. Although he later oversaw impressive building projects, especially at Persepolis, his rule is often seen as the beginning of Persia's decline, and he ultimately met his death in a palace conspiracy. Why then is Cyrus remembered as a good king while Xerxes suffers from a darker reputation? The answer lies largely in the sources of the ancient world. For Cyrus, no royal inscriptions from Iran itself survive to give his own voice, yet his memory was preserved with care. His tomb at Pasargadae was revered for centuries, and popular traditions in the oral culture of Iran kept his name alive. The Greeks recorded fragments of this tradition, and their works have shaped much of how we see Cyrus today. In addition, biblical texts and Mesopotamian records close in time to his reign also reinforced the image of a ruler both powerful and benevolent. Herodotus helped establish this lasting picture, presenting Cyrus and his Persians as modest, rational, and courageous. Cyrus himself, called father by his subjects, is portrayed as both a skilled general and a wise statesman. Tales such as his mercy toward the defeated kings Astyages and Croesus became lasting symbols of magnanimity in victory. Yet it was Xenophon who gave Cyrus his most enduring image. In his Cyropedia, a semi-historical biography, he portrayed Cyrus as the model of the ideal ruler, wise, tolerant, generous, and beloved by his people. The book was widely read in Europe for centuries, shaping the way generations thought about kingship. Xenophon described how Cyrus united vast lands stretching from India to Egypt under his sole authority, caring for his subjects like children and being revered in return as a father. But he also noted how, after Cyrus's death, his empire quickly began to fracture, hinting at the contrast between the empire's ideal founding and its later decline. The Hebrew scriptures gave Cyrus an almost sacred stature. In the book of Isaiah, he is described as God's chosen instrument, a shepherd who would restore Jerusalem and order the rebuilding of the temple. This religious endorsement established Cyrus as a unique figure among foreign rulers, remembered not only for his conquests, but also for his role in the divine plan. Finally, Mesopotamian texts such as the Nabonidus Chronicle, the Cyrus Cylinder, and the so-called Persian verse account reinforced this image. These works, written during or shortly after his lifetime, praise Cyrus while sharply criticizing his predecessor, Nabonidus. They depict him as the legitimate and favored ruler who brought peace and order to Babylonia. Taken together, these traditions, Greek accounts, biblical writings, and Babylonian inscriptions, combined to shape a consistently positive legacy for Cyrus. In contrast, Xerxes was remembered through stories of failure, arrogance, and decline, leaving behind a reputation almost the opposite of his famous ancestor. The Cyrus Cylinder from Babylon, now kept in the British Museum, offers one of the clearest windows into the self-presentation of the first Persian king. This inscription belongs to the tradition of royal foundation texts and is divided into several sections. It begins with an introduction that condemns Nabonidus, the last Babylonian king, and explains how Marduk, the chief god of the city, chose Cyrus to take control. It then presents the royal protocol and genealogy, followed by a favorable assessment of Cyrus and his restoration policies. A prayer is offered to Marduk for the well-being of Cyrus and his son, after which the inscription declares that the empire is at peace. Finally, it describes the king's building activities in Babylon. One striking passage accuses Nabonidus of corrupting the worship of Marduk and bringing harm to the city. In response, the god searched across all lands for a righteous ruler to lead his people, and he selected Cyrus of Anshan, appointing him as king over the world. The text has Cyrus declare his titles: King of Babylon, King of Sumer and Akkad, ruler of the four corners of the earth, and descendant of a long royal line loved by Marduk and Nebo. Cyrus claims that he forbade oppression, sought peace in Babylon, abolished forced labor, and restored the sanctuaries of many cities that had long been in ruins. He returned sacred images to their shrines and resettled displaced populations. Many scholars have connected these statements with the biblical accounts describing Cyrus's order to rebuild the temple in Jerusalem and to allow the Judeans to return to their homeland. Whether or not this specific instruction is contained in the cylinder, the inscription reinforces the picture of Cyrus as a ruler of clemency and piety. Combined with Herodotus's praise of his moderation, Xenophon's admiration for his talents, and the testimony of the Old Testament, the image of Cyrus has often appeared to later generations as that of an ideal monarch. By contrast, Xerxes, the son of Darius and Atossa, developed a far harsher reputation. Raised within the royal household and indulged in luxury, he was said to have inherited the same weaknesses that had brought misfortune to Cambyses, the son of Cyrus. Chosen as heir under his mother's influence, he began his reign by crushing uprisings in Egypt and Babylonia. In Egypt, he not only subdued the revolt, but imposed an even heavier rule than before, placing his brother Achaemenes in charge of the province. When Babylonia rose again in 479, ancient sources accuse Xerxes of responding with great brutality. Herodotus and Strabo claim that he plundered sacred treasures, removed a massive golden statue from the Temple of Babylon, and killed the priest who resisted him. He is also blamed for destroying the tomb of Marduk, which later lay in ruins when Alexander considered but abandoned a plan to rebuild it. Xerxes then turned his attention to Greece. For 3 years he prepared a vast expedition to avenge the defeat at Marathon. Accounts emphasize his ruthlessness, punishing the waters of the Hellespont, executing the son of a wealthy supporter when he asked for leniency, desecrating the corpse of Leonidas, and burning the shrines of Athens. Yet the campaign ended in disaster. After the crushing defeat at Salamis, he retreated to Susa, and the following year his general Mardonius fell at Plataea. Abandoning his ambitions in Greece, Xerxes spent the rest of his reign on the embellishment of Persepolis and the intrigues of his court. Ancient writers describe his indulgence in affairs, including his scandalous relationship with his niece Artainte, which provoked violent conflict within the royal family and led to the death of his brother Macystus and his household. In 465 BCE, Xerxes and his eldest son, Darius, who had been named heir to the throne, were assassinated in a palace conspiracy. Their images, once displayed on the grand stairway of the Apadana at Persepolis, were removed and hidden away in the treasury. Even the dramatist Aeschylus in The Persians captured the contrast between Xerxes and his father Darius, portraying the younger king as one who squandered what had been gained by the spear, lacking the strength to extend or even preserve his inheritance. Modern scholars often highlight Xerxes' harshness through an inscription discovered in Persepolis in 1935, with additional copies later found in Pasargadae. Known as the Diva inscription, it records Xerxes declaring that upon becoming king, he suppressed unrest in one of his provinces with the aid of Ahura Mazda, and that he abolished the worship of false gods, destroying their sanctuaries and ordering that only Ahura Mazda be venerated according to proper ritual. Such proclamations have been taken as evidence of his intolerance. Other inscriptions, including one that closely mirrors the epitaph of Darius at Nakshi Rustam, have been interpreted as proof that Xerxes lacked originality, simply presenting himself as a ruler walking in his father's shadow. Critics have asked whether Xerxes, who observed battles from a sheltered position rather than fighting in them, could truly claim to be a tested warrior, as Darius once had, or whether a man prone to violent outbursts could credibly declare, as his father did, that he mastered his anger through self-control. Even his building projects at Persepolis are often dismissed as imitations of what Darius had already set in place. Taken together, these accounts seem to confirm the familiar image of Cyrus as the ideal ruler and Xerxes as his opposite. Yet, when the context of these testimonies is considered more carefully, a more complicated picture emerges. Herodotus, who is often praised as the father of history, also offered a darker portrayal of Cyrus, depicting him at times as harsh, intolerant, and quick-tempered. His death, according to Herodotus, reflected the fate of rulers who pursued conquest without limit. Despite these criticisms, however, Herodotus seems to have been captivated by Cyrus's character, perhaps reflecting both the admiration many Persians held for their first king and the tendency of later generations to romanticize his achievements. Writing a century after Cyrus's death, the Greek historian was more focused on the wars of Darius and Xerxes than on Cyrus himself, which may explain why the founder of the empire appeared in a softer light. Xenophon's Cyropaedia presents an even more idealized version of Cyrus, though this work is now recognized as fictional and does not fit neatly into the category of history. It reflects Xenophon's observations of Persian customs, but also belongs to the Greek tradition of political philosophy, resembling the Mirrors for Princes literature that explored the qualities of the ideal ruler. At the same time, scholars have detected elements of Iranian folklore within it, though the balance between Greek invention and Iranian tradition remains difficult to assess. Whatever its origins, Xenophon's purpose demanded a noble and inspiring Cyrus. The Old Testament also cast Cyrus in a favorable light. In the books of Chronicles, Ezra, and Isaiah, he is presented not as a conqueror, but as the chosen instrument of God, bringing the Jewish exile to an end and allowing the temple in Jerusalem to be rebuilt. These passages, however, are not simple historical records. They are theological texts promising a moment of renewal for Israel. Whether the actual decree to rebuild the temple and restore worship can be traced directly to Cyrus, or represents a later projection of hopes onto his figure, is still debated. The Cyrus cylinder itself, often read as confirmation of this tolerant policy, should be seen as a carefully constructed piece of royal propaganda. It was not intended as a neutral chronicle, but as a manifesto designed to legitimize Cyrus in Babylon by portraying him as the chosen of Marduk, the city's chief god. Its message reflects the ideological conflict between Nabonidus, the ousted king, and the new ruler, rather than a straightforward record of Cyrus's character. When other, less frequently cited sources are taken into account, the image of Cyrus becomes more complex. The conquest of Media, for example, was not as bloodless as classical writers suggest. Babylonian texts claim that Ecbatana was plundered and its treasures carried off, and traditions about the fate of King Astyages vary, with some reports stating that he was killed. Similarly, Cyrus's conquest of Babylon itself may have been peaceful, but earlier battles were not. The Nabonidus Chronicle recounts how at Opis, on the Tigris, Cyrus defeated the Akkadian army, seized their wealth, and slaughtered captives. Even the famous story of his mercy toward Croesus, king of Lydia, has proven to be more legend than fact. Some sources say Croesus died when Sardis fell, and the tradition of his survival appears to have developed only later, reshaped over time into a tale of divine intervention, and finally into Herodotus's account of Cyrus sparing his life. Taken together, these examples show that Cyrus was not simply the benevolent and tolerant ruler often imagined, nor was Xerxes necessarily as wholly intolerant and reckless as later depictions suggest. Both kings were remembered through layers of tradition, ideology, and propaganda, each shaped as much by the needs of their storytellers as by their actual deeds. It is generally accepted that Ionian forces aided Croesus in his struggle against Cyrus. In response, Cyrus revoked their legal and political privileges, except for Miletus, on the grounds that they had ignored his call to break away from Lydia. Open conflict between the Persians and the Ionians began only after the revolt of Pactis was crushed, an uprising in which most of the coastal cities had taken part. The first to suffer from the counterattack, led by Cyrus's general Mazares, were Priene and Magnesia on the Meander. The leading families or the entire population of Priene were enslaved, likely through deportation, while Magnesia was thoroughly plundered. After Mazares' death, command passed to Harpagus, Cyrus's trusted ally from the Median Wars. Under his leadership, the Persians subdued not only Caria and Lycia, but also nearly all the Ionian cities: Phocia, Teos, Clazomenae, Lepidus, Colophon, Ephesus, Myos, Eretria, and probably Smyrna as well, leaving Miletus as the only one spared, since it had not joined the rebellion. Phocia and Teos fell when the Persians raised an artificial mound against their walls, but Herodotus records that the inhabitants abandoned their cities shortly before the final assault, seeking refuge in new settlements. The conquest of Smyrna is supported by archaeological finds. Houses were destroyed, and the newly constructed temple, with its votive offerings and surrounding terrace walls, was burned. The accusation that the Persians desecrated temples is backed by Herodotus's account that the Phocians emptied their sanctuary before fleeing, clearly to prevent Persian looting. Little is known of further punishments beyond conscription into the Persian army, and it is believed that taxation under Persian rule was lighter than under the Lydians. These events highlight the need to evaluate Cyrus with more nuance than traditional stories often allow. The question remains, did he follow a coherent political strategy, or were his actions simply shaped by his character? A useful comparison can be drawn with Xerxes, especially as he appears in Herodotus's work. Though not an eyewitness, Herodotus took care to recognize the strengths of Persia's leaders, and he gave Xerxes a prominent role as a strategist. Contrary to modern depictions of him as an arrogant despot, Herodotus's portrayal is more complex. While Xerxes wielded considerable power, he rarely acted in complete isolation. He was persuaded into the Greek campaign and often claimed to be guided by divine impulses, choices that frequently ended in disaster. His tendency to make ill-fated decisions has led some to describe him as a tragic figure. Herodotus, writing 2 generations after Salamis, could hardly rely on unbiased sources. His portrait of Xerxes should therefore be read more as a reflection on fate and human agency than as an accurate biography. Consider the famous example of Xerxes at Salamis, seated and seemingly indifferent to the battle's outcome. Modern commentators interpret this as incompetence, yet it may have been dictated by ritual or royal custom, a behavior expected of a Persian monarch. What the Greeks saw as cruelty or passivity may, in fact, have carried a symbolic or ceremonial meaning. Herodotus also recounts a scandal that unfolded after Xerxes withdrew from Greece. He became enamored with the wife of his brother Mecystes, and when she refused him, he arranged for her daughter to marry his own son Darius, hoping to achieve his aim indirectly. Yet while in Susa, his passion shifted to his daughter-in-law Artente, who returned his affection. The affair was exposed when Artente demanded, as a gift, the king's robe woven by Queen Amestris, a garment she refused to surrender. Furious, Amestris blamed Artente's mother and took revenge during the great royal banquet, when no request could be denied. She demanded Mecystes' wife as her prize. Although Xerxes was appalled, he was bound by custom and reluctantly complied. Afterward, Xerxes attempted to force Mecystes to repudiate his wife and marry one of the king's daughters, but Mecystes refused. Discovering that his wife had been mutilated by Amestris' orders, Mecystes tried to raise a revolt in Bactria. Before he could succeed, Xerxes had him, his sons, and his followers executed during their journey eastward. This story, drawn from oral tradition, should not be taken as an eyewitness account. On the contrary, every part of it carries a symbolic meaning rooted in the Iranian world, one that Greek audiences would not have fully understood. For example, there was a tradition that the king must grant the request of anyone he had invited to ask for a gift, as proof of his authority. When Artente asked not for any robe, but for the king's own garment, she was asking for the very symbol of his sovereignty. Her demand was not for herself alone, but for her family, and this is why Amestris sought revenge in defense of her son, the crown prince. The punishment she inflicted was the kind of retribution familiar in Iran, where rebels often had their nose, ears, or tongue cut off. Mecystes, too, ultimately paid with his life for his ambition to rule. Some scholars have suggested that even his name may mean the greatest or the highest, perhaps not a personal name at all, but a title. If this is the case, then Mecystes might have been identified with Xerxes' elder brother Ariamenes, who was said to have governed Bactria but disappears from later accounts, possibly due to his assassination. If so, Herodotus may have unwittingly woven into his tale a distorted version of an attempted usurpation within the Achaemenid family. Accusations that Xerxes committed atrocities in Babylonia are equally uncertain. He is sometimes said to have destroyed the great temple of Marduk, tearing it down so completely that, when Alexander later ordered it rebuilt, the ruins had not yet been cleared away. Another charge claims that Xerxes carried off the massive golden statue of Marduk and had it melted down. Yet there is reason to doubt these stories. Herodotus himself did not attribute the removal of the Marduk statue to Xerxes, but rather described the taking of another figure, possibly representing a different god or an earlier king. What is clear is that the Temple of Marduk and its cult continued to function until the end of Achaemenid rule. Alexander's later restoration efforts were not the rebuilding of a temple long lost, but the renewal of sanctuaries in line with the ancient expectation that kings prove their legitimacy by supporting the gods' houses. In addition, recent findings show that Xerxes continued to use the title King of Babylon well into his reign, despite claims to the contrary. The famous Diva inscription has also been misunderstood. It was not a specific reference to one incident of idol worship, but a general proclamation. Achaemenid inscriptions were deliberately timeless in nature. Xerxes was declaring for all time that those who turned against the king would be punished and that the sacred places of rebels would be destroyed. This was a programmatic statement of ideology, not a description of a single campaign. His repetition of formulas from his father's inscriptions was not a sign of unoriginality, but rather a deliberate choice to affirm the enduring principles of the empire. He never ordered his subjects to abandon their gods for Ahura Mazda. What he insisted upon was loyalty. If religion became bound up with rebellion, then both the insurgents and the shrines they invoked could expect destruction. This helps explain why the Acropolis of Athens was destroyed, but also why Xerxes immediately commanded that sacrifices be made to the Athenian gods by exiles loyal to him. If we compare Xerxes with Cyrus, the contrast often drawn between them becomes less convincing. Cyrus's policies were shaped in ways similar to those of earlier Near Eastern rulers. Alongside his well-known acts of restoring temples, repatriating exiles, and permitting religious diversity, he also plundered shrines and deported populations when it suited his needs. His reputation for tolerance was aided by political circumstances that favored him and by the absence of events that might have tarnished his image. Unlike Xerxes, he ruled before the outbreak of direct conflict with Greece, and there were groups who had every reason to promote his success and present him as an ideal ruler. The real difference between Cyrus and Xerxes lies in their circumstances. Cyrus was the founder of an empire, leading charismatic campaigns with the promise of wealth and new lands. Xerxes inherited a consolidated dominion and had to defend and preserve what had already been institutionalized by Darius. Yet in their methods of maintaining power, the two rulers were much alike. Anyone who refused to accept the transfer of sovereignty to the conqueror and instead took up arms to reclaim independence faced severe punishment under both kings. Even their approach to religion followed the same principle: loyalty first. Both men were willing to respect the faiths of their subjects and even to support their cults when it served to strengthen the bond between ruler and people. Neither was driven by religious zeal, but neither embraced tolerance as a moral principle in the modern sense. Their concern was always political stability, and in this, Xerxes was no different from the empire's founder. In his inscriptions, Darius justified his rule in several distinct ways, First, he emphasized his lineage, presenting himself as a member of the Achaemenid clan, a Persian, and an Aryan. Second, he highlighted his position as the rightful successor to the kings of earlier great empires, portraying himself as part of an unbroken tradition of sovereigns. Finally, he claimed a divine mandate, declaring that Ahura Mazda had granted him kingship. For Darius, kingship was not simply an abstract idea of rulership, but a tangible possession, the kingdom itself. A satrap, for instance, was called a protector of the kingdom, but he was not a king in his own right because he did not rule over a kingdom of his own. In the same way, the title King of Kings did not refer to his authority over subordinate rulers, but rather to his position in the line of great monarchs who had ruled before him. Official texts never spoke of a Persian kingdom. Instead, Persis was regarded as the Persian homeland, while the empire as a whole was described as the land of the king. Greek historians confirm this view. Thucydides records in a treaty of the early 5th century that all the lands and cities once held by the king's ancestors belonged rightfully to him. For centuries, thinkers considered the succession of empires as a guiding principle of world history, one that shaped political and religious interpretation of events. Herodotus spoke of 3 empires in succession: Assyrians, Medes, and Persians, while the Book of Daniel later proposed a cycle of 4, adding Babylonians and the Greek rulers of the Hellenistic age. Cyrus was often seen as the ruler for whom the idea of a threefold succession had first been formulated, though this way of thinking could also suggest not only the rise, but the eventual fall of every world power, an idea that became prominent in later apocalyptic writings. By the time Darius died in 486 BC, the Achaemenid Empire had grown into a vast dominion. It included Media, Lydia, Babylonia, eastern Iran, and parts of Central Asia conquered by Cyrus, as well as Egypt annexed by Cambyses, and further territories such as Thrace and India acquired shortly before his death. This created a state unlike anything seen before: large, ethnically diverse, and culturally varied. In many of these lands, the Persians had arrived as conquerors, often displacing established dynasties. Although previous contacts with Elam, Babylonia, or Media had given them some familiarity with older traditions, the challenge was how to define sovereignty at both the imperial and local level. Persian rulers developed certain characteristic policies, many of which can be seen in the actions of Cyrus and Xerxes. They often practiced tolerance in religious matters, sometimes even supporting local cults through offerings and patronage if the gods in question were associated with stability and peace. At the same time, temples were expected to pay taxes and remain politically loyal. This balanced approach to religion was a consistent feature of Achaemenid rule. Yet Persian methods of securing authority were very different from those later pursued by Rome. The Romans gradually integrated their subjects into a shared cultural and political framework, a process partly desired by local elites and actively encouraged by imperial policy. Tacitus, for example, described how the governor Agricola encouraged the Britons to build temples, houses, and markets, introduced them to Roman dress and language, and even educated the sons of chieftains in Roman learning, so that over time they adopted Roman customs while unknowingly giving up their independence. Nothing similar occurred under the Persians. The empire had no colonies or municipia like those of Rome, where conquerors and subjects mixed on a daily basis, nor did it offer provincial elites the widespread possibility of advancing into the highest ranks of government. Roman policy eventually extended citizenship across the empire, But in Persia, the great offices of state were usually reserved for Persians themselves. A few exceptions are known. The Carian dynasts, such as Mausolus, a non-Persian satrap named Balisus, and Greek generals like Memnon and Mentor. But such cases were rare. Foreigners could receive honorary titles or generous rewards for loyalty, yet they rarely entered the decision-making circles of the empire. Even though the Persians allowed a considerable degree of local autonomy and sometimes adopted the traditions of conquered peoples, they also maintained a clear sense of distinction. Persian language, writing, and religion were not widely adopted beyond their own people, and unlike Roman culture, they did not become models of daily life for others within the empire. To be Persian was to stand apart, and this identity remained central to the structure of Achaemenid power. Many regional studies suggest that the ruling elites of most subject peoples, Egypt perhaps being the main exception, did not see the Persian king as a foreign oppressor. Instead, they regarded him as the guarantor of stability, order, and prosperity, and ultimately as the protector of their own position. The empire faced no real external danger until the rise of Macedonia, and not even then until the victories of Alexander, who in many ways adopted Achaemenid political practices. The loss of outlying provinces or the ambitions of individual governors posed less of a threat to the empire than disputes within the royal family itself. In fact, the decentralized structure of the Achaemenid state, which allowed considerable local autonomy, usually strengthened rather than weakened the system, because it operated under constant supervision from the center. Far from being a fragile power, the empire rested on strong foundations, though the exact nature of its ethnic, territorial, and fiscal organization remains a subject of debate today. Part of the difficulty lies in the different lists that survive, each recording units of the empire in different ways. The royal inscriptions of Darius, for example, describe the peoples who submitted to him, paid tribute, or carried out his commands. On his tomb and on statues from Susa, these groups are also represented in relief. The Persian term used in these inscriptions, dahyava, has been translated variously as countries, peoples, or populations. These lists do not cover the entire empire and are not administrative records in the sense of satrapies. Rather, they reflect a mix of political realities, such as conquests or losses, and follow traditions of Assyrian and Babylonian inscriptions that presented subject peoples in a symbolic order. Darius's successors largely copied these models, reinforcing the image of continuity. Only Xerxes introduced a more ambitious version, in which he boasted of the immense expanse of his dominion, listing Persians, Medes, Elamites, Aracosians, Armenians, Drangians, Parthians, Aryans, Bactrians, Sogdians, Choresmians, Babylonians, Assyrians, Satygidites, Lydians, Egyptians, Greeks both by the sea and across the sea, the people of Makkah, Arabs, Gandharans, Scythians, Cappadocians, Dahai, Saka tribes, Thracians, Libyans, Carians, and the people of Kush. Greek authors provide a different type of list, often arranging armies according to ethnic groups, which reflects literary tradition rather than a formal classification of the empire. Herodotus, for instance, described 20 districts that paid tribute, but these often combined multiple peoples under a single heading, raising questions about his sources and how his information compares with Persian inscriptions. Plato, in contrast, divided the empire into 7 regions, a scheme connected with the number of Persian nobles who conspired against the usurper Gaumata. Because official lists of satrapies from the Achaemenid period do not survive, scholars rely on scattered references in Greek writers. These usually name individual satraps, but rarely describe the full territory they governed, which makes it nearly impossible to draw precise provincial boundaries on maps. Western sources also used different terms for these governors, such as prefectus or epitropos, which complicates identification. Satraps, moreover, were not the highest officials in the hierarchy. In Babylonia, for example, records from the early years of Cyrus mention a governor of the land before they refer to the first satrap of Babylon and the Western territories. Other titles also appear, such as Keranos, known from Asia Minor, which denoted a military commander with exceptional authority. In certain regions, local dynasties like those of Caria, Lycia, and Cilicia continued to rule under Persian oversight, while some cities were governed by their own kings. In other cases, such as with mountain tribes in the Zagros, no satrapal administration is attested at all. Some of these groups did not even pay tribute, but instead received gifts from the king. Persis itself, the Persian homeland, held a special position within the empire, distinct from the rest. At the level of the satrapies, or comparable territorial units, the satraps were assisted by a variety of subordinate officials. Some of these men had no fixed title, and their exact responsibilities remain uncertain. Among them were the phyloi, or friends, the homotrapezoi, or table companions, and the skeptochoi, or staff-bearers, who served Cyrus the Younger. Satraps, such as Pharnabazus, relied on cavalry commanders, while biblical sources speak of men under the governor. The administrative offices also included scribes, secretaries, and other chancery officials, as well as judges and provincial overseers. In addition, satrapal courts were attended by royal informants, often described by modern scholars as the eyes and ears of the king. Beneath the satrapy level, the structure continued in a similar fashion. From different regions, we hear of hyparchs under the satraps. In Babylonia, the office of Pauwatu functioned as governor, while in Ebir Nari, the territories west of the Euphrates, there were governors known as Bel Pawati Ebir Nari, or Pahat Yehudaye, in Judea. In Egypt, the system is particularly well documented. There, the satrap was supported by a provincial superintendent called the Frateraka. At Elephantine and Syene, this official oversaw a haftaxvapata, literally a seventh-part protector, who combined both military and civil roles, serving as garrison commander under the title Chief of the Army, and also as a judicial officer referred to as Segan. At the local level, the administration took yet other forms. Xenophon's account of the retreat of the 10,000 mentions village heads in Armenia, called komarchai, who acted both as leaders of individual settlements and as supervisors of several villages. Cities appear not to have been administered directly by Persians, yet the territories surrounding them clearly were. We have evidence of officials in charge of treasuries, which were not only places of storage, but also functioning workshops, as well as managers of food depots, village granaries, and magazines. Garrisons were another key feature of Achaemenid rule. Supplied from local resources by the satraps, they were commanded by officers appointed by the king himself. At the lowest level of the imperial hierarchy were the lands owned by members of the royal family, estates granted to aristocrats and loyal benefactors, the holdings of military settlers in Babylonia, and special communities of deported peoples who served the crown in exchange for rations. The empire's strength ultimately rested on the steady flow of tribute and taxes, the acceptance of Persian law, and the recognition of the king's supreme authority. Loyalty could also be demonstrated by service in the army, whether voluntary or imposed. Herodotus provides a vivid account of the system established under Darius. Once the provinces were organized and their governors appointed, Darius fixed the amounts of tribute to be paid, assigning peoples and regions to one another for administrative convenience. Those who paid in silver rendered a Babylonian talent, while those who paid in gold supplied the weight of a Euboean talent. Under Cyrus and Cambyses, there had been no such regular assessments, and revenue was taken in the form of gifts. It was this transformation, Herodotus reports, that earned Darius the nickname of huckster, while Cambyses was called master and Cyrus father, the one seeking profit everywhere, the second harsh and imperious, and the third merciful and devoted to his people's welfare. The new tribute system was felt as a sharp break with earlier practice. Payments that had once been voluntary offerings were now calculated and enforced. Yet some groups were still exempt. Ethiopians, Colchians, and Arabs did not pay tribute but continued to send gifts, acknowledging Persian overlordship while retaining a degree of autonomy. These same groups nevertheless appear in royal inscriptions and on Persepolis reliefs, where their deliveries are depicted as part of the king's wealth. This suggests that Darius's claim that certain peoples brought me tribute included both fixed contributions and voluntary presents, depending on their status. Other peoples enjoyed even greater privileges. The Arabs of southern Palestine, who had aided Cambyses during his Egyptian campaign, were regarded as guests of the Persians and freed from all obligations of tribute or gifts. The Ariaspians of eastern Iran were treated with similar favor, as were certain sanctuaries such as the Temple of Apollo at Magnesia, and even prominent individuals, including the family of Darius's associate Otanes. One issue that still puzzles scholars is Herodotus's statement that Persis itself was exempt from tribute, even though the Persepolis tablets reveal extensive payments from its inhabitants. The solution lies in the terminology. Persis was not subject to tribute in the sense imposed on conquered lands, but its people nevertheless made contributions in other forms. This exemption was one of the privileges Darius granted to his own people during his reign. The tribute, or phoros, seems to have been gathered at the provincial level, and once the portion needed locally had been deducted and the remainder converted into precious metals, it was forwarded to the imperial heartlands. There it was stored in great treasuries to be used for coinage, disbursements, and royal gifts. Beyond the tributes and the offerings from semi-autonomous peoples, the king drew income from several other sources. Among these were the presents he regularly received during his journeys, which he in turn distributed to his friends and benefactors, and the Taj mentioned in Greek accounts, which supported the king and his army as part of the tribute system. All of these contributions served as visible acknowledgments of the king's sovereignty, and the monarch himself must have understood that such revenues could only be maintained if both the land and its people were prosperous. For this reason, his responsibilities included not only defending the empire against enemies, but also safeguarding its natural resources, overseeing irrigation systems, and encouraging the cultivation of new crops. On the provincial scale, satraps and governors were clearly responsible for collecting the tribute connected to the land. They likely relied on traditional precedents dating back to pre-Achaemenid times, consulting existing registers and cadasters to guide them. In this task, they were assisted by hyparchs at the middle level of taxation and by chiliarchs and autonomous urban authorities at the lower level. These local officials were familiar with the fiscal privileges that applied to particular individuals, estates, villages, or towns. Temples, for instance, were among the great landowners in Mesopotamia, Syria, and elsewhere. They were usually subject to taxation, and some of their dependent workers could be conscripted into service, yet the temples also enjoyed royal privileges and received support from the treasury. Another unique category consisted of the military fiefs in Babylonia. These were hereditary but inalienable land grants bestowed on soldiers in return for military service. Over time, however, the soldiers increasingly rented out these estates, and their service obligations were gradually replaced by taxation and compulsory labor. The complex question of how individual and collective taxes mentioned in the Persepolis tablets should be understood belongs to a separate discussion. It is impossible to determine the exact annual revenues of the great king. When Alexander seized the Achaemenid palaces and administrative centers, the quantities of treasure he captured were estimated at around 180,000 talents, equivalent to more than 4,500 tons of silver or nearly 500 tons of gold. Such immense hoards, accumulated over many decades, give a misleading impression of the weight of tribute in any single year, since they were not generally experienced by subjects as unbearably heavy. If the contributions of the Delian League were indeed modeled on the Persian system, as is often suggested, then its effectiveness is clear, especially since it was reorganized and improved by the satrap Artaphernes following the Ionian Revolt. Significantly, no ancient source ever states outright that oppressive levels of tribute had provoked revolts among the empire's peoples. Yet the systematic nature of the fiscal relationship between king and the subjects certainly influenced how later generations judged Darius and Xerxes. To Herodotus, Darius appeared like a merchant, bargaining with his subjects over the price of his authority, while Xerxes, who first had to ensure the stability of his father's reforms and then chose to maintain the system, came to be branded as a tyrant for precisely the same reason. In recent decades, historians have increasingly turned their attention to the sphere of everyday life. Yet it is important to remember that the experiences of individuals in their immediate surroundings were shaped by the larger framework of politics, economy, law, and social order, and cannot be understood apart from this broader context. The daily life of Achaemenid subjects in Iran can only be reconstructed in fragments, both in terms of geography and chronology, and what emerges most clearly from the sources is the world of the aristocratic elite rather than the lives of ordinary men and women. What we know about the latter is owed above all to the clay tablets from Persepolis, which survived due to the destruction that accompanied Alexander's conquest. These documents, though limited in scope, cover the period between 509 and 458 BC and focus primarily on Persis, the imperial heartland, and neighboring Elymais. The transition from clay to parchment halted the continuation of this record, but it is likely that the practice itself endured. The number of tablets is so vast and their detail so striking that while they should be understood as Persian sources tied to the southwestern Iranian heartland, much of their content has wider relevance. They both confirm and expand upon information found in other traditions, and at times they even challenge or expose conventional accounts as formulaic or biased. For this reason, these records have come to occupy a central place in modern research. Still, they are not without difficulties. They are written almost entirely in Elamite, a notoriously challenging language, and the portion that has been published remains incomplete. Interpretations are therefore provisional, though generally well-founded. Among the Persepolis archives are the treasury tablets, which document silver payments to workers between 492 and 458 BC, and the fortification tablets, numbering in the thousands, which date to 509 to 494 BC. The latter are concise administrative notes concerning the collection, transfer, and distribution of food and supplies across the southwestern regions of Iran. These provisions, allocated as daily or monthly rations, were given to individuals, groups of workers, and even animals. Payment was made in kind, and the records demonstrate a meticulous accounting system capable of tracking both income and expenditure. From these tablets, we can reconstruct the maintenance of over 15,000 individuals across more than 100 different settlements. The documents reveal a complex web of activities. Members of the royal family issued orders, correspondence, and sealed confirmations. Officials appear by name, with clearly defined responsibilities. Groups of workers and individual laborers were engaged in specific tasks, their compensation carefully recorded. Taxes in kind were collected, stored, and redistributed to support these workers. Seeds were issued, harvests were noted with precision, and localities were consistently linked to named administrators. Priests received allocations for sacrificial offerings, while travelers were provisioned through a system of tablets recognized at post stations. The distribution of produce was scrupulously documented, with detailed annual settlements and special officials charged with auditing accounts. From these records arise deeper questions. What kinds of people appear in this system, and what status did they hold? What fields of labor, whether in agriculture, craft production, administration, or military service, were represented? And how were these tasks organized and rewarded? How were men and women positioned within these structures? What role did religion, ritual practices, and political circumstances play in shaping daily life in Persis under Darius I? By combining the evidence of the tablets with other sources, it becomes possible to sketch an impression of what was expected of individuals, how they contributed to the functioning of the empire, and what they gained from it in return. When the Persepolis tablets were first studied, scholars quickly noticed that several figures known from classical writers also appeared in these records. Queens, princes, princesses, and other relatives of the royal household, along with satraps and members of the Persian aristocracy, are all present in the documents. They either received or distributed rations that reflected their rank and responsibilities, often in quantities far greater than what was required for personal use. They issued orders to subordinates who traveled on their behalf or traveled themselves and were provided with supplies along the way. Some of them were identified as owners of large estates or groups of workers. Among these individuals are three whose identities are also familiar through Herodotus. One example is Artistone, the daughter of Cyrus, and one of the wives of Darius I. Herodotus describes her as the king's favorite, and their sons, Arsames and Gobryas, later served as commanders during the Persian Wars. Artistone appears in at least 25 Persepolis records, where she is specifically described as a royal family member. She frequently received supplies such as wine, beer, and grain. A tablet from the first month of Darius's 19th year, corresponding to 503 BC, records an order by the king that 200 jugs of wine were to be delivered to her. Another record from the same year details an instruction that 100 sheep from royal property were to be sent to her. Artistone owned at least 3 estates, possibly palaces, one of which was located at Kuganaka, where she hosted her husband in 498 BC. Letters from Persepolis show her regularly sending instructions to her Babylonian steward, while on her many journeys she received provisions for herself and her attendants, sealing the receipts personally. Another well-known figure is Gobryas, who assisted Darius in overthrowing the usurper Gaumata and later accompanied the king on his Scythian expedition. His son Mardonius, who had married Artazostra, the daughter of Darius, became one of the leading Persian commanders in the wars against Greece. Gobryas's prominence is reflected not only in classical tradition, but also in the tablets, which record his appointment as general during the suppression of a revolt in Elam. He was honored on Darius's tomb, where he was depicted as the king's spear-bearer. In the Persepolis records, Gobryas appears among a party of travelers in early 498 BC, probably journeying to meet Mardonius on his return from Ionia. The group included his wife, Radushduka, thought to be Darius's sister, another noblewoman, and Artazostra, the king's daughter and wife of Mardonius, who is listed as receiving rations of flour with a sealed royal document as proof of her entitlement. This evidence shows that the marriage between Mardonius and Artazostra had taken place well before 493 BC, earlier than Herodotus implies. A third example is Artaphernes, the brother of Darius, who is remembered as the satrap of Sardis during the years between 511 and 492 BC. A Persepolis tablet dated to the 9th month of the 27th year of Darius's reign, which corresponds to November 495 BC, confirms his presence in Asia Minor at that time. The document records flour being distributed to a group of men and servants traveling under his authority, carrying his sealed order as they made their way from Sardis to Persepolis. Another important figure in the tablets is Pharnaca, the uncle of Darius, and the head of the empire's economic and administrative system. He received some of the most substantial rations noted in the texts: 2 sheep, 90 measures of wine, and 180 measures of flour every day. These allowances were far more than a single person could consume, and they did not include the rations of his servants, who had separate allocations. It is likely that Pharnaca and other officials stored the surplus or traded it in local markets, a practice that eventually led to the introduction of payments in silver, as later treasury documents reveal. One record notes that Pharnaca personally received 18 measures of flour, while his 300 attendants received 1 measure each. At the lower end of the scale, ordinary adults were given 1 to 1.5 measures of flour a day, while children and younger workers received less. Even so, they could obtain extra allowances under certain conditions. Above this basic level, the amounts increased depending on skill and status, showing a structured system of rank-based distribution within the empire. From the Persepolis tablets, it appears that groups of workers, sometimes entire families, were provided with regular supplies such as grain, flour, and wine or beer, along with occasional distributions of figs, nuts, or small amounts of meat. In addition, they were allowed to cultivate small plots of land, keep animals, and were issued basic clothing. For a long time, these individuals, known in Elamite as kurtap, were thought to be slaves, possibly war captives. Modern scholarship, however, views them more as state laborers who were compelled to perform designated tasks in return for rations and rights. They lived under close supervision, often relocated far from their native regions, which suggests a system of deportation and binding to the land rather than outright slavery. The tablets also reveal Persepolis as a major administrative hub. Between 505 and 497 BC, the official Pharnaca oversaw its management with the assistance of his deputy Chichavahush, clerks, scribes, and other staff. Pharnaca's duties included issuing travel permits for judges, accountants, caravan leaders, and envoys, overseeing the royal storehouses and stables, handling religious affairs, hiring additional labor when needed, and supervising tax and rent payments. His responsibilities required constant travel, but his authority remained tied to the king, while his deputy managed communications on his behalf. Evidence of his work survives in tablets sealed with his mark, including orders for the distribution of goods such as wine to royal artisans. One example records how he ordered over 14,000 liters of wine to be supplied to a group of craftsmen in Persepolis, with the process documented step by step through clerks and scribes, and finalized by delivery at the scheduled time. Beneath this central authority were two high officials known as guardians of the house, each responsible for half of the administrative region covered by the tablets. They supervised agriculture, taxation, and labor recruitment, with district managers under them. These local managers, supported by procurement officers and scribes, were accountable for specific products and also had to provide food and supplies whenever the royal court passed through their district. At the lowest level, workers were grouped under foremen who reported upwards through this hierarchy. Another layer of administration appears in the treasury tablets, which mention a senior official called the treasure keeper. He managed silver disbursements for state workers and controlled at least 19 treasuries across Persis. These institutions not only stored valuables, but also functioned as workshops where hundreds of skilled artisans produced luxury goods for the court. Craftsmen specialized in gold and silver work, textiles, furniture, and other fine objects. Records describe their allowances in detail. Tailors of ceremonial garments, precision workers, furniture restorers, wood carriers, and even children and women listed among the workforce. A single entry notes 77 individuals supported with cereal rations for a month. Beyond the treasury, many more people served the crown in various capacities. They appear in the tablets as farmers, herders, cooks, toolmakers, and other laborers forming the middle and lower tiers of the imperial workforce. Together, these records give a vivid picture of how the Achaemenid state organized and sustained its vast system of labor, resources, and administration from Persepolis. Across the empire, rations were distributed not only as sustenance, but also as a form of wage, carefully adjusted to reflect a person's duties, rank, or level of training. The question naturally arises as to how such a system was financed. Although Herodotus claimed that Persis itself was spared the burden of tribute, the people of the region were far from free of obligations. They paid taxes and dues, and the revenues drawn from these contributions, along with the produce of royal estates, supported the entire redistributive economy. The records do not spell out in detail who shouldered the greater share of this burden, but it is reasonable to assume that freeholding farmers, tenants, and wealthy landowners all contributed in proportion to their means. Some scholars argue that the system resembled a tithe, though the evidence is far from conclusive. The estates owned by the royal family and nobility were equally vital. These lands appear frequently in the tablets, with Queen Artistone, her son Arsames, and the king himself among those mentioned. Estates were often leased to others in return for labor or payment. Some doubled as hunting parks and gardens, as well as productive farmland. Xenophon describes these as vast enclosed domains filled with crops, orchards, and game, which the Greeks called paradiesoi. From the Persian word paridaida comes the later Greek and modern term paradise, showing how enduring this image was. At least 15 such royal estates are recorded, each under the supervision of appointed officials. The king himself inspected the lands when he traveled, rewarding governors whose provinces prospered and punishing those whose regions declined through neglect. Persian rulers invested heavily in irrigation to ensure maximum yields. They built underground channels known later as qanats, which drew groundwater across long distances by following the slope of the land. Dams and reservoirs supplemented this system, supplying both crops and towns with water. These improvements often produced surpluses beyond subsistence needs. When combined with a gradual move toward silver-based payments, this suggests that local markets were active, where surplus grain or rations could be exchanged for other necessities. The daily diet reflected this agricultural abundance. Bread made from barley or wheat was the staple food, sometimes seasoned with herbs or salt. Meat was less frequent, but goat, sheep, and poultry were consumed, either roasted or boiled. Wine was popular in Persis, often made from dates or grapes, and unlike Greek custom, it was usually consumed undiluted. Salt and vinegar were used for preservation. In Elam, however, beer was the preferred drink, and allowances were adjusted accordingly. Fruits such as figs, dates, mulberries, apples, and nuts appear in records, while pomegranates and peaches are noted by classical writers. Vegetables and dairy products were likely part of the everyday diet, though they leave little direct trace in the tablets. The Persepolis texts also shed light on travel and communication. A large number concern the provision of travel rations to couriers, messengers, caravan leaders, guards, and work parties on the move for official purposes. Some were tasked with checking roads, others with accompanying embassies, while express messengers carried sealed orders directly from the royal court. Herodotus even recalls how Spartan king Demaratus evaded Persian road watchmen to smuggle a warning about Xerxes' campaign. These couriers formed part of a wider system of communication, which relied on signal fires, relays of fresh horses, and guarded stations. This network was supported by impressive infrastructure. The Persians took over caravan routes established by earlier powers and strengthened them, surfacing stretches with stone or bitumen near major centers. The most famous was the Royal Road, running from Sardis in Asia Minor all the way to Susa, enabling swift troop movement and rapid communication. The tablets confirm the presence of stations and waypoints along this route, where travelers could rest, collect provisions, and present tablets authorizing their rations. Patrols and forts kept the routes safe, so that royal commands and urgent news could cross the empire in remarkable speed. Nothing in the world seemed to move more swiftly than the Persian couriers. Writers describe how men and horses were stationed along the great roads, each pair covering a single day's journey so that no delay was possible. Neither snow, nor rain, nor heat, nor darkness could prevent these messengers from completing their stage at the fastest pace. The Persians themselves called this system of post the Angarion. Among the known routes was the road that ran from Persepolis to Ecbatana in Media, a section of which has been discovered cut into the rock near Pasargadae. Another ancient highway linked Mesopotamia with Media, continuing through Bactria to India and still further into Central and Eastern Asia, later forming part of what would become famous as the Silk Road. The Persepolis tablets even record travelers passing between Susa, Persepolis, Media, Egypt, Bactria, Kerman, Aria, Sagartia, Babylonia, the northern coast of the Persian Gulf, Arachosia, and southern Pakistan. Across the deserts, these routes were no more than well-worn caravan tracks, remembered and maintained by experienced leaders. But in Asia Minor and Iran, the roads were kept in remarkably good condition, often laid out along older Assyrian or Hittite lines. Even though they were not paved, it was already noted in Greek comedy that carriages could travel on them with ease. They served equally well for civilian life, transporting men, animals, goods, and information, and for military needs, enabling the rapid deployment of troops, vehicles, baggage, and supplies. The main routes were measured in stades and parasangs, a unit of about 5 or 6 kilometers. Reports suggest that distance columns stood at regular intervals, marking stages and turnings, much like milestones. The very word parasang itself seems to have meant indicator or announcer, and the discovery of a stone marker at Pasargadae from the early Hellenistic period supports the idea that such markers had long existed. Darius also recognized the importance of the sea and worked to turn Elam into a maritime province. He planned to link Susa with the Gulf and strengthened Persian naval presence by settling deported Greeks and Carians who had practical seafaring skills in southern Babylonia and Elam. Persis itself was a land both protected and fertile. One side was closed off by a continuous line of mountains, while the sea formed a natural barrier on another. At the foot of the mountains stretched a wide plain, rich in soil and dotted with villages and towns. Ancient authors, such as Curtius Rufus, wrote of the region's dense population, its healthy climate, and its agricultural abundance, impressions that modern archaeology in the Persepolis plain has confirmed. The Persepolis tablets give a glimpse of this life. They describe Egyptian workers on their way to Tauca being supplied with wine, carrying official documents sealed by the satrap of Elam. Tauca, mentioned also by the geographer Ptolemy, was one of many places where groups of laborers from Thrace, Lycia, or Cappadocia were sent. Yet alongside these workers, there must also have lived free Persian farmers, craftsmen, and landowners, though they are less visible in the administrative records. The idea that Alexander introduced urban life to Iran is contradicted by earlier testimony. Eratosthenes already described the Indians and the Iranians alike as city dwellers among the surrounding peoples. Numerous examples can be cited of towns established under the Achaemenids, including many in Persis itself, though built mainly of sun-dried brick, and now vanished. What survives are the monumental structures, palaces, treasuries, and fortified administrative centers, such as the Great Terrace at Pasargadae. Alongside these, we still find remnants of luxury goods, elegant tableware, ornate furniture, garments, and jewelry, either preserved directly or represented on reliefs. Yet amid this wealth and ambition lay the seeds of decline. Cyrus, the founder, had believed his heirs would inherit the stern traditions of the Persian discipline, a way of life shaped by shepherds and a hard land, producing men able to endure hardship, keep watch at night, and take up arms when needed. But his sons were raised instead in the softer ways of the Medes, under the influence of women and eunuchs who indulged them. They grew up unchecked, their blessed status corrupting them, and so when Cyrus died, they abandoned restraint and plunged into excess. One brother soon killed the other, unwilling to share power. Centuries later, Plato reflected on this cycle in his dialogue Laws. He considered the Persian Empire a lesson in how monarchy, under a wise and capable founder like Cyrus, could easily turn into tyranny once his successors lost discipline. Unlike the balanced systems of Sparta or Crete, which sought harmony and freedom among their citizens, Persia had placed too much strength in the hands of the sovereign. Darius and those who followed repeated the pattern, turning the empire into an oppressive despotism. The decline of Persian rule, as Plato saw it, was rooted in the very way its princes had been educated, spoiled, indulgent, and unfitted for the responsibilities of power. By the early 4th century BC, Greek writers had already developed a dark image of the Persian royal court. where power seemed undermined by the intrigues of women and eunuchs. Ctesias, the physician who served King Artaxerxes II, portrayed the palace as a place of manipulation and moral decay. The instability of Persian sovereignty, in this view, no longer stemmed from the way princes were raised, but from corruption at court. At the same time, other Greek authors argued that Persian decline could be traced back as far as Xerxes, linking it to a loss of discipline, a taste for luxury, and a weakening of character. Xenophon, for example, in the last section of his Cyropaedia, compared the vigor and discipline of Cyrus's time with the habits of later Persians. He blamed their downfall on changes in education, the neglect of horsemanship and hunting, the failure to keep promises, and an indulgence in lavish meals, ornate clothing, and idle living. For him, softness and effeminacy, more than anything else, explained the loss of Persian strength. Similarly, the orator Isocrates, in his calls for a united Greek war against Persia, highlighted their lack of fighting spirit and contrasted it with Greek freedom and courage. This idea, however, was not entirely new. As early as the 5th century BC, the great king of Persia had been likened to a despot who stood above the law and flaunted his wealth and absolute power. In Aeschylus's play, The Persians, Xerxes was shown as the tyrant par excellence, a figure of excess and arrogance whose downfall mirrored the dangers of unchecked rule. Greek writers also tied the decline of Persia to broader theories that linked climate, geography, and human character. The Hippocratic treatise, Airs, Waters, Places, suggested that fertile lands softened their inhabitants, while rugged terrain bred strength and resilience. Herodotus gave a vivid example of this in a story about Cyrus, who warned his people that if they abandoned their harsh homeland for richer lands, they would soon lose their power. He argued that fertile countries produced fine fruits, but never strong soldiers. The Persians agreed with him then, but over time they too succumbed to the temptations of luxury, and their eventual defeat by the Greeks, poor but hardened by their rugged country, seemed to confirm this lesson. By the 4th century, what was new was not the association of wealth with weakness, but the increasingly harsh tone of Greek writers. Ctesias's tales of palace corruption, Plato's comments on failed education, and Xenophon's and Isocrates' scorn for Persian arms all contributed to an image of Persia as decadent and effeminate. Isocrates went further, insisting that barbarians were by nature enemies of the Greeks, and that conquest was therefore morally justified. He argued that Persians, because of their supposed inferiority, deserved only to be reduced to the status of dependent peoples under Greek rule. Where Herodotus had once framed the conflict as a matter of overlapping territories between East and West, Isocrates now transformed it into a crusade of civilization against barbarism. Greek descriptions of Persian decadence raise the question of how much of this image was real and how much was shaped by Greek imagination. To understand this, it is useful to look at Persian education and the place of men and women in society. The Persian desire to amass wealth, often criticized as vanity by the Greeks, carried a deeper meaning of preserving resources for power, a sense the Greeks either lacked or deliberately ignored in their arguments. Similarly, claims about the weakening of Persian military spirit need careful reconsideration. According to Herodotus, Persian boys were taught only 3 things between the ages of 5 and 20: how to ride, how to use a bow, and how to tell the truth. This account can be compared with Xenophon's writings, where he describes the rigorous education under Cyrus. Yet Xenophon also laments the decline of this system, claiming that the sons of nobles abandoned hunting and riding, grew physically weaker, and allowed bribery to replace justice. In reality, these stories reflect a code of conduct designed to shape rulers, and Darius himself declared in his epitaph that he valued justice, despised lies, and had mastered horsemanship and archery both on foot and on horseback. Such self-praise does not reveal actual behavior, but presents virtues as tools for royal authority. Xenophon, in mourning their decline after Cyrus's death, was less a historian than a writer, emphasizing the qualities of his ideal ruler, qualities he believed necessary in his own age. Evidence shows that Persians continued to see military skill and hunting as central virtues of kingship. The royal parks, or paradisoi, and countless depictions on coins, seals, and reliefs portraying kings with bows or on the hunt prove that this tradition remained alive well into the 4th century. Local rulers in Asia Minor under Persian rule even copied these ideals. One Lycian ruler, Arbanus, was praised in verse for his skill in archery, hunting on horseback, and noble character. Greek philosophers, too, used Persia as a mirror for their political theories. Plato, for example, linked the downfall of Persia to the poor education of royal sons. His aim was not to describe Persian history, but to argue that a healthy state depends on the moral training of its rulers and citizens. For him, the decline of Persian kingship was a lesson about the dangers of flawed education. Greek stories about the destructive influence of royal women should likewise be seen as literary motifs rather than historical records. Writers such as Ctesias painted Achaemenid queens as schemers, but these accounts were shaped by the widespread suspicion of women in Greek thought, where female influence in politics was often depicted as corrupting. If there was truth in these stories, it lay in the political role of marriage. In a tribal empire where succession was never straightforward, marriages of royal women were vital to maintain loyalty among the nobility. This explains the divided loyalties attributed to women at the courts of Xerxes or Artaxerxes II. They reflected the tensions of dynastic politics rather than personal intrigue. Over time, Persian marriage policy shifted. At first, kings married into the great noble families to secure their allegiance, but later they sought closer ties within their own dynasty. Such endogamous unions, including marriages between half-siblings, puzzled the Greeks and became the subject of scandalous tales. Herodotus, for example, accused Cambyses of marrying his sister, presenting it as one of his crimes. His account dramatized the event as if Cambyses forced the judges to invent a law that permitted kings to marry as they pleased. Yet the reality was more complex. Cambyses' marriage to Atossa, and possibly to another half-sister, likely stemmed from the fact that his earlier marriage produced no heir, leaving succession uncertain. In this context, marrying within the family was a way to strengthen the royal line. Later, even the alleged marriage between Artaxerxes II and his daughter Atossa, which scandalized Greek writers like Plutarch, can be understood differently. If it occurred, it was likely a political move to ensure loyalty within the court after the death of the influential queen Parysatis. Polygamy, a central feature of Persian kingship, allowed rulers to produce heirs, secure alliances, and strengthen ties with both the royal family and the aristocracy. Sons of the king could inherit the throne, hold high positions, or marry strategically to bind noble families to the dynasty. Through this system, the Achaemenid rulers maintained their power, while Greek authors, misunderstanding or disapproving of these customs, turned them into symbols of moral decline. Female members of the Achaemenid royal household are frequently mentioned in the Persepolis fortification tablets, and they emerge as highly active figures. Among them were Artistone, who possessed several estates, Artazostra, the wife of Mardonius, Radushduka, married to Gobrias, and Radushnamuyya. Another was Artabama, who managed her own estate and oversaw hundreds of laborers working in Litu, Hadali, Hunar, and Shiraz. She often traveled from place to place, received vast quantities of supplies, and carefully documented her expenditures with her own seal, which has survived to us. The royal women described in these records appear as decisive and energetic personalities. They organized banquets and joined royal festivities, supervised their estates, issued orders, and traveled widely across the empire. Greek authors later described them accompanying kings on military campaigns. Yet, this active role stood in stark contrast to the Greek ideal of the virtuous woman, who was expected to remain secluded and beyond the gaze of strangers. To Greek observers, Persian women seemed both alluring and threatening, and so they were often imagined as hidden away behind palace walls. In reality, the tablets show that they exercised influence and authority in public and economic life. Over time, however, the Greek view of secluded and scheming Persian women helped fuel the enduring stereotype of decadence within the Persian court, an image that shaped later Western ideas about palace life in the Near East. The notion of Persian decadence, supposedly amplified by the influence of women, became deeply rooted in European thought. German scholarship in particular reinforced this perspective. A Greek history textbook published in 1977, for example, described Persian culture as stagnant and declining, in contrast to the supposed vitality of Greece, which was portrayed as continually renewing the empire with its artists, physicians, and scholars, while receiving little of real value in return. Such judgments grew out of both ancient testimony and 19th-century German views of antiquity. With the Romantic revival of Greek culture, many intellectuals claimed a special kinship between Greeks and Germans, seeing parallels in spirit and character. From this perspective, the Greeks represented freedom and individual creativity, while Persians were depicted as bound by despotism and religious hierarchy. Even when the shared linguistic and cultural heritage of Iranians and Germans was recognized, the admiration remained focused on Greek art, politics, and culture, rather than on Persia. By the late 19th and early 20th centuries, German historians largely agreed that Persian power, morality, and productivity had collapsed by the 4th century BC. Explanations varied, but many turned to classical writers such as Plato, Xenophon, and Isocrates for authority. Under National Socialism, however, a new racial explanation was added. The decline of Persia was attributed to the corrupting influence of the Semitic Orient on the Aryan Persians. It was argued that intermarriage, climate, reliance on professional armies, migration to great cities like Susa, Babylon, and Ecbatana, and the spread of money-based economies had eroded the strength of the aristocracy, undermining the ancient principles of blood and land. After the Second World War, scholarship generally returned to the older theme of a contrast between Persian despotism and Greek freedom, with Persia seen as declining politically, culturally, and militarily after the reign of Xerxes. Only in recent decades has this Hellenocentric view been replaced by a more balanced understanding that takes into account both the strengths and the weaknesses of Persian rule, as well as the complex interactions between Greeks and Persians. The fortification tablets also provide a vivid picture of the wider society of Achaemenid Persis. They do not only record the activities of the elite, but also document thousands of workers who received rations. Allowances seem to have depended more on skill and type of work than on gender. Among female staff, a group known as the Arapara stands out, as they received large allocations of grain, wine, and meat. They were long thought to oversee royal workshops, supervising groups of women employed as dressmakers and even male workers. More recent study suggests that they were better understood as female managers in charge of particular groups of laborers associated with members of the royal household. Another group, called the Haranup, also consisted mostly of women and received special rations, though unlike the Papap, they were not tied to the royal family. Both groups, however, demonstrate the important roles women held within the economic system of the empire. In one record, 6.5 merip of beer, collected by Thripata, were handed over to Arzabara and his associates. These rations were distributed among 7 women who had just given birth. 6 of them, each having delivered a son, received 1 merip, while 1 woman who bore a daughter was given half a merip. The entry is dated to the 23rd year and located at Durtaka, under the authority of the workers of Artabama. Another record tells of 13 measures of wheat and barley, likewise procured by Thripata and received by Arzabara and his colleagues, which were distributed to the same group of women. Here again, 6 mothers of sons were granted 2 measures each, while the mother of a daughter received 1. Both records show that mothers of sons were privileged over mothers of daughters. This custom likely extended beyond workers to the free population of Persis as well. Ancient writers confirm such practices. Herodotus noted that, after courage in battle, the greatest sign of manhood was to father many boys, and those with the largest number of sons were honored with an annual royal gift. Darius himself expressed a wish for his loyal subjects to be blessed with many children, long life, and prosperity, linking the strength of the empire directly to its population. The Persian king's power rested on the loyalty of his people, demonstrated through taxation and military service. These obligations also served the king's larger aim of securing peace and stability, both within the empire and along its borders. Accounts from classical authors and depictions in art, such as reliefs from Persepolis and Susa, or later works like the Alexander sarcophagus from Sidon and the mosaic of Alexander at Pompeii, provide us with vivid images of the Achaemenid army. Under Cyrus the Great, this force was essentially a militia, with each man responsible for his own arms and armor, something only the well-off could afford. The Old Persian word for levi, kara, originally referred to the people as a whole, but gradually came to mean specifically the aristocracy. Even as the empire grew, this Persian aristocratic levy formed the backbone of the royal army. Over time, however, it evolved into a standing force, known by the Median term spada, which included Persians, Medes, and Eastern Iranian tribes. In addition to the central units, other subject peoples could be called upon to provide troops in times of need. Border guards, garrisons, and pioneer detachments added further strength. The army was diverse, with charioteers, cavalry on horses and camels, as well as infantry and cavalry units armed with spears or bows. Darius the Third himself declared in his epitaph that he excelled as a horseman, bowman, and spearman, both on foot and mounted, presenting himself as a model for his troops. A detailed description survives from the Battle of Cunaxa in 401 BC, when Artaxerxes II faced his brother Cyrus the Younger. As the armies approached, First, a cloud of dust appeared on the horizon, followed by the glint of bronze weapons. The Persian army stretched across the plain, with cavalry on the left under Tissaphernes, troops with wicker shields, Egyptian hoplites bearing tall wooden shields, and further ranks of cavalry and archers. Each contingent was drawn up in tribal formations, while scythed chariots stood apart at intervals. From early on, the Persians also recruited Greek mercenaries. Xenophon observed that they were given food, lodging, and by 401 BC, monthly pay of 1 gold daric. By the later Achaemenid period, such mercenaries were deeply embedded within the army, their leaders often marrying into Persian nobility or becoming royal companions and benefactors. The practice was not a sign of weakness, as some Greek critics claimed, but rather a reflection of both the effectiveness of Greek hoplites and the Persian king's preference for preserving their own peasantry for farming rather than war. These mercenaries were mainly employed in coastal regions of Asia Minor, areas already heavily influenced by Greek culture and rarely penetrated deep into the interior. Greek writers such as Socrates turned the hiring of mercenaries into propaganda, arguing that it revealed Persian decline. His aim, however, was to portray the empire as weak in order to encourage Athens, Sparta, and later Philip of Macedon to unite in war against the so-called barbarians. This idea of a pan-Hellenic crusade against Persia deliberately downplayed the king's real strength and the proven loyalty and valor of his troops. In practice, the Achaemenid army remained a formidable force, capable of reconquering territories like Egypt and suppressing revolts that outsiders wrongly imagined to threaten the empire's stability. Far from showing decline, the use of mercenaries reflected both practical strategy and the vast resources available to the great king. Some ancient accounts downplay Persian military strength, while others inflate it to astonishing levels. Xerxes was said to command more than 2.5 million soldiers. Artaxerxes at Cunaxa supposedly had 900,000, and Darius III was claimed to have led over 1 million men at Gaugamela. Such exaggerated figures served to magnify the brilliance of Greek victories and to emphasize Alexander's achievements, while also casting the boldness of the Greek mercenaries of 401 BC in a new light. The Persian army was organized on a decimal basis, with units of tens, hundreds, and thousands, each led by officers of corresponding rank. A force of 1,000 men was under the command of a Hazarapatip, known to the Greeks as a chiliarch. Higher-ranking officers and generals were drawn from the Persian and Median nobility, often members of the royal family itself. They fought at the head of their troops, and many died in battle. Among the elite forces, the most famous were the 10,000 known as the Immortals. In addition to these, the king was protected by chosen bodyguards. When Xerxes set out from Sardis for his campaign in Greece, he was preceded by spearmen of noble birth, followed by 1,000 hand-picked cavalry, and then 10,000 native infantry selected for their quality. Of these, 1,000 carried spears tipped with golden ornaments, marching at the front and rear of the remaining 9,000, whose spears bore silver fittings. The elite guards directly behind Xerxes also carried weapons decorated with golden apples. This corps was always kept at exactly 10,000 in strength, as every death or illness was immediately replaced, which gave rise to their legendary name. The 1,000 guards with golden apples on their spears formed the king's personal bodyguard, commanded by a Hazarapatip, who held the highest military authority and was one of the king's closest confidants. This officer controlled access to the monarch, but his role was purely military, not administrative. Elite units under such leaders had included Darius during the reign of Cambyses, and Herodotus records that the royal guard perished to the last man at the Battle of Plataea. Many modern scholars believe the name Immortals resulted from a Greek misunderstanding of their true Persian designation, which may have meant attendants. Reliefs from Susa and Persepolis likely depict these soldiers, shown in long robes with cords tied around their heads, holding their lances upright and carrying bows and quivers. Persian soldiers generally served between the ages of 20 and 50, fighting both on foot and on horseback. They carried wicker shields, quivers, swords, and knives, and wore high caps and iron-scale armor. Commanders dressed in layered trousers and double tunics with sleeves and cloaks of rich colors in summer or winter. Their turbans resembled those of the Magi, and they wore heavy double-soled shoes. Common soldiers usually wore a shorter tunic with a headcloth, armed with bows and slings. Reliefs and literary sources confirm these details. Infantry carried short swords called akinakis, spears with wooden shafts and metal points, bows often shaped with animal-headed tips, and large or small wicker shields. Helmets were rare, as felt hoods were the norm, but armor covering the chest and shoulders was also in use. The elite sometimes wore long Persian robes, while others adopted the Median style with trousers and cloaks. The cavalry was described as heavily armed. Cyrus the Younger, for instance, rode into battle in armor with a personal guard of 600 horsemen, all equipped with helmets, breastplates, and thigh guards. Their horses were protected by armor over the forehead and chest, and the riders carried sabers as well as spears. Legal texts confirm that Persian cavalrymen were expected to provide their own war horse, armor, helmet, shield, arrows, and weapons. But in return, they were granted land by the king, resembling a feudal arrangement. Other specialized units included camel riders, scythed chariots, and even elephants, which were used in exceptional circumstances such as at Gaugamela. Banners and standards were carried in battle, the royal one bearing an eagle with spread wings above a shield. Persian garrisons were stationed across the empire in both cities and rural regions, maintained by satraps using local resources. Their commanders were men close to the king, tasked with defending the provinces and providing rapid reinforcements when needed. During the reign of Darius and his successors, the empire also maintained a permanent naval fleet, largely based in Cilicia. Persian tactics are relatively well documented. Armies carried baggage trains and relied on supplies stored along the royal roads. Campaigns began in spring, battles were fought in daylight, and rivers were crossed using bridges, rafts, or inflated skins. Engagements typically opened with volleys of arrows and sling stones, intended to weaken the enemy before cavalry and heavy troops struck from the flanks. Against the Greek hoplites, however, these tactics often failed, as the Greek armor, shields, and close combat discipline proved superior. Persian armies also relied heavily on the decisions of their supreme commander, making the targeting of leaders decisive. Thus, the death of Cyrus the Younger at Cunaxa and the flight of Darius III at Issus and Gaugamela determined the outcome of battles that might otherwise have remained undecided. Few topics have caused as much debate among historians as the religious beliefs of the Achaemenid rulers and their subjects. To address this question, it is necessary to set aside the issue of royal religious policy, which has already been widely discussed, and to avoid suggesting that the matter can be resolved once and for all. The central question that often emerges is whether the Achaemenids were followers of Zarathustra, known to the Greeks as Zoroaster, and whether they practiced his teachings in their original form or in later adaptations. Much less attention, however, has been given to how these kings viewed the role of worship itself and the political value they attached to religion. To explore the problem, it is useful to ask some fundamental questions. Who was Zarathustra? When and where did he live? What purpose did his hymns serve, and to whom were they addressed? What form of Zoroastrianism, if any, existed during the Achaemenid era? None of these questions have clear answers. The date and the homeland of Zarathustra remain as uncertain as the true meaning of his message or its relationship to the texts that emerged centuries later. The primary source for Zarathustra's ideas and the beliefs of his followers is the Avesta, regarded as the holy scripture of Zoroastrianism. Alongside these texts, composed in the Avestan language, there exist Middle Persian translations and commentaries known as Zond. Scholars study these works both for their linguistic value, as examples of Old Iranian closely related to Old Persian, and for the insight they provide into the spiritual world of Zarathustra. The Avesta, as we have it, was not the work of a single moment, but a compilation that developed across centuries, preserved and systematized through the cooperation of priests and rulers, especially under the Sasanians. Despite later efforts by Zoroastrian communities in Iran and India, only fragments of the original corpus survive, and the earliest manuscript we possess dates to the late 13th century. According to Middle Persian traditions, the Avesta once consisted of 21 books created by Ahura Mazda and given to King Vishtaspa through Zarathustra. Over time, these writings were dispersed, partially destroyed, or recompiled by later monarchs, including Parthian and Sasanian kings. Modern scholarship has shown that the oldest sections, such as the Gathas and certain prayers, predate the rest by several centuries and were originally transmitted orally with great care by priestly schools. This makes the theory that the Avesta was written down in the Achaemenid period unlikely, even if the tradition may have suffered interruptions before eventually being written and canonized in Sasanian times. A new alphabet was devised for this purpose, combining features of Middle Persian and influences from Greek writing. After the Islamic conquest, the tradition weakened, the priesthood was scattered, and the transmission of the texts deteriorated. All surviving manuscripts trace back to a 9th or 10th century prototype. The Avesta became known in Europe only in the 18th century, when it was brought to light by the French scholar Anquetil Duperron. Today, Zoroastrians still use it as a holy text, though it is not a single unified work, but a series of distinct writings shaped for liturgical practice. Among its sections are the Yasna, which includes the ancient Gathas, and the Yasna Haptangheti, the Visprad, with supplementary prayers for seasonal festivals, the Corda Avesta, a shorter version used by laypeople, the Sirosa, naming the divinities of the 30 days of the month, the Yashts, hymns to major deities that preserve much early tradition, the Videvdad, a collection of laws and rituals dealing with purity, expiation, and even a story of Zarathustra's temptation, and various smaller fragments. The original homeland and date of these writings are still disputed. The dialect of Persis is generally ruled out, leading some to place their origins in the northeast, in regions such as Bactria, Margiana, or Sistan, while others favor the northwest. Many scholars now agree that the Gathas may date to around 1000 BC, which would also suggest the lifetime of Zarathustra, while the younger parts of the Avesta are thought to have been composed several centuries later, possibly during the Achaemenid period. Yet, beyond these general views, there is little consensus. The meaning of the Gathas, the circumstances in which they were composed, and the true role of Zarathustra remain open to interpretation. Some argue that the tradition split into two currents, one in the west, dominated by Magian priests in Media, and another in the east, centered in Arachosia, from where it may have spread to Persis under Darius I. Others claim that the Medes and Persians brought a form of the faith westward at the beginning of the first millennium BC, already distinct from Zarathustra's original message, and that it was reshaped under Magian influence and adapted to the needs of the empire. Another theory suggests that Eastern Iranian traditions entered the West in the last decades of Median rule through both missionaries and dynastic ties, so that the Achaemenids were Zoroastrians from the very outset. The problem of how closely the Achaemenid kings followed Zarathustra's teachings remains unresolved. Some scholars believe that every ruler adhered to his doctrine, others that only Darius and his successors did so, while still others argue that the usurper Gaumata was the true champion of the creed. What is clear is that royal promotion of Zoroastrianism often served political ends as much as religious conviction, reflecting the complex interplay between faith and power in the ancient Persian Empire. To determine whether the religion of the Achaemenids was linked to Zoroastrianism, it is necessary to outline some key elements of Zoroastrian belief and how they changed over time. The Gathas, the hymns attributed to Zarathustra, describe a system centered on a single god, Ahura Mazda, the wise Lord. Alongside him stood other Ahuras, personifications of concepts who served as his assistants, sometimes portrayed as his sons or daughters. Among them, Asha, representing truth, had a particularly important role. In the later Avesta, however, Ahura Mazda appears as the supreme figure accompanied by 6 entities known as the Amesha Spentus, often explained as allegories or archangels. Unlike in the earlier hymns, this group had become well-defined and was even integrated into the calendar, each one linked to a day of the first week of every month. The language of the Gathas shows close similarities with the Rig Veda of India, a detail often used to date them to the end of the 2nd millennium BC. The comparison is not only linguistic, but also religious. In the Rig Veda, the Asuras gradually decline in status and are cast as demons in opposition to the beneficent Devas. In the Iranian tradition, the reverse occurred. The Ahuras retained their divine position, while the Devas were reduced to demons and expelled from the pantheon. Zarathustra also seems to have opposed certain older practices, such as the sacrifice of animals or the ritual use of the intoxicating drink hyoma in its strongest form. In the younger Avesta, composed a few centuries later, Zarathustra's message had been reshaped. Although the Devas remained cursed, parts of the older Indo-Iranian pantheon reappeared as positive figures. Mithra, the god of contracts, and Vayu retained their ancient names, while others like Varithragna and Anahita were identified by attributes that had originally described them. It is uncertain when or why this change took place. The Avesta at this stage presents a clearly polytheistic picture dominated by Ahura Mazda, but the earliest form of Mazdaism is harder to classify. As one modern scholar has described it, Ahura Mazda stood among beings who were not yet fully gods and others who had ceased to be gods, producing a religion that could be seen either as unstable monotheism or unstable polytheism. Ethics and eschatology also form a central part of this tradition. The Vidavdad, a later Avestan work with possible Achaemenid roots, presents the faith in explicitly dualistic terms. Ahura Mazda embodies good and light, while Angra Mainyu represents evil and darkness. Both are said to have created the world, and each rules his own sphere within it. From the very beginning, they struggle for supremacy, and humanity is called to choose sides in a cosmic conflict that will ultimately end with the victory of good. Classical writers also noticed this dualism. Plutarch explained that most wise men believed in two opposed powers, one creating good and the other evil. He identified them with Oromazos, comparable to light, and Arimaneus, linked to darkness and ignorance, placing Mithras between the two. According to his account, Oromazes created beneficent gods, while Arimaneus produced opposing figures to challenge them. The struggle filled the world with both good and evil. But one day, Arimaneus would be destroyed, and humankind would live in harmony under a single order and a single tongue. The Gathas already emphasize the importance of moral choice, and scholars debate whether the doctrine of a good and evil spirit below Ahura Mazda preceded the later formulation of Mazda and Angra Mainyu as direct rivals. This brings us back to the question of whether the Achaemenid kings followed something recognizably Zoroastrian. If any link existed, it must have been with the later Avesta rather than the earliest hymns. Several points remain uncertain. Darius frequently names Ahura Mazda as the greatest of gods, but also refers to him together with the other gods. This language suggests that his faith was not monotheistic. Was his devotion to Ahura Mazda simply an extension of older Iranian traditions, or was it connected to Zoroastrian teaching? When he spoke of the Bhaga and the Avesta referred to divine beings as Yazatas, do these words mean the same or reflect a distinction? Should the Persian value of speaking the truth, noted by Herodotus, be connected with the Avesta's contrast between truth and falsehood? And when Xerxes described his battle against the Daiva, was this the same rejection of devas found in Zoroastrianism? Even burial customs raise questions. The royal tombs of Cyrus and his successors appear to go against the later Zoroastrian injunction to expose corpses, but they may represent an earlier stage of the religion, or perhaps kings were exceptions to the rule. It is clear that the Achaemenid king's faith cannot easily be defined. What can be said is that Darius, by choosing Ahura Mazda, appealed both to a familiar deity and to a powerful source of legitimacy. Whether this devotion was sincerely felt or mainly political cannot be known. For the subjects of the empire, truth and falsehood carried profound moral meaning. For the king, however, falsehood simply meant rebellion against his divinely sanctioned rule, while truth was whatever upheld the authority granted to him by Ahura Mazda. When we turn to religious life in Persis, the Persepolis tablets provide valuable insight. They show that the Achaemenid kings, as seen with Cyrus and Xerxes, permitted their subjects to worship a wide variety of gods and even gave support to these practices. Within certain regions, Iranian deities such as Visai-Bhaga, Durva, possibly identified with Zurvan, Varira, Naryasanga, Ardanafravartish, Spantaragardia, Mijdushish, and Bartakamya were honored. Natural features like mountains and rivers also received offerings. In Elamites, however, the cults were focused almost entirely on Elamite gods, like Humban and Naparisha, along with the Babylonian storm god Adad. Evidence for the worship of Ahura Mazda in these records is relatively limited, appearing only 10 times. Yet the sacrifice known as Lan seems to have been his official offering. This ritual was distinctive because it was funded directly from the royal rations, and unlike other sacrifices, it was widespread and consistently provided for. A special group of priests, known as the Atarvakspa, was appointed exclusively to perform this sacrifice. The Magi, too, were partly authorized to conduct it, though they are also recorded as serving in the cults of other Iranian deities. Another priestly class, referred to with the Elamite title Patin, mainly served in the worship of foreign gods, but could also officiate for Iranian divinities when required. The Magi are especially noteworthy, as accounts portray them not only as religious figures, but also as educators, administrators, and interpreters of tradition. They played important roles in royal ceremonies, including investitures and burials, and were also consulted in matters such as dream interpretation. Their precise religious stance, however, is difficult to define. It remains uncertain whether they were responsible for introducing Zoroastrianism into Persis, whether only a portion of them adopted it, or whether it was Darius who officially placed them in charge of Zoroastrian ritual. These questions remain open to debate. The reign of the Achaemenid dynasty ended when Alexander of Macedon seized the royal capitals and, following the death of King Darius, crushed the remaining resistance in eastern Iran with uncompromising force. To the Greeks, he portrayed his invasion as a campaign of vengeance for Xerxes' expedition against Greece, but his real ambition was far greater: the conquest of the Persian Empire and the establishment of his own authority over the vast lands stretching between Greece and India. Many of his contemporaries struggled to understand why he sought legitimacy among the Iranians themselves, presenting himself as the avenger of the murdered Darius, adopting Persian dress and court rituals, organizing native military units, marrying into the royal family, and elevating Persian nobles to positions of trust in both his household and provincial governments. It has become clear that this policy of aligning himself with Achaemenid traditions did not begin after Darius's death, as once believed, but rather from the moment Alexander entered the empire. The preserved Greek accounts reveal that he fully understood the conditions that had defined Achaemenid kingship, and deliberately fulfilled them for himself. In Asia Minor, he appeared as a guarantor of order and stability, and after the Battle of Issus, he even described himself as a rightful claimant to the Achaemenid throne. He challenged Darius to prove his sovereignty in battle, took charge of the royal household and its soldiers, accused his rival of having seized power unlawfully, and attributed his own victories to the will of the gods who protected both the empire and the Achaemenid dynasty. Persian kingship had long attracted ambitious rulers like Alexander and even his father Philip. It combined the sanctity of a dynasty chosen by the gods with universal claims to authority, a unique bond between ruler and subjects, and supremacy over the nobility. Alexander's time in Persis demonstrated his determination not to break with this heritage, but to continue it. By honoring Persian traditions and acknowledging the greatness of the empire, he sought to win the loyalty of both the aristocracy and the wider population. His deliberate presence in Persis, at the very heart of the empire that Darius had abandoned, symbolized this policy. He paid homage to Cyrus the Great, whose model he openly followed, yet at the same time he ordered parts of Persepolis to be burned, erasing the memory of Xerxes, while also ensuring that no rival could claim the immense treasures stored there. To the Greeks, the fire represented the triumphant conclusion of their revenge campaign. But to the Persians, it signaled that survival depended on compromise with the conqueror, an outcome that suited Alexander's aims perfectly. The murder of Darius by Bessus further strengthened Alexander's position in Iran. By showing respect to his fallen opponent and presenting himself as his rightful successor, he claimed to avenge Darius and thus inherit his throne. When Bessus proclaimed himself king under the name Artaxerxes, Alexander upheld Persian court protocol by condemning him as an usurper and executing him according to local custom. Yet this adoption of Persian traditions disturbed many of his Macedonian companions, and unrest in eastern Iran, an old Achaemenid stronghold, persisted. Even in Persis, he eventually faced resistance after the hardships of the campaigns at the Hyphasis and in Gedrosia. His victories there were achieved only through merciless violence, which later earned him a dark reputation in Iranian Zoroastrian memory. Over time, however, tensions eased. His marriage to the Bactrian princess Roxane, the grand ceremonies at Susa, the celebrations at Opis, and his later condemnation of the burning of Persepolis all helped restore stability. Above all, the policies of his satrap Pusestas in Persis were decisive. By wearing Median attire, learning the Persian language, adopting local customs, and working closely with the regional nobility, Pusestas won the trust of the people and ensured a measure of cooperation that greatly strengthened Alexander's rule in the Iranian heartland. Although Persis remained relatively calm after Alexander's death, largely due to the policies of Pusestas, unrest broke out elsewhere in the empire even before or soon after the king's passing. In Bactria, the local population supported Greek settlers in their rebellion, apparently motivated by a desire to end Macedonian rule. In India, Chandragupta Maurya expelled the Macedonian vassal in the Punjab, while in Media Atropatene, the former satrap Atropates established his own kingdom and dynasty around 323 BC. A few years later, in 316/317 BC, the governors of the eastern provinces, known as the Upper Satrapies, which included Persis, Carmania, Aria, Arachosia, Bactria, Sogdia, and Paropamisade, threw their support behind Eumenes in his struggle against Antigonus. Their backing, however, was driven less by loyalty to Eumenes or the royal heirs than by their desire to safeguard their own power and positions during the turbulent years that followed Alexander's death. On the eve of Eumenes's decisive clash with Antigonus, Pusestas hosted an elaborate sacrificial feast at Persepolis. Ancient accounts describe how he gathered vast numbers of animals and supplies from across Persia, organizing the event according to Persian customs. The feast was arranged in 4 concentric circles of participants. The outermost ring held the famous Macedonian silver shields and Alexander's veteran companions. The second circle included cavalry, generals, and officers. The third ring was reserved for leading commanders and honored Persians. And at the very center stood altars dedicated to the gods, as well as to Alexander and Philip. Such a spectacle, deeply rooted in Persian tradition, highlighted Pusestas's close alliance with the local aristocracy and the active involvement of native elites. The gods honored may have included Persian deities, though by this time Greek and Iranian divinities were often identified with one another. Archaeological finds in Persepolis, including inscribed dedicatory altar plates to Zeus, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, and Helios, may reflect such shared rituals. Despite this, Pusestas's shifting loyalties during the conflict, switching sides to Antigonus, did not spare him from dismissal, even though Persian nobles protested on his behalf. After these struggles, Seleucus gained control of nearly all of Iran between 312 and 301 BC, ruling from his base in Babylon. His attempt to expand into India ended in defeat against Chandragupta, forcing him to cede territories including Gandhara, the Upper Indus, Paropamisade, and eastern Arachosia in exchange for an alliance and a supply of war elephants. Meanwhile, Media Atropatene remained independent, as did Choresmia, which had secured its autonomy during the late Achaemenid era and retained it under both Alexander and the Seleucids. Of particular importance to Seleucid rule were Bactria and Sogdia, regions long threatened by nomadic incursions. To defend them, the Seleucids established fortified settlements and military colonies. Early Seleucid foundations in Iran included Raga near modern Tehran, Hecatopolis at Shar-i-Kumis, Antiochia in Persis, Antiochia in Margiana near Merv, another Antiochia in Scythia, Sotira in Arria, and most notably Ai-Khanum on the Oxus, the best-studied archaeological site from this period. For many years, scholars interpreted Seleucid policy in the East as a sharp break from Persian traditions, an outright Macedonization of the region. Recent research, however, has overturned this view. The Seleucids largely continued Alexander's strategies, forming dynastic marriages with local elites, employing Iranians in military, administrative, and court roles, and adopting Persian and Mesopotamian models for royal residences, infrastructure, and kingship ideology. They also retained elements of Persian court art and ceremony. The once popular idea that cultural diversity and the balance between center and periphery weakened the empire from the start has been re-examined. It is now understood that the Seleucids maintained effective control over much of Iran until the mid-2nd century BC, when simultaneous pressures from Parthia in the east and Rome in the west eroded their authority. Only then did Iranian aristocracies begin to pursue their own independent ambitions. The relationship between Greeks and native populations was also more complex than earlier historians believed. Communities of diverse ethnic and cultural origins had already coexisted since the Achaemenid period, and Seleucid rule built on these interactions rather than replacing them. This calls into question older notions of Hellenism and Hellenization, which require redefinition in light of the evidence. Archaeology shows that Seleucid rule in Media included the establishment of Greek-style cities and dynastic cults, such as the inscription from Laodicea/Nihavand, dated to 193 BC, that records honors to Antiochus III and his queen, Laodice. Seleucid garrisons were stationed in strategic locations, including the caves of Karaftu in Kurdistan, while Ecbatana continued to serve as both a palace and a mint. In Persis itself, native opposition to Seleucid authority seems to have been minimal and short-lived. By the late 3rd or early 2nd century BC, local dynasts known as Frateraka governed the region on behalf of the Seleucids. Their coinage and ceremonial practices emphasized continuity with Achaemenid traditions, but they did not claim the status of great kings. Only after Seleucid power fractured under external pressure did these rulers distance themselves, though they later realigned with the Seleucids when confronted by the rising strength of Parthia. Like their predecessors, the Parthians were willing to allow local Persian rulers a degree of autonomy, since these dynasts had no aspirations to rule beyond their immediate region. Later, Sasanian tradition grouped these rulers with the lesser kings, and by that time any living memory of the Achaemenids had already faded. Although the Frateraka portrayed themselves as devout Zoroastrians, they were not leaders of a religious nationalist movement nor priestly monarchs. Their role was primarily political, administrative, and military, while the Magi likely continued the same functions they had held under the Achaemenids. Zoroastrian clergy retained negative memories of the Greeks, especially Alexander. But during the Seleucid period, these sentiments had no real political weight. The long stretch of stable Seleucid rule in Persis demonstrates that the region was not a bastion of resistance to Greek influence. Instead, it shows that foreign rulers adapted themselves to Persian traditions. How far Persis was truly Hellenized remains uncertain. Archaeological evidence suggests only a limited Greek presence, but the example of Antiochia in Persis warns against dismissing the possibility of deeper cultural exchanges in the absence of written records. Under Seleucid rule, Median and Persian troops remained an essential part of the military forces, as demonstrated by the revolt of Mullan. Media's position as a key crossroads between Mesopotamia and northeastern Iran, and Persis's role as a vital link between southeastern Iran, Susiana, and the Persian Gulf, make it clear that these regions were not neglected by the Seleucids. In Susiana, and especially in Susa, the Seleucid presence is strongly attested by both inscriptions and archaeology. In Seleucia on the Euleus, Susa, which housed a royal residence, a garrison, fiscal administrators, and even a gymnasium, inscriptions reveal the existence of a ruler cult. The Greek language, script, and institutions continued to thrive in Susa well into the Parthian era. In contrast, although Aria and Drangiana, modern Sistan, were firmly under Seleucid control, archaeological traces of Greek life there remain limited. Hyrcania, too, stayed in Seleucid hands until the time of Antiochus III, when it was seized by the Parthians. Margiana, in present-day Turkmenistan, seems to have slipped away earlier. Excavations at Gyar Kale have identified it with Antiochia in Margiana, founded by Antiochus I on the foundations of an older Achaemenid citadel, and laid out in a planned circular form with two main streets crossing at right angles. Parthia, which would later give its name to the successors of the Seleucids in Iran, first established its centers of power in the northern part of the province near modern Ashgabat. Only in the 2nd century BC did the Seleucids gradually lose the regions south of the Kopet Dagh, Binalud, and Elburz mountains. In the east, Seleucus I had ceded the Indus Valley, Gedrosia, Gandhara, the Swat Valley, and eastern Arachosia to Chandragupta through treaty, but western Arachosia, with its old Achaemenid capital at Kandahar, remained under Seleucid rule for some time before being absorbed into the Mauryan Empire under Bindusara or Ashoka. The inscriptions of Ashoka, the famous Mauryan emperor and contemporary of Antiochus II, confirm the presence of Greeks and Iranians in his dominion. These inscriptions, written in Greek, Aramaic, and Indian languages, not only demonstrate the reach of his rule, but also show his attempt to influence foreign populations with Buddhist ideals of social duty and piety. At the same time, Achaemenid traditions left a deep imprint on the political and cultural structures of the Mauryan state. Towards the close of the 2nd century BC, Arachosia and Drangiana were overrun by Sakha tribes, who gave their name to the latter, transforming it into what later became known as Sistan. The complex history of these southeastern regions, marked by Parthian, Sakha, Greek, Indian, and Kushan interactions, remains one of the most debated subjects among scholars. Bactria, celebrated since the time of Alexander for its fertility, has come into sharper focus through archaeological, numismatic, and inscriptional discoveries. Together with Sogdia, it had formed a single satrapy under both the Achaemenids and the Seleucids. The Seer Daria, Jaxartes, marked the edge of the steppe world of Central Asia and Siberia, with Alexandria Aeshate, later Antiochia, at Cogent, serving as a frontier stronghold. Beyond it stretched a broad zone of interaction between nomads of the steppes and settled communities in the oases. Among the most remarkable Hellenistic sites is Ai-Khanum on the Oxus, a settlement that provides exceptional insight into Greek life in eastern Iran. Established in the late 4th century, it flourished under the Greco-Bactrian kings before succumbing to nomadic invasions in the 2nd century before Christ. Its remains include a theater, temples, a gymnasium, a palace, fortified walls, administrative complexes, and grand private houses. The city reflects a blend of Greek, Bactrian, Achaemenid, and Mesopotamian influences. The Greek presence is confirmed not only through personal names and dedications to Greek gods, but also through inscriptions, including one found in 1966 on the base of a statue in the Harun, believed to be the burial site of Cneius, the city's founder. On one side of the discovery was an epigram, noting that a man named Clearchus had set up a copy of the Delphic maxims of the 7 sages, while on the other were the final 5 sayings from a set of 12. The first 7 must once have been inscribed on a stele that has since disappeared. The epigram itself declares, "These wise words of the renowned men of old were first displayed at Holy Pytho in Delphi. Clearchus, having carefully copied them, placed them here in the sanctuary of Cneius. The 5 surviving maxims advise, as a child, be obedient. As a youth, be disciplined. As a grown man, act justly. In old age, give wise counsel. In death, cause no sorrow." This Clearchus is recognized as a peripatetic philosopher from Soli in Cyprus, who appears to have traveled east around 300 BC. During this journey, he visited Greek communities living in the eastern Iranian regions, including Ai-Khanum. The fact that he recorded and shared the Delphic sayings there suggests that he found a receptive audience for Greek philosophy. Additional traces of Greek learning were uncovered in impressions of papyrus and parchment, which, though now lost, are thought to have contained parts of a dialogue on Plato's theory of knowledge and fragments of iambic verse. Other pieces of evidence for Greek education in the region include a fragmentary funerary epigram from Giga Tepe in the Balkh Oasis, an inscription to the river god Oxus left by a Bactrian on a bronze Silenus statuette at Takhti Sangan, and a metrical dedication found at Kandahar. Likewise, the Greek inscriptions of Ashoka demonstrate both the presence of Greek settlers in Arachosia and the familiarity of the ruler, or those rendering his edicts, with Platonic and Aristotelian ideas. Sogdia also reveals clear signs of Greek influence, as shown by archaeological work at Maracanda, modern Samarkand, where the remains of a Greek colony have been uncovered. After Antiochus III's eastern campaign, Bactria permanently broke away from Seleucid control, forming what became known as the Greco-Bactrian Kingdom. This realm, stretching south to the Hindu Kush and east to the Badakhshan Mountains, later absorbed Sogdia as well. Its southern expansion eventually produced independent Indo-Greek states, which endured for several decades after the fall of Bactria around 130 BC. Hellenistic traditions lived on in Gandhara, where Buddhist art absorbed Greek elements. By the late 2nd century BC, the Yuezhi settled north of the Hindu Kush, and from them emerged the Kushan dynasty, which went on to dominate a vast empire spanning Central Asia and India. Under Kushan rule, northeastern Iran once more prospered. Agriculture intensified, cities expanded, trade in silk flourished, and Buddhist monks established themselves in the region. Greek influence did not vanish, however. The Bactrian language came to be written with a modified Greek script, and the coinage of the early Kushans still displayed Greek legends and depictions of Greek deities. The rulers of Iran, known as the Arsacids after Arsaces, the founder of their dynasty, or as Parthians after their first stronghold in Parthia, governed from at least 140 BC over a vast and diverse empire. Although their realm was not as extensive as that of the Achaemenids or the early Seleucids, it encompassed much of Iran and almost always Mesopotamia. Their authority stretched into Armenia and at times also into Syria and Asia Minor, which inevitably brought them into conflict with Rome. Despite these struggles, they generally held their ground against Western powers, as well as against nomadic incursions from the Saka in the northeast. After shaping Iranian history for nearly twice the length of the Achaemenid Empire, their rule came to an abrupt end in the early 3rd century AD, when Ardashir, an ambitious prince from Persis, challenged and defeated the last Parthian king, Artabanus. Like the earlier empire of Darius I, the Arsacid realm was home to a variety of languages. In Iran, Middle Persian, Parthian, Sogdian, Chorezmian, and Bactrian were spoken, while in the West one encountered Armenian, different Caucasian tongues, and Babylonian. Aramaic remained widely used across Mesopotamia and other regions, and in Hellenistic cities such as Susa and Seleucia on the Tigris, Greek continued to flourish. The first 5 of these languages belong to what is called the Middle Iranian period, defined as the stage of Iranian languages written and recorded after the Achaemenids, but before the rise of Islam. 4 of them, Middle Persian, Parthian, Sogdian, and Chorezmian, were written in scripts adapted from Aramaic, whereas Bactrian was recorded using a local form of the Greek alphabet. Aramaic scribes still acted as translators and editors, but over time, native speakers who had mastered Aramaic began using it alongside their mother tongues. This led to the development of new writing practices. Iranian texts at first were expressed almost entirely in Aramaic, but gradually Iranian words replaced many of them, leaving Aramaic as a set of conventional symbols, known as heterograms. For each Middle Iranian language, several regional varieties also existed. Parthian and Middle Persian are considered 2 Western Iranian dialects that eventually became literary languages. Parthian, originally the tongue of the old satrapy of Parthia, was adopted by the Arsacids as their court and administrative language. However, only a small number of texts in Parthian survive from their period. Since poetry and religious tradition were passed down orally, coins often bore Greek inscriptions, and the Parthian script relied heavily on Aramaic words. More substantial evidence comes from later centuries, in particular from Parthian versions of Sasanian royal inscriptions, and from the writings of the Manichaean community between the 3rd and 6th centuries in Parthia, the Middle East, and Central Asia. Middle Persian, which developed from Old Persian, was spoken from the 3rd century BC until the 8th or 9th century AD, and eventually gave rise to New Persian. Before the rise of the Sasanians, it was only a local dialect of Persis in southwestern Iran. But once they established power, it became the official and common language of their empire. From the Arsacid period itself, Middle Persian is preserved only in short coin inscriptions from the 2nd century BC. Most other surviving texts date from Sasanian times or later. Among the Eastern Iranian languages, Sogdian is especially notable, spread by the merchants of Samarkand along the Silk Road. Most of its surviving texts are from the Sasanian or post-Sasanian period, though a few coin legends survive from the 2nd century AD. In Chorezmia, located along the lower Oxus near the Aral Sea, the local language is known from short inscriptions on objects like vessels, bowls, coins, wood, and leather. In Bactria, Greek served as the administrative language under the Greco-Bactrian and early Kushan rulers, but it was later replaced by Bactrian, written in a local variant of the Greek alphabet, a change confirmed by both coins and numerous inscriptions. The empire was also home to many non-Iranian languages. Armenian, though only written down centuries later, is known indirectly through names and places recorded in parallel Greek sources. Close contact between Armenia and Iran ensured a heavy borrowing of Parthian words and names into Armenian. Greek culture and language also left their mark. The Parthian and Armenian courts absorbed Hellenistic customs, and kings placed Greek inscriptions on their coins. Greek texts from this period survive from Media, Armenia, Mesopotamia, and Susiana. Aramaic, which had once been the lingua franca of the Achaemenid Empire, became the common spoken language under the Arsacids. Its influence endured for centuries, shaping Middle Iranian scripts and being used in the writings of Babylonian Jews and Mandaeans. Babylonian, or Akkadian, was still said to be spoken in the 2nd century AD. Though cuneiform writing had already vanished, the last dated tablet being from AD 75. A striking example of this linguistic and cultural variety is Dura Europus, a city founded by Seleucus I, taken by the Romans in AD 165, and finally captured by the Sasanians in AD 256. In this single settlement, evidence survives of names and traditions from Greek, Latin, Babylonian, Palmyrene Aramaic, Nabatean Arabic, and Iranian sources, showing the extraordinary diversity that defined the Parthian world. To evaluate the written testimonies of the Parthian age in terms of their content and historical context, special attention must be given to the documents preserved on various materials. Among the most important are the clay sherds, or ostraca, discovered at the Arsacid centers of Nisa in Turkmenistan and Shahar-i Kumis, the parchment records from Avroman in western Iran, and the parchment and papyri unearthed at Dura. At Nisa, the original Arsacid royal residence near modern Ashgabat, Soviet excavations uncovered more than 2,000 ostraca containing 2,758 texts from what seems to have been a record office. These documents, dating from the 1st century BC, mainly record deliveries of wine to the palace from vineyards belonging to estates, temples, or private individuals, and they often mention officials by name and title. They are best understood as provisional notes, probably intended to be copied later onto more permanent material, such as leather. A typical entry reads, "In this jar are 17 measures of wine from the Uzbari vineyard of the Friapatikan estate, delivered through the satrap for the year 188 of the Parthian era, equivalent to 60 BC, brought by Humayak, a wine factor from Artastavanak." An additional note follows. "From the store, 2 measures and 2 kadas of wine added." This suggests that wine collected in the vicinity of Nisa was handed over as a form of taxation to the fortress of Mirdatkert, stored in jars, and later consumed, with occasional adjustments made to fill the containers. The so-called Avroman documents, discovered in 1913 in a grotto in the Ku-i-Salan mountains of Iranian Kurdistan, and now kept in the British Museum, consist of 2 Greek texts and 1 Parthian text on parchment. The Greek texts, dating from 87 and 21 BC, record the sale of half of a vineyard named Dadbakan in a place called Kopanis. The Parthian text, written in 53 AD, documents the sale of half of the vineyard Asmak, located beside Plowland, by Pataspak, son of Tiran from Bod, to Avil, son of Bashnan, and his brother for 65 drachmae. Because of the number of witnesses and the clear identification of those involved, these documents hold particular importance for historical research. Equally significant are the parchments and papyri from Dura. Among them, parchment number 10 records a loan agreement written in Greek in either 121 or 122 AD. This text not only preserves names and official titles, but also sheds light on the internal and external politics of the time. Two less important ostraca in Parthian script from Shari Kumis close this group of writings. Stone and bronze inscriptions also contribute valuable evidence. Two rock inscriptions in Parthian script and language from Kung-i Naruzi in Khuzestan, dated to around 140 AD, identify figures on the relief there as Mithridates, king of kings, and Kabneshkir, governor of Susa. This is the first time that the famous Iranian royal title, King of Kings, is attested for the Arsacids. Two undated inscriptions at Sarai Pul Zuhab in southern Kurdistan, on the road between Kermanshah and Babylon, describe the investiture of a man by a king named Gotarzes, whose exact identity remains uncertain. Another notable monument is the stele from 215 AD, commemorating the satrap Kavasak of Susa, which depicts King Artabanus IV handing him the ring of authority. Aramaic inscriptions also appear, particularly on the reliefs of Elames, and additional records are preserved from Assur and Hatra, the flourishing caravan city of northern Mesopotamia. At Hatra, an Arab dynasty allied to the Parthians inflicted serious defeats on the Roman emperors Trajan and Septimius Severus. Later, after transferring allegiance to Rome, the dynasty itself fell to the Sasanians. Greek inscriptions also survive from the period, including one above a relief at Bisutun, showing Mithridates II being honored by 4 dignitaries, alongside an equestrian figure identified as Gotarzes. From Susa comes one of the most striking Greek inscriptions of the Parthian age, a stone copy of a letter from 21 AD in which King Artabanus II addressed the local archons, Antiochus and Phraates, confirming a disputed municipal election conducted along Greek civic lines. This text proves that Seleucia on the Iulius, or Susa, remained under royal authority just as it had in the Seleucid period. Of special recent interest is a Greco-Parthian bilingual inscription on the thighs of a small statue of Hercules found at Seleucia on the Tigris. The Greek version reads, "In the year 462 of the Greeks, corresponding to 151 AD, King of Kings Arsaces Vologeses, son of King Mithridates, campaigned against Messene and against King Mithridates, son of Pacorus, who had ruled previously. He expelled Mithridates from Messene, gained control of the region, and set up this bronze statue of Heracles, brought from Messene in the Temple of Apollo, who sits before the Bronze Gate." This inscription confirms that although the Arsacids managed to push the Romans out of northern and central Mesopotamia after Trajan's eastern campaign and the subsequent agreements with Hadrian, they had not fully secured Messene until the victory of Vologeses IV. The erection of the statue in Seleucia celebrated the restored unity of the empire. The last known Akkadian cuneiform documents also belong to this era. Administrative texts from Babylon, focused mostly on the Temple of Marduk, survive as late as 92 BC, while chronicles, astronomical records, and horoscopes continue until 75 AD. These Babylonian records mention Parthian office holders, such as the city prefect, along with temple officials and members of the Council of the Marduk Sanctuary, who also acted as the city's supreme civil authority. Dated cuneiform tablets provide important information on the struggle between the Seleucids and the Parthians for control of Babylonia. The region fell under Parthian rule from July 141 BC until 131 BC, when it was briefly recovered by Antiochus VII, only to be retaken by the Arsacids in 128 BC. It then briefly fell to Hispaeocines of Messene before becoming securely Parthian from 126 BC onward. The turmoil of these years, reflected in the records, has often been linked to the decline of Uruk in southern Mesopotamia and the abandonment of its temples. Yet a Parthian period text proves that as late as 108 BC, the sanctuaries of Bit-Resh and Irigal were still functioning, and that their revenues were being leased or sold. Ongoing excavations and the discovery of new archives promise further insights into Parthian administration in Mesopotamia. A particularly curious category of texts from the Seleucid-Parthian transition are the so-called Greco-Babyloniaca, 16 fragments of clay tablets bearing Akkadian or Sumerian texts written in the Greek alphabet. Debate continues over who ordered them, who wrote them, and what purpose they served. We now turn to the western regions of the empire, particularly Media, where the Parthian rulers chose to leave their mark at the same site once used by Darius I, the great monument of Bisutun. It is uncertain whether the Arsacids truly understood the historical weight of the Achaemenid inscriptions and rock relief carved there, for already in the 4th century BC, the historian Ctesias had mistakenly attributed the monument, as well as a nearby royal garden, to the legendary queen Semiramis. Still, the Parthians were fully aware of the sacred aura of the site, just as the Seleucids had been before them. In 148 BC, a Greek named Hyacinthus, son of Pantaucus, commissioned a relief of Heracles there on behalf of the Seleucid governor Cleomenes. Later, Parthian rulers such as Mithridates II and Gotarzes added their own reliefs and inscriptions at Bisutun, and another carving on a separate rock shows a king, probably Vologeses, offering sacrifice at an altar with attendants beside him. Media, with its capital at Ecbatana, clearly held an important place in the Parthian realm, as further shown by reliefs at Sarai Pul Zuhab and the discovery of Parthian settlements and cemeteries in the area. The same holds true for the southwestern regions of Iran. At Susa, and especially in Elimai, within the Bakhtiari Mountains, numerous traces of Parthian presence have been uncovered. The rock carvings of Elimay are particularly striking, many bearing Aramaic inscriptions. The reliefs at Tangi Sarvak, for instance, portray royal themes such as investiture ceremonies, hunting scenes, demonstrations of loyalty by local nobles, and displays of endurance in combat. Scholars still debate their dating, but their artistic style clearly bridges the traditions of the Achaemenids and the Sasanians. Yet it is also clear that Elymais, even under Parthian dominance, retained a strong measure of cultural and political independence. The local rulers presented themselves in these reliefs without reference to their Arsacid overlords, and the imagery often differs from Parthian art found in Mesopotamia. For this reason, the works are often described as a unique blend of Parthian and Elymaian traditions. When studying Parthian art more broadly, one notices that much of the surviving material comes not from the empire's main centers, but from its peripheries. Important finds come from Elimai, from Mesopotamian sites like Hatra, and even from border regions beyond Parthian control, such as Dura, Palmyra, and Commagene. In contrast, Iranian sites like Nisa and Bisutun reveal heavy Greco-Hellenistic influence, though often reinterpreted in original ways. Despite this diversity, historians still use the term Parthian art to describe artistic developments between the 3rd century BC and the 3rd century AD across the vast area stretching from the Syrian desert to Central Asia. Shared stylistic traits help to unify this category, the most notable being the preference for frontal representation of figures. Artists also emphasized rich detail, particularly in the depiction of Parthian costume and jewelry. The origins of frontal portraiture remain a matter of debate, with different scholars crediting Greece, Iranian nomads, or the artistic traditions of Syria and Mesopotamia. The finest examples of Parthian art are found at Hatra in northern Mesopotamia. This city is famous for its monumental avens, large halls roofed with barrel vaults, square in plan and open on one side, as well as for its sculpted decorations, stucco ornaments, and an abundance of stone statues. Since Hatra lies outside Iran itself, one of the most notable Parthian artworks discovered within Iranian territory is the bronze statue of a nobleman from Shami in the Zagros Mountains. This life-sized figure, preserved almost in its entirety apart from the missing arms, is striking in its craftsmanship. The separately cast head shows a young man with a firm, expressionless face, wearing a mustache and whiskers, his hair brushed outward and held by a band. His attire is richly detailed, a cross-fronted tunic exposing part of his chest, a belt, wide trousers, and a torque around his neck, with 2 polished daggers at his side. These features suggest he was an aristocrat, possibly of Elymaian origin, but the generalized style makes the figure seem more like an idealized type than a specific individual. The impression of authority and composure it conveys must have been powerful. It is no wonder that Augustus, after securing his diplomatic triumph over the Parthians in 20 BC, sought to undermine such images of power with his own propaganda, filling the Roman world with statues of defeated barbarians, humbly kneeling or bearing heavy burdens as symbols of subjugation. The coinage of the Arsacid dynasty offers another important glimpse into their identity and political messaging. Introduced in the mid-3rd century BC, Parthian coin issues were produced mainly in Ecbatana and Seleucia on the Tigris. Silver was the dominant metal, while copper served for local circulation, and unlike their Hellenistic predecessors, the Parthians never struck coins in gold. The standard denomination was the silver drachma of about 4 grams, supplemented by larger tetradrachms, though the latter, while based on Hellenistic models, Parthian coin designs reveal distinct Iranian elements. The obverse typically bore the king's portrait, early rulers shown with the soft cap of the steppe warrior, later kings with either the Greek-style diadem or the Iranian royal tiara. The reverse of the drachma generally depicted Arsaces, the dynasty's founder, seated on the omphalos, or later enthroned like Zeus. The tetradrachms might show the ruler on a throne holding a bow, depicted as bearer of victory, or mounted on horseback, while copper coins offered more variety in their imagery. Greek inscriptions were normally placed on the reverse, arranged in a square pattern, and from the 1st century AD onward, they were often poorly copied, eventually joined by Parthian inscriptions. These texts always invoked the dynastic founder's name, Arsaces, and typically styled the ruler as Great King or King of Kings, adding epithets like beneficent, just, illustrious, or friend of the Greeks. Though these titles began as deliberate political claims, they later became formulaic. Since the ruler's personal name rarely appeared except in cases of rival claimants, identifying the king on a given coin can often be challenging. vassal states within the Parthian sphere, such as Persis, Elymais, and Kerosene, also minted their own coins, usually modeled closely on Arsacid issues. By the end of the 1st century BC, Arsacid coins began to be overstruck in eastern Iran, especially in Sistan, an indication of the presence of local dynasties connected with the Suren family, one of the great Parthian noble houses. Our knowledge of the beginnings of the Arsacid rule is limited, relying mainly on later Western accounts. Writers such as Strabo, Justin, and Arrian were fascinated by how a dynasty that started from such small beginnings managed to grow into a powerful rival of Rome. Strabo explained that during the internal conflict between the Seleucid brothers Seleucus II and Antiochus Hierax around 240 BC, Arsaces, a Scythian leader, together with a band of Parni nomads from the Dahai, invaded Parthia and seized it. At first, Arsaces was weak and constantly at war with those he had dispossessed, but over time he and his successors expanded steadily through their military success. By conquering neighboring lands, they eventually established themselves as rulers of all the territory east of the Euphrates. Strabo noted that they controlled so many peoples and such a vast realm that they had become, in their own way, equals of Rome. He believed this strength came from their way of life and customs, which were partly Scythian and rough, but well suited to maintaining dominance and success in war. Justin described the same unstoppable rise of the Parthians, though he gave more detail about their earliest years. He said the Parthians were originally Scythians, driven from their homeland by internal strife. They settled quietly in the barren region between Hyrcania and the surrounding tribes. At first, their neighbors tolerated them, but when resistance came later, the newcomers were already strong enough to expand further. They spread into both wide plains and mountainous terrain, enduring climates of either intense heat or heavy snow. Around the same time, Theodotus of Bactria declared himself king, and other eastern nations also began breaking away from Macedonian control. It was in this turbulent period that Arsaces appeared, a man of uncertain background but great energy, who had once lived by raiding and robbery. When he heard that Seleucus had suffered defeat in Asia, he took advantage of the situation, invaded Parthian territory with his followers, overthrew their prefect Andragoras, and made himself leader. Soon after, he also captured Hyrcania. With 2 peoples under his authority, he raised a strong army, both to guard against Seleucus and against the Bactrian king. But the death of Theodotus removed one threat, and Arsaces secured peace with his successor. He later defeated Seleucus himself, and that day was celebrated by the Parthians ever after as the birth of their freedom. With Seleucus forced to withdraw, Arsaces was able to reorganize his realm, recruit soldiers, fortify cities, and even found a new city called Dara, considered both secure and beautiful. Because of these achievements, he came to be remembered by the Parthians as their founding figure, just as Cyrus was for the Persians, Alexander for the Macedonians, or Romulus for the Romans. After his long reign, he was honored so greatly that every Parthian king from then on bore his name. Arrian, however, presented a different version. In his account, which survives only in later adaptations, Arsaces and his brother Tiridates, together with a group of conspirators, killed the Seleucid-appointed governor of Parthia in revenge for an insult. The figure of Tiridates is doubtful, but this version shows how stories about the dynasty's origins diverged. Archaeological evidence places the early Parthian centers further north, around Nisa near Ashkabad, Dara near Merv, and Asak, where Arsaces was crowned. The official Parthian era begins in 247 BC, marking the rise of the Parni, even though the actual break with the Seleucids happened a few years later. After the retreat of Seleucus II, the Parthians briefly occupied areas south of the Elburz Mountains, but lost them again to Antiochus III, appearing then as vassals. Only later, under Phraates I and his successors, did they expand firmly into those southern territories, with Hecatopolis and its region finally secured by Mithridates I. The legends that grew around Arsaces were shaped by long-standing Iranian traditions. When Justin compared him to Cyrus, the connection was deliberate. Both were said to have risen from humble beginnings and lives marked by raiding or outlawry before establishing great empires. Such stories emphasized not only the military genius of these founders, but also the idea that they would remain hardened by their origins, unspoiled by luxury. Honoring the founder by giving all kings his name reinforced that tradition. Iranian tales of empire builders often linked them to earlier dynasties as well. Cyrus was said to be connected to the Median royal line, while Sasan of the later dynasty was tied to older Persian rulers. In the same way, some accounts linked Arsaces to the Achaemenids. One tradition even named Artaxerxes as his ancestor, a detail that may have been drawn from older stories about the Achaemenid king, who before taking the throne was called Arsaces, or a variation of that name. This connection provided the new dynasty with legitimacy, tying them symbolically to the great Persian rulers of the past. Arrian's account also connects the Parthians with earlier Iranian kings. He relates that Arsaces and Tiridates removed the Seleucid satrap with the aid of 5 companions. The fact that there were 7 conspirators in total mirrors the story of Darius and his 6 allies in the slaying of Gaumata. This parallel was likely intentional, giving the event an Iranian national character. A similar tale is recorded about Mithridates I of Pontus in his revolt against Antigonus. It is clear that the Parthians themselves shaped this tradition of descent and legacy. Alongside Arrian's reference, evidence can be seen in names such as Artaxerxes, found on an ostracon from Nisa in 92 BC, in the use of Achaemenid royal titles, and in reports by the scholar Biruni that the local petty kings of Iran, who rose after Alexander's conquest, held the Arsacids in esteem for claiming descent from the old Persian royal line. The effort to secure recognition of their sovereignty led the Parthians to present themselves as heirs of the Achaemenids, with Parthia itself recast as their ancestral homeland. Mithridates I, the first ruler to bear the title King of Kings, played a decisive role in shaping this tradition. His reign marked the transformation of Parthian authority from regional rule into dominion over a vast empire, which required the legitimacy of historical continuity. The Arsacids continued to cultivate this claim. In 35 AD, Artabanus II reclaimed Persian lands from Rome, and, as Tacitus records, spoke with pride and menace of the ancient boundaries of both the Persian and Macedonian empires, declaring his intention to recover the territories once ruled by Cyrus and later by Alexander. By invoking Alexander, he not only tied himself to the Achaemenids, but also presented himself as the rightful heir to the Seleucid kings. This naturally raises the question of the Parthians' relationship with Greek culture. It is not the case that they adopted Hellenism merely because they lacked traditions of their own. Nor can their embrace of Greek ways be explained solely as a political strategy to keep Greek subjects loyal. Their openness to Greek culture appears genuine. A famous scene described by Plutarch illustrates this vividly. After the Parthian victory over Crassus in 53 BC, King Orodes made peace with the Armenian king Artavasdes and arranged a marriage between their families. At the celebrations, Greek literary works were performed. Orodes was well versed in Greek, and Artavasdes himself composed tragedies, speeches, and histories. During the feast, the severed head of Crassus was brought in, and at that very moment, a tragic actor named Jason was performing lines from Euripides' Bacchae. He incorporated the head into the performance, turning the moment into a macabre display of Greek drama, and this so-called Philhellenism, however, was never unconditional. The guiding principle of the Arsacid rulers was self-interest. Over time, especially during the last 2 centuries of their rule, their policies increasingly emphasized Iranian identity. This shift is seen in the introduction of Parthian inscriptions on coins, in the account that King Vologeses safeguarded the Avesta, and in their support for Iranian traditions. Yet by the late Parthian and early Sasanian periods, much precise knowledge of the Achaemenids and Alexander had faded. The loss can be explained by the predominance of oral culture in Iran. Popular tales, especially the epics of the Eastern Iranian Khayanid dynasty and their wars against the Turanians, were passed down through oral tradition and infused with Zoroastrian themes. During the Parthian Age, these Eastern stories overshadowed local traditions of Media and Persis, leading to a gradual forgetting of the Achaemenid past, even though the great monuments of Persepolis and Nakshoy Rustam still stood in plain sight. At the same time, Parthian rulers and nobles were woven into this growing body of epic lore, celebrated for their deeds and victories. Their memory was preserved by the Gosen, court bards who sang and recited at feasts and funerals, acting as musicians, poets, and chroniclers of both the past and the present. When the Sasanians later sought to erase the Arsacids from collective memory, much of their history survived only in fragments of epic poetry, fused with other Iranian legends such as the heroic cycle of Rustam from Sistan. These elements together formed the foundation of a national history of Iran, compiled and written during the Sasanian Age, which left a lasting mark on later Arabic and Persian literature. Echoes of Parthian storytelling traditions survive in works like Vis and Ramin, preserved as a Persian poem in the 11th century and as a Georgian prose version in the 12th. The origins of this tale clearly reach back to Parthian times. Often compared to Tristan and Isolde, it tells of the forbidden love between Ramin and Vis, who is married to his brother, King Mobad. Their passion brings guilt and sorrow, yet ultimately binds them together. Later, Persian versions describe the work as a masterpiece created by wise men, likened to a garden full of flowers, originally composed in Middle Persian, whose archaic style needed refining for new audiences. By reworking it into elegant language, poets ensured the story endured, polished like a precious jewel, carrying forward a fragment of Parthian cultural memory into the medieval world. Compared to the better documented periods of the Achaemenids and the Sasanians, our knowledge of social life in the Parthian realm is limited, particularly in the early years before the Parni established their great empire. Ancient writers tell us that the Parni moved into the Parthian lands of modern Turkmenistan out of necessity, and that they remained there partly because retreat was no longer possible. We cannot say with certainty whether they had been nomads moving with the seasons, or whether they were already settled herders and farmers. Classical authors described Parthia, especially the regions first seized, as barren and inhospitable. Yet this was clearly an exaggeration, likely intended to present the Parthian rise as extraordinary or to highlight the toughness of the Parni themselves. In fact, during the Achaemenid era, Parthia was already populous enough to resist a royal army under Hystaspes, father of Darius, and could only be subdued at heavy cost. Later, Arsaces founded the city of Dara in the Apavorton, a place known for its fertility and self-sufficiency, and the burial site of early kings. The fact that the Parthians built towns in areas such as Astuin, Parthian, and Apavorton was less a mark of unusual ability than a sign that the land already offered the right conditions. Archaeology in the region east of Ashgabat has revealed Bronze and Iron Age settlements whose prosperity was based on irrigation and fertile oases. Some modern scholars have connected these early communities and the emergence of a new culture to the arrival of Saka tribes, who blended with the local Iranian population while their leaders became an elite class that survived even under Achaemenid rule. If this interpretation is correct, then the Parni conquest may have followed a similar pattern, either by driving out the provincial nobility or merging with them, and by creating a new social mixture of natives and newcomers. To understand how the Parthian nobility related both to their own people and to the conquered Iranians, we can turn to two classical accounts. One is by Justin, who describes the administration and social order, and the other by Plutarch, who describes the Parthian army at the Battle of Carrhae. Justin explains that after breaking away from Macedonian rule, the Parthians were governed by kings, supported by a council of nobles from which both generals and leading officials were chosen. Their army, he claims, was made up largely of dependents described as slaves who remained in that status from birth and could not be freed. These men, however, were trained in horse riding and archery just as carefully as the free-born children of the aristocracy. The wealthier a noble was, the more mounted warriors he was obliged to provide for the king. Thus, when Antony marched against them, he faced 50,000 cavalry, of whom only 400 were free men. The difference, Justin adds, was that the dependents fought on foot, while the aristocrats fought on horseback. Plutarch, describing Surena, the Parthian general at Carrhae, paints a vivid picture. Surena was second only to the king in status, yet the foremost in courage and skill. He was striking in appearance and traveled with immense retinues, including 1,000 camels for baggage, 200 chariots for his concubines, and a personal guard of 1,000 armored horsemen, supported by many more lightly armed troops. In total, he commanded around 10,000 mounted retainers, many of them his own servants. His family had long enjoyed the honor of placing the crown on the king's head at coronations. Whether or not Justin's statement that dependents learned to ride yet fought only on foot is contradictory, what matters here is the clear existence of subordinate groups tied to the aristocracy. Plutarch calls them retainers and servants. Justin calls them slaves. But both describe men who were bound to the Parthian nobility. It is likely that the retainers were the native farming population, obliged to supply services or tribute to the Parni landowners, while the servants were more dependent serfs attached to the soil and inherited by the conquerors. This does not mean that ordinary chattel slavery did not exist. Other writers tell us of Parthian nobles owning personal slaves, and records mention prisoners of war being enslaved and sent away as booty. Future analysis of ostraca from Nisa may shed more light on the lives of these non-aristocratic groups. The sources also hint at divisions within the Parthian newcomers themselves. Ammianus Marcellinus and Tacitus both describe a split between the aristocracy and the common people. In wartime, the latter fought as mounted archers, while the aristocrats rode into battle as armored cavalry. Within the aristocracy, the highest-ranking nobles enjoyed privileges based on their wealth, lineage, or special ties to the king. Roman authors described them as grandees or clan leaders. Among these prominent families were the Suren, Carin, and Gev, who retained their influence even into the Sasanian era. Earlier references to 7 noble conspirators against foreign governors also reflect the existence of such powerful clans. Unlike the Sasanian period, which left royal inscriptions describing the structure of the nobility, Parthian evidence is scarce. From later parallels, we know that aristocrats were divided into several ranks, ranging from great landholders and princes down to ordinary nobles. A parchment from Dura mentions a nobleman named Manesis, son of Phraates, who held military command in Mesopotamia and was listed among the free elite. Since the word noble could also mean free, it seems likely that the lowest rank of the aristocracy corresponded to this class of free-born warriors. The higher ranks probably included the clan leaders described as grandees. Even without a clear system of titles, it is evident that the Parthian court had a hierarchy influenced by Hellenistic traditions, and that distinctions of rank were visible both in war and in peace. Archaeological finds, such as the statue of the nobleman from Shami with his diadem, ornaments, and richly decorated clothing, illustrate the proud appearance and social position of the Parthian aristocracy. How should we picture the connection between the Parthian king and the nobility? From the beginning of Arsacid rule, a shift in power structure occurred. During the conquest of Parthia, when the security of new possessions was under threat, the role of a military commander-in-chief was transformed into that of a crowned king. Whether Arsaces had already held privileges that raised him above his fellow leaders before this moment is unclear. Yet the early authority of other Parni clans is reflected in the fact that the Suren family retained the right to crown the king, and that a council existed, described as appointing the ruler. This body included the king's close relatives from the nobility, wise men, and priests. Later conflicts between nobles and the royal line show that, although disputes were frequent, the principle that only the Arsacid family could provide kings was not seriously challenged. When King Phraopites the Phonarni died after 15 years, he left behind 2 sons, Mithridates and Phraates. Phraates, as the elder son, first succeeded to the throne and waged war successfully against the Mardi, but died soon after. Despite leaving several sons of his own, he chose to pass the crown to his brother Mithridates instead. This suggests that the king held the authority to name his successor, though in practice it was usually the eldest son who inherited. The nobility, through their council, would then confirm the new ruler. The need for formal recognition is clear in an episode recorded by Roman historians when Tiridates was about to assume sovereignty but delayed the ceremony at the request of leading satraps. While they postponed their arrival, the Surena placed the diadem on Tiridates' head before the assembled crowd, an act that caused divisions among other nobles who had refused to take part and later defected to his rival. It is not surprising that once the great conquests ceased, when king and aristocracy no longer shared common goals, the nobles, supported by their retainers, dared to intervene in disputes over succession. They sometimes sought aid from foreign powers, or even forced the deposition of reigning monarchs. Mithridates II, for example, was removed from power by the noble council after his campaign in Armenia, and his brother Orodes was placed on the throne. Yet to interpret such events as a shift from hereditary to elective kingship is misleading. nor is it right to view Parthian history as a steady decline, as some traditions later claimed of the Achaemenids. The Parthians still achieved great victories, such as their success in Messene, Artabanus's triumph against Rome, and the stubborn resistance of the Armenian Arsacids against the Sasanians. The balance of power in these struggles depended on the strength of particular rulers, their access to resources like mercenary troops, and the ambitions of rival clans, as well as the pressures of foreign affairs. The nobility itself was often divided by rivalries, so the Arsacid monarchy cannot simply be reduced to a patchwork of petty kings. How property rights or privileges were transferred between king, noble, and their dependents remains uncertain. The obligations and services owed by each group are also unclear, though they may have rested on personal allegiance sealed by oath. For this reason, terms like feudal system do not fit the Parthian world, and even the word vassal must be used cautiously. Within the empire's core territories, society was not only composed of nobles and peasants. There also existed a middle group of people whose specialized knowledge or skills made them indispensable in courts and noble households. These included artists, craftsmen, merchants, physicians, eunuchs, and entertainers such as minstrels. Among the conquered populations, the Greeks and Jews stand out as telling examples. After the Seleucids were expelled, Greek traditions endured in both cultural and institutional life. This is visible in Parthian coinage and in inscriptions across Mesopotamia and Iran. A Greek inscription from Babylon around 110 BC lists young men who had triumphed in athletic contests, showing that a Greek Macedonian community was still active there, with its own theater, agora, and gymnasium. Other inscriptions reveal the presence of Greek city-states at Susa and along the Sailu River. The major centers of Seleucia on the Tigris and Dura Europus also flourished under Parthian rule. Greek influence extended to intellectual life as well, with philosophers, geographers, and historians active in these cities. Greeks and Hellenized Babylonians even served Parthian officials, such as the messenger Zenon in Babylonia. Yet the Parthian attitude towards the Greek element was always shaped by self-interest. As long as the Greeks were useful, their communities were tolerated and even encouraged. But when they acted as a fifth column for foreign powers, as at Syrinx during Antiochus III's campaign, or in Babylonia after Phraates II's victory over Antiochus VII, the reaction was swift and violent. Two Greek cities deserve closer examination. In Susa, excavations reveal that the settlement underwent a remarkable period of expansion and building during Parthian rule. Alongside these architectural changes, the economic character of the city and its surrounding region shifted dramatically. Susa, once a hub of trade, increasingly became a center for agriculture, with the land around it being intensively cultivated. Greek inscriptions suggest that the local Greek elite were eager to promote farming as the foundation of their wealth, though they also show that the city had only limited independence under royal oversight. A different but equally revealing case is Seleucia on the Tigris, which, though technically outside Iran, provides a striking example of how Greek communities interacted with Parthian rulers. Tacitus offers a vivid description of Seleucia in the early 1st century AD. He notes that the city, still loyal to the memory of its founder Seleucus, preserved its Greek civic traditions rather than sinking into what he called barbarism. Its political life was centered on a senate of 300 men chosen for wealth or wisdom, balanced by the authority of the wider citizen body. When these two groups cooperated, the Parthians could be disregarded. When they fell into conflict, each faction turned to the king for help. only to find the monarch exploiting the division for his own advantage. This was seen under Artabanus, who sided with the aristocrats and weakened the common people, reminding Tacitus readers how fragile the distance was between minority rule and outright monarchy. Later, when Tiridates entered the city, he was received with the honors of ancient kings and with new forms of ceremonial splendor, while Artabanus was denounced as of low birth despite his Arsacid lineage. Tiridates briefly handed power to the popular faction, though his influence did not last. The struggle in Seleucia resembled the internal clashes of Greek city-states in earlier centuries, with aristocratic and democratic groups opposing each other. Rather than being a purely ethnic divide between Greeks and non-Greeks, it reflected civic politics familiar from the classical world. The popular faction backed Tiridates and managed to resist Artabanus until 42 AD, when his son Vardanes finally secured control. Even then, there is no firm evidence of the city's supposed Orientalization, either in material culture or coinage. What is clear, however, is that Parthian rulers often acted in their own interests. Artabanus had already curtailed municipal freedom by replacing local bronze coinage with royal issues in 2324 AD, and by abandoning the traditional title of Friend of the Greeks. At the same time, Jewish communities flourished under Parthian rule, particularly in cities like Nisibis and Nehardea in Mesopotamia. Although little is known about their intellectual life, these communities lived in relative security and enjoyed constructive relations with the dynasty. Their participation in the revolt against Trajan in 116 AD demonstrates their active role in the empire's political life. They were also heavily involved in the silk trade, supported by royal favor, which gave them considerable influence. By the 2nd century AD, a leader of Davidic descent, known as the Exilarch, represented the Jewish population at court and combined religious leadership with political responsibilities. After the suppression of the Bar Kokhba revolt in Palestine in 135 AD, Jewish scholars fled to Mesopotamia, bringing with them the traditions of the Palestinian academies and strengthening the region's role as a center of Jewish life. Unlike the Seleucid and Sasanian eras, the Arsacid Empire remains poorly recorded when it comes to its administrative organization. We do not possess the kind of Western testimony that allows us to reconstruct Seleucid institutions, nor the wealth of seal inscriptions and bullae that illuminate Sasanian practices. As a result, the development of Parthian administration is very difficult to trace, and any attempt to identify changes over time is largely speculative. At best, we can compare the later Parthian period with the early Sasanian territorial divisions to guess at continuity. One of the few contemporary descriptions comes from Pliny the Elder, who wrote that the Parthians ruled over 18 kingdoms, divided between upper and lower regions, stretching from the Caspian shores to the Red Sea. These kingdoms appear to have been principalities under Parthian overlordship, where local dynasts styled themselves kings, but still recognized Arsacid supremacy. Among them were Persis, Elimes, Messene, Hatra, Osroene, Adiabene, Atropatene, and Hyrcania. Later inscriptions from Shapur Fuest of the Sasanian dynasty confirm the existence of other similar territories, such as Armenia, Sagan by the Black Sea, Balasagan to the west of the Caspian, as well as Kerman, Makran, Sistan, Marv, and Khwarezm. These entities had likely existed already under Parthian rule, though their leaders were eventually replaced by princes of the Sasanian house. In many regions, The Arsacids maintained earlier dynasties that had either served the Seleucids or asserted independence after their decline. So long as these rulers accepted Parthian authority, they were confirmed in their rights, such as striking coinage and enjoying other privileges. These petty kings often acted with relative autonomy. Some took sides in civil wars, like Izates of Adiabene, who supported Artabanus II, while others shifted allegiance to Rome, as the ruler of Messene did after Trajan's invasion. A few tried to establish full independence, yet they were still expected to supply troops when summoned. In sensitive provinces like Media and Armenia, Arsacid family members themselves were installed as kings after the reign of Mithridates II. To Roman observers, such as Pliny, the empire appeared more like a loose association of kingdoms than a centralized state, though this structure alone does not determine whether Parthia was weak or strong. Besides these client kingdoms, there were provinces ruled directly by the Arsacid king and governed by satraps or strategoi. In Mesopotamia, for instance, Tacitus mentions territorial prefectures, while Isidore of Charax records districts under their names, such as Choarine and Comacene. Inscriptions even attest to the title satrap of satraps, mirroring the royal claim to be king of kings. From the Ostraca of Nisa, we hear of satraps, frontier wardens, fortress commanders, and other officials. At Dura, the title Hargbad appears, which has been interpreted as a chief tax collector or military governor. Powerful noble families also held immense estates, such as the Surin clan in Sistan and the Karin family in Mydia. Whether these holdings were subject to taxation is unknown. Our knowledge of agriculture during this period is equally limited, though excavations in Susiana indicate improvements in farming methods, including the cultivation of rice, which compensated for the city's decline as a trading hub by maintaining its importance as a regional market. Trade, however, is much better documented. The Parthians controlled major overland routes and acted as intermediaries between east and west. Roman merchants preferred the sea route to India and Arabia as it was cheaper, but overland exchanges through Mesopotamia and Iran never ceased. The famous Silk Road passed from Syria across Mesopotamia and the Iranian plateau to Central Asia and China, while another mixed land and sea route connected Syria with Messene and then extended by sea to India. On this latter path, the merchants of Palmyra played a crucial role, transporting goods and maintaining caravans. Their prosperity depended on stable relations between Rome and Parthia, and both empires tolerated their activities for centuries, even erecting shrines in Parthian cities dedicated to Roman emperors. Inscriptions from Palmyra record tributes to merchants who worked in places like Spasinu Charax, Seleucia, Babylon, and Vologaesus. Some traveled further to Bahrain, the Indus Delta, and India. The Romans bought spices such as pepper, perfumes, gems, and pearls, while they sold fabrics, silver, gold, and wine. India also served as a crossroads for Chinese silk, which reached the Mediterranean either by sea or via Parthian channels. From China came not only silk, but also steel, known as ceric iron, apricots, and peaches. In return, Parthia exported products like pomegranates, vines, lucerne, and especially the celebrated Nisaean horses of Media, highly prized in China as heavenly horses. The routes themselves are described in Isidore's account of the Parthian stations, which places Antioch and Zeugma on the Euphrates as the main western gateways. From there, travelers moved eastward through Seleucia, Ctesiphon, and Vologaesus, across the Zagros Mountains by way of Bisutun, to Ecbatana, Ragai, the Caspian Gates, Hyrcania, Asak, Nisa, Merv, Herat, Sistan, and into Arachosia. Another road linked Damgan directly to Herat without passing north of the Kopet Dagh, though Isidore considered the route through the older Parthian centers more significant. This network of roads ensured that the Arsacid Empire remained a vital link in the long chain of commerce between Rome, Persia, India, and China. Our understanding of the Parthian army remains incomplete, relying mostly on scattered references in ancient texts, archaeological finds of weapons and armor, and depictions of warriors on reliefs and graffiti. The real strength of the Parthian military lay in its cavalry, which was divided into two main types: the heavily armored cataphracts and the lighter mounted archers. These forces were designed to complement each other in battle. The archers softened the enemy with relentless volleys of arrows, while the cataphracts, clad in full armor, delivered the decisive frontal charge once their opponents had been weakened. Infantry played a far less significant role, although there are reports, such as in a Syrian chronicle, of Parthian rulers sending large numbers of foot soldiers into combat. Mercenaries also held an important position, not only as part of the military machine, but as a political safeguard for the kings against the influence of the great landed nobles, since the core of the army was typically drawn from their retainers and dependents. The light cavalry wore tunics belted at the waist and wide trousers tucked into their boots, and their primary weapon was the composite bow. The armored horsemen, however, represented the elite. In this formation, both rider and horse were sheathed in protective mail or plate armor, with cuirasses that made them nearly invulnerable to lighter attacks. These warriors, later called Clibanarii by the Romans, fought with long lances that were said to have such force they could impale two men in a single thrust. Roman armies often struggled against the tactics of the Parthians, most famously at Carrhae in 53 BC. There, the dazzling armor of the Parthian cavalry, glittering in the sun, stunned the Romans as the mounted archers unleashed arrows from massive, powerful bows. Supplies were constantly replenished from camels carrying endless reserves of missiles. When Roman cavalry tried to force close combat, they found themselves blocked by the armored horsemen, while the rest of the Parthian riders swirled around them in loose formations, stirring up blinding clouds of dust and continuing their deadly barrage. The Romans, crowded together and disoriented, fell in great numbers. Equally renowned was the tactic later known as the Parthian shot, in which horse archers loosed arrows behind them while feigning retreat. Parthian horses themselves were famed for their size, endurance, and beauty, and they played a central role in every aspect of life. It was said that the Parthians lived almost entirely on horseback, fighting, trading, feasting, and even holding conversations from the saddle. Although the Arsacid dynasty ruled over a diverse empire and tolerated many faiths, they seem to have maintained a connection with Zoroastrian traditions. Evidence from Nisa mentions fire priests and magi, and the Zoroastrian calendar was in use. Ancient writers also noted their funerary customs, which involved leaving corpses to be consumed by birds and dogs before the bones were finally covered with earth. One Parthian king, Vologeses, was even remembered for compiling the sacred texts of the Avesta, strengthening the link with the Zoroastrian faith. Other striking features of Parthian culture noted by outsiders included the perpetual sacred fire at Asak and the practice of marriage between close kin. In terms of chronology, the Parthians developed their own reckoning of time, which began in the spring of 247 BC, sometimes used alongside the Seleucid era. For example, a royal letter from Artabanus II to the city of Susa gives the date according to both systems, while an inscription from the same region uses only the Arsacid calendar, naming the year, month, and day in the traditional Zoroastrian style. On 28 April 224, the Parthian king Artavan IV lost his life in battle against his rival Ardashir, an event that signaled the collapse of the Arsacid dynasty that had ruled Iran for nearly 5 centuries. The victors, the Sasanian house, had begun as local rulers in Istakhr near Persepolis and gradually extended their control since 205 by taking territory from smaller southern kings. In the following years, they gained possession of the Parthian domains and also extended their influence into northeastern Arabia. From the Arsacids, they inherited not only traditions of social, economic, and cultural life, but also the pressing political challenges of governing Iran and Mesopotamia. These included managing powerful neighbors to the west and east, such as the Romans and nomadic peoples, as well as the constant tension between royal power and the aristocracy. Despite severe crises, including civil war and defeat at Roman hands in the 3rd century, as well as disasters in the 5th century, such as losses against the Hephthalites, famine, and rebellion, the Sasanian monarchy endured for more than 400 years. The greatest moments of their rule came under Ardashir I, his son Shapur I, Shapur II in the 4th century, and Khosrov I in the 6th. Their deep impact on the shaping of Iranian national memory placed them alongside legendary rulers and heroic dynasties, remembered in the epics of Firdausi and Nizami, in Islamic chronicles, and in popular tales. For modern researchers, the Sasanians are particularly significant because their kings, especially in the early period, were eager to record their own ambitions through inscriptions, reliefs, palaces, fire temples, and coinage. These monuments survive in large numbers, while Christian and Manichaean observers, together with Roman, Byzantine, and early Islamic historians, also described the Sasanian state. Some condemned it as a religious persecutor or a military foe, while others worked to connect its history to the broader narrative of salvation introduced by Islam. Yet the abundance of material should not tempt us to treat every fragment as if it could simply be fitted together to form a single image of Sasanian Iran. Such an approach would ignore historical change and the original motives behind each testimony. A better method is to classify the evidence according to when and where it was produced, the language used, and the cultural traditions it reflects. Among the most important primary sources are the royal inscriptions. These include the Rez Gestai of Shapur I carved on the Kaaba-i Zardusht at Naksh-i-Rustam near Persepolis, the inscription of King Narse at Paikuli, and the self-recorded career of the powerful priest Kirdir at Naksh-i-Rajab. These texts are invaluable for understanding the Sasanian court, since they name key officials and outline their roles. They also express a distinct vision of kingship, in which the ruler stands as mediator between the god Ormazd and his people. Moreover, they serve as royal declarations of achievements, challenging the versions preserved in Roman or Arabic accounts. At the same time, they are highly one-sided, reflecting the self-image the king wanted to project. Displayed in sacred locations beside the tombs of earlier Persian monarchs or on public monuments, they proclaimed the ruler's closeness to his ancestors and his divine right to rule, while copies, now lost, may have served as political propaganda abroad. Shapur's own words make this clear. He presented himself as a Mazda-worshipping god, king of kings of Iran and non-Iran, descended from divine ancestors, ruling an empire that included Persis, Parthia, Susiana, Mesopotamia, and many other provinces. He described the peoples relocated from Roman territory and settled across his domains, and he listed his victories and heroic deeds so that future generations would recognize the greatness of his reign. He ordered these deeds to be recorded at Naqsh-i-Rustam, on a structure built in the Achaemenid age, close to the rock-cut tombs of Persian kings. In the tradition of his forefathers, he had the inscription engraved in 3 languages: Middle Persian, Parthian, and Greek. Narseh, who fought for his throne against Bahram III, left his own bilingual record on the Paikuli monument in Iraqi Kurdistan, recounting the conflict and his recognition by the leading nobles. Kirdir, who rose to extraordinary power in the later 3rd century, set up inscriptions in several royal sites describing his political rise, his service to Zoroastrianism, and even a spiritual vision of the afterlife. Other inscriptions from this period include the dedication of Bishapur's governor in honor of Shapur I, which announced the beginning of a distinct Sasanian era, and the more recently discovered text of Abnun that commemorates Shapur's victory over the Romans in 242 and establishes 239 as the first year of his reign. The secondary evidence comes largely from Greek and Latin writers of the Roman world, as well as Syrian and Manichaean testimonies written somewhat later. Dio Cassius and Herodian, though not always fully reliable, both described the rise of the Sasanians under Ardashir. Herodian in particular grasped the magnitude of the new Persian threat. Another important source is Heliodorus of Emesa, whose work provides a detailed description of the heavily armored Persian cavalry, a picture confirmed by reliefs, graffiti, and archaeological discoveries. Later authors continued this record. Ammianus Marcellinus, a native of Antioch, described the wars between Rome and Persia in the 4th century from his own perspective. Procopius of Caesarea, a close associate of the general Belisarius, wrote extensive histories of the Byzantine wars against Persians, Vandals, and Goths in the 6th century. His work was continued by Agathias of Myrina, who sought both to extend Procopius's history and to preserve its style while claiming access to the royal Sasanian archives. The early history of Christianity in the Sasanian Empire, as well as the policies of its rulers, can often be reconstructed from the so-called Acts of Martyrs. These texts, along with local chronicles and church histories, offer surprisingly detailed and sometimes reliable accounts, despite their late composition, the poor survival of manuscripts, and the tendency toward exaggeration and formulaic storytelling. Many authors of these works had once been Zoroastrians who converted to Christianity after serving in official positions at the Sasanian court, which meant they were well acquainted with the institutions, social order, and traditions of the empire. As a result, a large body of sacred traditions, religious teachings, and community rules was preserved in writing. One striking example comes from Adiabene during the reign of Shapur II, when Christians were accused of rejecting sun worship, fire rituals, and royal military service, while promoting their own faith in a single god. Their practices were condemned as subversive, and they were charged with polluting water, refusing marriage, burying the dead in the earth, and even claiming that all creatures, including serpents and scorpions, were created by God rather than by evil forces. Such accusations reveal not only the tensions between communities, but also the deep cultural and religious divides within the empire. The Manichaean tradition provides another important perspective. Original Coptic writings from Egypt, along with significant discoveries in Central Asia of Middle Iranian, Old Turkish, and Chinese texts, allow scholars to examine Manichaean teachings from within rather than solely through the eyes of Christian or Zoroastrian opponents. Although many of these texts belong to later traditions, they still contain fragments of the writings of Mani himself. Among the most important finds is the Cologne Mani Codex, a small Greek manuscript that has reshaped our understanding of the environment in which Mani grew up and the development of his doctrines. These sources also shed light on how the Manichaean mission interacted with the Sasanian state, balancing its own identity against external pressures. Armenian historians likewise play a role in reconstructing the cultural and political landscape of the period. Their works are rich in detail about Sasanian Iran, reflecting the close ties between the two regions. Yet their writings, often composed centuries after the events they describe, reveal a strong anti-Iranian bias and must therefore be approached critically. Some were composed as early as the 5th century, while others were not written until much later, and their tendency to mix historical reporting with epic storytelling complicates their reliability. Other testimonies come from Middle Persian literature, often written long after the fall of the Sasanians. Many of these texts were only recorded in the Islamic period, and the oldest surviving manuscripts date no earlier than the 13th century. Their survival was shaped both by the oral character of Iranian culture and by efforts to preserve the memory of the good religion in the aftermath of conquest. While legendary cycles, ritual instructions, and epic courtly traditions dominate, they may still contain echoes of genuine historical detail. In the case of ritual texts and sacred prescriptions, oral preservation was especially rigorous, as highly trained Zoroastrian priests transmitted these traditions with notable accuracy. A culmination of these literary traditions was the composition of a national history of Iran during the late Sasanian period, brought together in the Quadai Namag, or Book of Lords. This sweeping narrative extended from the mythical first ruler, Gayamard, to the reign of Khosrow II, recounting the lives of 50 rulers. Although it sought to unify earlier legends, traces of distinct cycles remain, and its narrative often shifts from heroic tales of warriors to accounts of sages and holy men posing ethical and philosophical questions. The result was not merely a chronicle, but a blend of moral instruction, royal speeches, philosophical reflection, and entertainment. By presenting ideals of justice, piety, and exemplary conduct through the lives of kings, heroes, and sages, the work aimed to reinforce the moral and political foundations on which the empire claimed to rest. In this sense, the Book of Lords functioned as much as a mirror of social values as it did a record of the past. Much more Middle Persian literature has survived than from the Parthian age, yet when religious and legal writings are set aside, only a handful of works remain, the most notable being the epic poem Ayadgar-i Zareren, Memorial of Zarer. Such pieces were typically performed with musical accompaniment, and the Sasanian court itself maintained a circle of poets and singers, with rulers like Bahram V said to have granted them special honor and prestige. This tradition of sung poetry outlived the empire and continued well into the Islamic era, particularly in rural regions. Still, the overall loss of Sasanian literary output was immense. Many works disappeared during the Muslim conquest and subsequent invasions, while others were suppressed by religious authorities or fell into neglect when Middle Persian script gave way to Arabic. Later translations, adaptations, and bibliographical notes in Arabic and New Persian provide only faint glimpses of what was once a wide-ranging body of literature that included not only sacred writings, but also works on history, geography, astronomy, ethics, etiquette, travel, historical romance, and popular storytelling. Perso-Arabic historical writing preserves part of this lost tradition, though it must be regarded as a tertiary source for the early Sasanian period. The reason is that Arabic universal historians relied heavily on the late Middle Persian compilations that had already been edited and reshaped before translation. Their importance lies in transmitting material that would otherwise have vanished, yet it came down through several stages. First compiled and revised in late Sasanian times, then translated and organized in the early Islamic era, and finally reframed to fit Islamic views of history. The degree to which these transformations altered or reshaped the original information is difficult to measure, and only close comparison between the Arabic accounts and surviving Sasanian material can clarify their reliability. What is required is careful distinction between the genuine content of these writings and the interpretations that modern scholarship places upon them. Complementing the written tradition are the famous rock reliefs of the Sasanian kings, closely related to inscriptions in both themes and locations. The most celebrated examples depict the investiture of Ardashir I and the victories of his son Shapur. Positioned either at sacred ancestral sites or at places of great military triumph, these reliefs combine divine symbolism with worldly events to project the authority and legitimacy of the monarch. They are invaluable not only for understanding royal ideology, but also for prosopography, since they portray kings alongside family members and high officials. More than 30 such reliefs survive, most of them concentrated in Persis, the Sasanian heartland, and largely commissioned by rulers of the 3rd and 4th centuries. The dominant theme is the divine bestowal of kingship, while others celebrate victories, depict combat, or present the ruler enthroned with his court. Though inspired by earlier Iranian relief traditions, these works represent the peak of early Iranian rock art. Debate continues about how to interpret them, whether they should be seen as unified expressions of royal ideology or as a mixture of idealized history and symbolic portrayals of kingship. Two of the most celebrated Sasanian reliefs are carved into the cliff at Naqsh-i-Rustam, beneath the great Achaemenid tombs. The first depicts the investiture of Ardashir I, where the king, mounted on horseback to the left, receives the ring of sovereignty from the god Ormazd, who also appears on horseback. Behind Ardashir stands his page, while beneath the hooves of the horses lie the defeated enemies of both king and god. The scene mirrors the divine struggle, with Ormazd overcoming the spirit of evil, Ahriman, while Ardashir claims victory over the final Parthian ruler, Artavan IV. Shapur I, Ardashir's successor, also appears on horseback in his own investiture scene, but he is best remembered for a series of triumphal reliefs. The most famous among them shows his victories over the Roman emperors Philip the Arab and Valerian. In this carving, Philip kneels in submission, while Valerian is held by Shapur, symbolizing the capture of the Roman emperor in 260. Philip is portrayed as pleading for mercy, while Valerian assumes the posture of a subject acknowledging his conqueror. Several related reliefs extend this narrative, depicting yet another Roman emperor, Gordian III, cast to the ground beneath the hooves of Shapur's horse. These images serve as timeless monuments of Persian victory, echoing Shapur's own account of his campaigns. Where Gordian was killed near Mesish, Philip was forced to pay a vast ransom and accept tributary status, and Valerian himself was personally captured by the Sasanian king. After a long pause in the production of such monumental reliefs, which lasted from the 4th to the 7th century, the tradition was revived by Khosrow II. At Taki Bustan in Media, near modern Kermanshah, the king presented himself in the Grand Ivan as a ruler chosen by divine favor and as a masterful horseman. Other scenes at the site show him engaged in dramatic hunts of wild boar and deer, blending royal imagery with symbols of prowess and fortune. Alongside these reliefs, two colossal statues have survived, one of Shapur Bafursh and another of Khosrow II, offering rare examples of Sasanian sculpture in the round. Monumental architecture from this period is equally striking and survives in impressive remains across Iran. Ardashir founded the city of Ardakshir Kvara, laid out on a vast circular plan nearly 2 kilometers in diameter, divided into 4 sectors crossed by perpendicular axes, and subdivided further by ringed streets. At its center stood a walled precinct containing a terraced sanctuary and a towering structure about 30 meters high, whose original purpose is still uncertain. Another important foundation was Bishapur, designed on a rectangular grid after the classical model and covering an area of more than 150 hectares. Here, palaces rose near the mountain fortress, and an underground structure has been interpreted as a place of worship. Shapur also created Junde Sabur, situated east of Susa, where he resettled craftsmen and specialists from Antioch. This city grew into a renowned cultural and scientific hub with its own academy, and soon became a major center for silk production, later remembered as an important Christian site in Khuzestan. Other cities were established under the Sasanians, though not all can be located today. The heart of the empire, however, remained at Ctesiphon on the Tigris, which continued to serve as the ceremonial capital and the place of coronations, often paired with the nearby city of Ve Ardakshir. Among royal palaces, Ardashir's early residences between Shiraz and Firuzabad remain striking examples of Sasanian ambition. These include Kalahai Dukhtar, a fortified palace commanding a ravine, and Atashkada, a much larger structure at its base, designed with an Ivan, domed chambers, and vaulted suites across several stories. Shapur's palaces at Bishapur became famous for their Roman-inspired mosaics, while his, or possibly Khosrow Furun's palace at Ctesiphon, left behind the monumental arch of the Tak-i-Kisra, still towering today despite later damage. Other Sasanian sites, such as Kasr-i-Shirin near the modern border of Iraq and Iran, were destroyed in recent conflicts, but they testify to the widespread scale of royal building. Surviving examples of bridges, dams, and fortifications also attest to the practical achievements of the dynasty, many of them constructed with the labor of Roman prisoners. Religious architecture flourished as well, with numerous fire temples built in the form of 4 arched domed chambers, reflecting the Zoroastrian faith. The most significant sanctuary of the late Sasanian age was Takhti Sulaiman in Azerbaijan, a vast complex of both sacred and secular buildings. Excavations have revealed its central role in the religious and political identity of the empire, making it one of the most remarkable monuments of pre-Islamic Iran. Among the most prized objects of Sasanian art are the silver bowls decorated with hunting scenes and other finely worked metal designs. Although much remains uncertain about who originally commissioned these pieces, what purpose they served, or what models they may have followed, it is clear that from the reign of Shapur, the second onward, they often displayed a central image of the king. He can usually be identified by his crown, and is portrayed either as a skilled hunter or as a ruler seated in majesty among his court. These objects seem to have had more political than practical meaning, most likely functioning as royal gifts exchanged within the empire and beyond. The fact that between the 4th and 6th centuries, the king seems to have held a monopoly over their production reinforces the idea that they carried a symbolic message, presenting the monarch as both the unshakable center of the state and the undefeatable warrior who safeguarded it. In this sense, such vessels may have taken over the role once played by rock reliefs, whose purpose had already been fulfilled with the secure establishment of the dynasty. Other products of Sasanian craftsmanship also deserve mention. Silk fabrics, which left a lasting impact on Western textile traditions, cameos cut with intricate detail, elegant glasswork, and the well-known stucco decorations all illustrate the richness of this artistic culture. Particular attention, however, must be given to Sasanian seals, bullae, and coins, as they offer historians invaluable evidence through their combination of images and inscriptions. Seals and clay bullae provide the names, titles, and roles of state and religious officials, offering insights into their political, administrative, and spiritual responsibilities. Coins are equally important. Their portraits, legends, and minting styles allow us to reconstruct the sequence of rulers with accuracy. Clay bullae from sites such as Qasr-i Abu Nasr in Fars and Takht-i Sulayman, which bear seal impressions from the late Sasanian period, remain more ambiguous. It is still debated whether they were used to secure goods or to authenticate documents. Stamp seals, often carved from semi-precious stones and worn on cords or rings, could display exceptional craftsmanship. They sometimes carried inscriptions, portraits of men or women, images of hunts or banquets, as well as depictions of animals or divine figures. Sasanian coins typically show the bust of the king on one side, distinguished by his unique crown and a surrounding inscription, while the reverse usually displays a fire altar with burning flames. Sometimes the altar is flanked by 2 attendants or contains a bust within the fire itself. Silver was the most common material, as gold and copper pieces were rarely issued. The standard denomination was the drachma, weighing about 4 grams, and under Shapur Tsigsekun, this coin was produced in vast numbers, likely to fund the recruitment of Central Asian mercenaries. Mint names and the officials responsible for striking the coins are occasionally indicated, though the full range of mints remains difficult to reconstruct. From the reign of Kavad I onward, coins began to carry the year of issue as a standard feature. The so-called Kushano-Sasanian coins, struck by governors in the former Kushan territories, present a separate problem, and modern attempts to establish their chronology continue to produce widely differing results. The inscription on the rock relief of Shapur Thamur at Naqsh-i-Rajab, near Persepolis, presents him as the Mazda-worshipping Shapur, king of kings of Iran and non-Iran, descended from the gods, son of Ardashir and grandson of Pabag. In this short but powerful declaration, Shapur outlines how he wished to be seen, as divinely chosen, heir to his father and grandfather, and ruler not only of Iran, but also of conquered lands and their princes. The title King of Kings had existed before, yet the Sasanians gave it new force by combining it with the name of Aaron. Through this, they created the concept of Aaron-Shar, the empire of the Aryans, which allowed them to present themselves as the rightful successors of the Achaemenids, the mythical rulers of old, and the guardians of the Zoroastrian tradition rooted in Iran. By promoting Aaron-Shar as the cultural and political homeland, they forged a new identity for both themselves and their subjects, grounding it in the distant past. By calling himself a god, Shapur intended to place himself above mere earthly overlords, setting his kingship apart as divinely infused. Yet his divine status was not meant to be equated with great deities such as Ahura Mazda or Anahita. In Middle Persian texts, Shapur is given the title Bey, a designation that sets him apart from the Yazd, the true spiritual gods. For the Sasanians, there were therefore two levels of divinity: the king and his forebears, who were god-men in a tangible sense, and the transcendent deities, who were worshipped as spiritual beings. Shapur also underlined his close connection with the gods through his actions. He declared that with their help, he had conquered lands, and in return, he supported their cult by founding new fires, strengthening priestly establishments, and aiding the Magi. This presentation emphasized his role as both ruler and guardian of religion. Although such proclamations were clearly designed to legitimize his authority and did not necessarily reflect his personal beliefs or policies toward other religions, the link between fire and royal legitimacy is reinforced on Sasanian coins, which display fire altars. These have been interpreted as representing the king's personal fire, lit at the moment of his enthronement. Inscriptions confirm this practice, dating the fire of Ardashir to the early 220s and the fire of Shapur to around 239/240. This tradition of royal fires had already existed among the Achaemenids and Parthians, who also established flames in memory of deceased rulers. On the reverse of coins, attendants flank the fire altar, and from the reign of Hormizd II onward, a bust also appears within the flames. These figures have been interpreted in different ways: as the king and his spiritual companion, as the king with his divine fortune, or even as priests alongside the ruler. The bust within the flame has been linked to the concept of Svara, or divine glory, which legitimized kingship. A Sasanian romance about Ardashir dramatizes this belief. Ardavan, chasing the young Ardashir, is told that a ram running beside him symbolizes the arrival of Svara. Once this divine grace had reached him, Ardashir's destiny as king could not be thwarted, and rebellion against him was futile. Legitimacy was also reinforced through genealogy. Shapur linked himself to his father Ardashir and grandfather Pabag, while also seeking continuity with more distant ancestors, from clan leaders to the Achaemenid kings. Roman writers recorded Sasanian claims that the possessions of their forefathers should be restored to them, showing how ancestry was used to justify political demands. Within Iran, traditions linked the dynasty back to times before Alexander's conquests and to mythical rulers. A late Sasanian romance portrays Sasan, described as Ardashir's father and a shepherd of Pabag, as a descendant of Darius. Later writers, such as Tabari, elaborated genealogies connecting Ardashir to the legendary Kayanians, thus tying the Sasanians to both historical and mythical figures, while erasing the Arsacid line. In truth, however, the Sasanians inherited much from the Parthians. Although they claimed to centralize authority and distinguish themselves from the rule of petty kings, they retained many elements of Arsacid political culture: kingship tied to one family, a nobility structured by rank and lineage, aristocratic clans with enduring influence, and administrative practices rooted in Parthian traditions. This continuity is not surprising, since the Sasanians themselves had once been Parthian vassals, and only a short time separated the fall of the Arsacids from the rise of the new dynasty. After nearly 5 centuries of Parthian dominance in Iran, the imprint of Arsacid traditions on kingship, administration, social hierarchy, and historical memory was too deeply rooted for the Sasanians to erase completely. Stability at home could only be secured by preserving much of the existing order. both in institutions and in personnel. What the new dynasty brought was innovation in other directions. The revival of the leading role in resistance against Rome, the stronger emphasis on the distinctly Iranian identity of kingship and religion, and a closer association with the Zoroastrian deities. Both the wars with Rome and the promotion of Mazdaism were shaped by political calculation. Warfare served the purpose of strengthening and legitimizing the monarchy, while the close association with the gods offered divine sanction for the reign. The movement toward greater centralization emerged later, most clearly visible in the reforms of Khosrow I. Accounts from Middle Persian and Arabic writers that describe the inseparable bond of throne and altar under Ardashir must have been composed in later generations, rather than reflecting his own time. When it comes to succession, the Sasanians followed the Arsacid custom, in which the reigning monarch designated the heir. Yet disputes arose whenever the decision was unclear or when traditional rights were ignored, creating opportunities for the aristocracy and the clergy to intervene. King Narsa describes one such conflict in his inscription at Paikuli, preserving the letters exchanged and the speeches delivered at the time of his acclamation to demonstrate the legitimacy of his accession. Centuries later, Khosrow II also sought to secure his claim with great care. In a letter to his rival Bahram Chuban, he styled himself as the King of Kings, the Lord of Peoples, the Savior of men, one who rose with the sun and brought light to the night, famed through his ancestors, and the benefactor who restored Persian kingship. He declared that he had taken the throne in accordance with custom, that he would never set aside the diadem, and that he even expected to extend his rule to other worlds, if such a thing were possible. It has often been suggested that a royal council played some part in the succession, much like its Parthian counterpart, although the evidence is fragmentary. Inscriptions such as that of Paikuli, or later texts colored by Zoroastrian interpretation like the Letter of Tansar, point to some form of consultation with the highest dignitaries, though this may have been more symbolic than real. Even in the account of Ardashir's appointing Shapur as king, a formula is included inviting anyone who considered himself more righteous or better suited to govern the empire to make his claim. The enthronement and coronation of a new ruler were marked by carefully staged ceremonies. The king was seated on the throne at the place of his appointment, with princes of the royal family, grandees of the realm, and senior officials gathered in attendance. A vivid description of this process is found in the Letter of Tansar, written from the perspective of the clergy. According to this text, the crown and throne were placed in the audience hall at night, while nobles and priests assembled. The Mobad, accompanied by other religious figures, proclaimed before the assembled lords that God had revealed the rightful heir. The prince was then lifted onto the throne, the crown set upon his head, and his rule acknowledged as divinely sanctioned. A second and more solemn rite, the religious coronation, was normally performed in a fire temple, but unlike the Achaemenids, the Sasanians had no fixed sacred site for this occasion. The question of whether the Sasanians practiced co-regency has been debated in connection with the supposed joint rule of Ardashir I and Shapur I, but no clear conclusion has been reached. Ardashir himself, as the founder of the dynasty, became an increasingly idealized figure, especially in later centuries. His memory was celebrated in inscriptions that emphasized divine ancestry and heroic acts. Shapur Famf, in his own record, proudly declared his lineage from Ardashir and Pabag, and described a ceremonial arrow shot before the great lords of the realm, symbolizing the reach of his power. The aristocracy under the Sasanians was organized in distinct ranks. Shapur IV, in his Hajiabad inscription, listed 4 groups in order of importance. The first consisted of local dynasts and princes entrusted with governing key territories, referred to as Pardaran in Middle Persian and described in Greek as despotes ton ethnon. The second rank, the Vaspuragan, was made up of members of the royal clan not directly descended from the king. The third, the Vuzurgan, included the heads of the most prominent noble families, such as the Varas and the great Parthian houses of Surin and Karin, as well as other high-ranking lords. The fourth group, the Azadan, encompassed the wider body of Iranian nobility. Together, these groups formed the social and political backbone of the empire and played a decisive role in recognizing or contesting the authority of the throne. In Sasanian society, the duty to offer sacrifices for the souls of the living and the dead was a shared responsibility, and Shapur's record of deeds lists the names of contemporary figures from the 4 great groups of society, often mentioning their offices at court or within the empire. Inscriptions from Narse make clear that the King of Kings and the aristocracy were bound together through mutual obligations, networks of support, and shared interests. These structures of prestige were not newly created by the Sasanians, but inherited from the Parthians. However, the Sasanians strengthened the role of the Persian nobility from the southwest, while still keeping the great Parthian houses in leading positions. Over time, new families also rose to prominence. The high aristocracy was expected to support the king and play a key part in the proclamation of a new ruler, lending both advice and legitimacy to the throne. Roman sources also shed light on the prestige of the Persian nobility. Ammianus recounts the story of a deserter named Antoninus, who was received with honor at the winter court of Shapur II. He was awarded the dignity of the tiara, which gave him the right to sit at the royal table and to speak in assemblies alongside the Persian elite. Such honors, as Ammianus notes, reflected closeness to the monarch, but also suggested that appearance and dress were outward signs of noble standing. Yet, before the later period of the dynasty, the most important measure of aristocratic status was not a royal title or mark of distinction, but lineage itself. Procopius still observed this during the reign of Kavad, noting that Persians believed offices should pass only to those who could claim the proper position of honor through ancestry. Distinctive markers of nobility included the colored and symbol-embroidered tiaras mentioned by Ammianus, along with jeweled belts and earrings. While the king could bestow such insignia, for a long time, noble rank existed independently of royal favor. Only in the later Sasanian centuries did these outward marks require the explicit approval of the monarch. As the historian Theophylactus explained, bestowed rank gradually became more highly valued than lineage itself. This shift was made possible after the mid-5th century crisis, when disastrous defeats of Peroz against the Hephthalites, combined with years of drought and famine, left the empire in a weakened state. The peasants bore the double burden of landlords and state taxes, while parts of the country fell under Hephthalite control. Many fled their lands, while others joined revolts inspired by the teachings of Mazdak, who preached communal ownership and social justice. The nobility, meanwhile, suffered heavy losses in war, internal divisions, and popular uprisings that undermined their strength. The reforms of Kavad Durm and his son Khosrow reshaped the empire's structure. They extended land taxation to aristocratic estates and reorganized both nobility and army, drastically redefining the balance between ruler and elite. Khosrau is remembered for crushing the Mazdakite movement, redistributing confiscated property, restoring lands to noble families, and tying aristocratic households directly to the crown. He arranged marriages for the children of prominent families, supplied dowries from the treasury, and ensured their loyalty by keeping them close at court, where they served in high offices. He also reorganized the cavalry, supporting men without property with horses and equipment, and established regular wages for soldiers. Judges, officials, and governors were chosen carefully and placed under strict royal authority. This strengthened the monarchy by creating both an administrative nobility and a military class that owed their positions to the king rather than to inherited prestige. At the local level, a new stratum of lower nobility known as the Decanan emerged. These wealthy landowners, sometimes controlling entire villages, were promoted by the crown with land, funds, and other resources to act as loyal supporters of royal power against both rebellious peasants and rival magnates. Yet, the balance between throne and aristocracy did not last. Khosrau had divided the empire into 4 regions under the command of generals called spabeds, who were allowed to use a share of the land taxes to support their armies. Some of these commanders, along with other noble leaders, soon pursued their own ambitions, even seeking the throne. The most famous was Bahram Chubin of the Miran family, who rebelled under Hormizd and made a brief bid for kingship around 590 to 591, later remembered in heroic tales, despite Khosrau II's efforts to suppress his legacy. Although Khosrau II temporarily centralized finances, tensions with the nobility deepened due to heavy taxation, military campaigns, and accusations of tyranny. After his fall, kingship became little more than a tool of aristocratic factions competing for power. The rapid conquests of the Muslim armies and the sudden disintegration of Sasanian authority highlight how internal rivalries and conflicting interests among the empire's leading classes fatally weakened the state in its final years before the rise of Islam. The sources from 3rd century Iran, such as inscriptions, reliefs, and coins, reveal that women of the royal family were granted remarkable attention and respect. Some were honored with sacred fires dedicated to their souls and lasting memory, and even received sacrifices in their name. They could hold distinctive titles. For example, Adur Anahid, daughter of Shapur Fern, was known as Queen of Queens and was mentioned before the king's sons, while Khoranzm, described as Queen of the Empire, is considered to have been Shapur's wife and was commemorated in sacrifices before Adur Anahid herself. Among other influential women of the early Sasanian period were Denag, the mother of Pabag, and grandmother of Ardashir, Rodag, the mother of Ardashir I, and another Denag, his sister, who also carried the title of Queen of Queens. This title has sometimes been taken as evidence of royal marriages within the family, such as between father and daughter or brother and sister, but there is no proof for such practices in these particular cases. Instead, the titles reflect their exceptional rank by birth. Royal women appear not only in inscriptions and reliefs, but also on coinage. For instance, Bahram II had himself portrayed alongside his queen and heir in the Roman fashion. They were also immortalized on engraved gems and seals of their own. It is therefore less surprising that shortly before the empire's collapse, women like Puran and her sister Azar Migdukt were able to ascend the throne, even if this happened due to a lack of male successors. In the same period, The career of Kirdir provides insight into the rise of religious officials in Sasanian Iran. He recorded in his own inscription that he had long been entrusted with sealing legal agreements and documents concerning fire temples and the Magi, and that successive kings recognized him with honorific titles. Shapura called him Kirdir, the Mobad and Herbt. Hormizdrom and Bahram I named him the Mobad of Ormazd. And Bahram the Teku went so far as to style him Kirdir, whose soul Bahram saved, the Mobad of Ormazd. Later, he claimed that Bahram II raised him to the rank of magnate and appointed him Mobad and judge of the whole empire, as well as overseer of the great fires of Anahid and Ardakshir in Stakhr. Kirdir's rise began with the modest role of Herbt, a low or middle-ranking cleric, and advanced step by step until he became the most powerful religious figure in the realm. Whether he legitimately attained the position of head of the Zoroastrian priesthood is uncertain, but if he did, all other priests, from minor temple guardians to caretakers of major provincial fires, would have fallen under his authority. What is certain is that he became the dominant religious dignitary of his time. From the 4th century onward, the structure of religious offices became more elaborate, reflecting the hierarchy of political power. Christian sources distinguish between a head of the Mobads, a great Mobad, and provincial Mobads. Later traditions attribute the formal establishment of the empire's highest religious, military, and administrative posts to Mihr Narse, the powerful vizier and general who served under Yazdgird I, Bahram V, and Yazdgird II. It is said that he arranged for his sons to hold offices that mirrored the 3 great functions of priest, warrior, and farmer, echoing ancient ideals while consolidating authority within his family. Much less is known about the middle layers of Sasanian society, but they must have included local officials, artisans, craftsmen, merchants, and entertainers, along with doctors, astronomers, scholars, and singers who worked in cities and at court. Beneath them stood the mass of peasants who formed the bulk of the population, and the bondmen. Zoroastrian texts often stress the tension between poor and rich, and the uprisings of the late 5th and early 6th centuries confirm that these conflicts could erupt violently during times of hardship. Accounts from later writers describe how burdensome taxation and aristocratic control weighed heavily on the rural population. One story tells of King Kavad witnessing a woman beating a girl for picking a pomegranate. When he questioned her, she explained that the crop could not be touched until the harvest was formally assessed for tax collection. Disturbed by this, Kavad reorganized the system in the province of Fars, dividing it into districts where harvests were recorded at set times, and where peasants and tenant farmers were given more freedom over their produce. This distinction between free peasants and tenant farmers suggests that some had managed to rise to independence and gain control over their own land. Other sources, such as the deeds attributed to Khosrau from Anoshervan, also emphasize concern for the rural population. Unlike previous rulers, Khosrau is said to have restructured taxation, kept accurate records, and prevented abuses by requiring judges to listen to complaints directly from taxpayers without interference from landlords or tax collectors. These reports describe how grievances were written down, sealed, and presented before high officials and nobles, forcing oversight of potential injustices. Yet the later accounts of encroachments by the wealthy under Khosrau's successors and the king's eventual downfall show that such measures did not bring lasting relief. Zoroastrian and Arab writers describe the Sasanian Empire as a society where social mobility was restricted by rigid rules, requiring official approval before someone could advance in rank, and even prescribing certain clothing according to class. In practice, however, these ideals of strict class loyalty were not always fully enforced. When it comes to slavery, aside from the many prisoners of war captured during Shapur's campaigns, most of our information comes from a Middle Persian legal text known as the Book of 1,000 Judgments, Madayan-i Hazar Dadistan, a compilation of cases produced under Khosrow II. Additional evidence is found in later Middle Persian writings, as well as in a Syriac collection of laws compiled by Ishobukht. The terminology used in these texts is revealing. The word bandage could refer both to a free subject and to a dependent bondman, while tan or body was applied to debtors or individuals with restricted legal capacity. The most common expression for a slave was anparig, meaning foreigner, which reflects the fact that war captivity was the primary source of slaves. Other routes into servitude included children being sold by their fathers and the inheritance of slave status from parents. Legal views shifted over time. Initially, a child's condition followed that of the father, but later it was determined by the mother. Slaves were regarded as property, or svastag, yet they were also recognized as human beings, which offered some protection against extreme cruelty. They could be sold, rented out, transferred as security, or even shared by several owners. Anything they produced belonged to their master. Some slaves resembled serfs tied to the land, similar to the Roman concept of peasants bound to estates, who were sold together with the farmland they cultivated. Slaves who practiced the Zoroastrian religion were not permitted to be sold to non-believers, and if they happened to belong to a non-Zoroastrian, they could purchase their freedom by compensating him for his loss. Remarkably, slaves could appear in court as witnesses, plaintiffs, or defendants. Owners could grant them special property of their own, and manumission was possible, either fully or partially in cases where several individuals shared ownership. Freedom was confirmed through a document called Azad Hipt, after which the former slave became a free subject of the King of Kings. The empire also had temple slaves, such as the Anparig-i Ataxp, who worked on estates owned by fire temples. These differed from men known as Ataxp Bandag or Aduran Bandag, who were free individuals serving shrines at the king's command. The most famous example of this dual role was Mir Narse, a powerful vizier in the 5th century. He served at shrines under Bahram Fithith, was demoted to labor as a temple slave on crown land under Yazdgird II, and was later reinstated to sacred service under Peroz. Although the exact number of slaves in the empire is unknown, it must have been very large. The legal works of the Sasanian period are also our main sources for understanding the household and family. Unlike Rome, the Sasanians never produced a unified civil code, nor did they establish a body of secular law entirely separate from Zoroastrian religious ethics. The Book of 1,000 Judgments functioned as a detailed guide for jurists, offering precise legal terms, case studies, and the opinions of specialists. It was compiled between Khosrow's accession in the late 6th century and the Arab conquest in the early 7th century by Farakmard, a jurist from the city of Ghor in Fars. His work drew upon commentaries on the legal sections of the Avesta, earlier collections of rulings, expert memoranda, instructions for court officials, royal decrees, and both state and private archives. Other Middle Persian texts dealing with law also survive, though they are less significant. Among Christian communities, Zoroastrian law strongly influenced works such as the Corpus Juris by the Metropolitan Mar Ishobukht. Written originally in Middle Persian in the 8th century for Christians in Persis, it survives in a Syriac translation made around the year 800. Later, Christian texts include writings by Mar Simeon, another metropolitan of Persis, and a Syriac legal treatise on marriage law produced under the leadership of the Catholicus Mar Abba during Khosrow Thirst's reign. The Sasanian family is perhaps best described as a household, comparable to the domestic units of ancient Greece and Rome, rather than as a family in the modern sense. This does not mean that we know how many generations typically lived together, since most of the evidence reflects legal rules rather than descriptions of daily life. Middle Persian used the words dudag, smoke, and kadag, house, to denote nuclear and extended family structures. The head of the household was the Kadagsvadai, the master of the house, while his wife was the Kadag Banug. Together with their sons, daughters, and dependents, they formed a unit that was at once legal, economic, and religious. Some household members acted in their own right, such as the master and his adult male descendants, while others, such as women and minors, were included through their dependence on others. The household itself belonged to larger kinship groups, similar to the Greek genos or the Roman genes, identified in Middle Persian by the terms Naf, Tom, and Gor. These clans preserved the memory of their founding ancestors, organized common rituals, and held commemorative feasts. Each household carried out religious duties for the souls of paternal forebears, just as the clan maintained ancestral cults. Although families could make use of shared resources like pastures, mills, and irrigation systems, they were limited in transferring property outside their group. Kin also played a role in inheritance, guardianship, and adoption, depending on the degree of relationship. In Sasanian society, male members of a family were considered adults at the age of 15, when they were formally welcomed into the community through a ceremony in which they received a belt and garment as symbols of their new legal status. Authority within the wider kin group rested in a council of senior men who played a central role in supervising weddings and adjudicating legal matters. New members could be brought into this circle through adoption, carried out with the consent of the kin group. For a long time, marriages were arranged within the family line, with unions between close relatives seen as normal practice. However, we should be cautious about assuming that this extended to unions between full siblings or parents and children, even in the royal family. Still, marriages between relatives were so common across Iran and neighboring regions that both Christian leaders and Roman officials later felt compelled to forbid the practice among their subjects. Social rank and eligibility for office in this world were strongly tied to descent. It is not surprising that the word used to describe a freeborn man came to mean nobleman as well. The most common marriage form was known as the Pax Paii union, comparable to the Roman manus marriage. In this arrangement, the bride moved into her husband's household, severing all legal ties with her original family. She took on the role of mother of the children, leader of the household, and participant in family rituals, while also becoming legally subject to her husband's authority. The children of such a marriage inherited not only their father's property and rank, but also his religious and economic obligations. In the Sasanian period, marriage contracts became more formalized, recording the obligations of both bride's guardian and groom. Men could marry at 15, while women could be married before adulthood, provided it was not against their will. Polygamy was permitted. and within the royal family both polygamy and marriage between relatives are well attested. A wife generally remained under her husband's authority for life, and was not entitled to hold property unless this was explicitly stated in the marriage contract. Her dowry, however, stayed hers, with the husband serving only as trustee. If a marriage was childless, the dowry was returned to her family upon her death. Divorce was possible for either party, though it required the consent of the other, except in cases of childlessness or proven misconduct by the wife. Like marriage, divorce had to be made public and recorded, with documents specifying the return of dowry or nuptial gifts. In matters of inheritance, a widow could be treated like a son, inheriting a full share of her husband's estate, and her new guardian was usually her eldest adult son, or, if none existed, the nearest male relative of her husband. If the marriage had been childless, she was required to marry her husband's closest male relative in a form of levirate marriage, while still retaining her status as the legal wife of the deceased. Children from this new union were regarded as heirs of the deceased husband, not of their biological father. Christian jurists criticized such marriages, as they did the custom of marrying relatives. The law also recognized the case of an inheriting daughter, a girl with no brothers who would be married to a paternal relative to preserve her father's household, even if this meant dissolving an existing marriage. Her children from this arrangement were counted as heirs of her maternal grandfather. Besides the Padixpaya union, other types of marriage existed, such as unions formed by a woman's free choice without transferring her legal ties to another family, or arrangements in which a husband, under certain conditions, entrusted his wife and her property to another man for a time. In such cases, she remained the lawful wife of her first husband, who acted as her guardian, and the children were considered his. Sasanian law also laid down detailed rules regarding guardianship of minors, women, and families without male members. Guardianship could arise naturally within the family, be assigned by the kin group in the absence of male relatives, or be arranged by the father of a household, who might appoint an outsider if necessary. Because preserving the household and ensuring the continuation of religious obligations were considered paramount, inheritance and succession rules were carefully defined. A distinction was made between heirs who were legitimate continuators of the house and substitute heirs when no direct male heir existed. These substitute heirs, whether widows, daughters, or relatives appointed by will or custom, were charged with providing a son for the deceased household head, ensuring that his line and obligations continued. Although much more could be said about Sasanian law regarding property, obligations, and inheritance, these principles already demonstrate the central role played by family structure, descent, and ritual duty in shaping the legal order of the time. In his inscription, Shapur records the names of the nobles, officials, and aristocrats who were closest to him and who were therefore entitled to have offerings made for the welfare of their souls. Comparable lists survive in other records as well, including another section of the same inscription where he refers to the reigns of Pabag and Ardashir, and in the Paikuli inscription of Narse. These lists follow a similar pattern. They begin with members of the royal family, continue with the leading noble houses, and end with other officials and dignitaries. Examining these records allows us to outline the early Sasanian state in its administrative character, and to reconstruct the hierarchy of authority at court and in government. One of the key issues in understanding the imperial system is the division of the empire into territorial units. The earliest evidence comes from the inscriptions of Shapur, Narseh, and the high priest Kirdir. In Shapur's own account, he enumerates the provinces under his authority, ranging from Persis and Parthia to Khuzestan, Mycenae, Mesopotamia, Adiabene, Arabia, Atropatene, Armenia, Iberia, Albania, Balasagan up to the Caucasus, the Elburz region, Media, Hyrcania, Margiana, Aria, the eastern provinces, Kirman, Sakistan, Turkestan, Makran, Paradine, Sind, and the Kushan lands as far as Peshawar and beyond to the borders of Central Asia, as well as the coastal region of Oman. Comparing this list with that of Narseh and with Kirdir's partial classification reveals both continuity and change. Shapur entrusted several frontier regions as kingdoms to his sons and other princes, a practice inherited from the Parthian system of local rulers. His sons held important borderlands. Hormizd Ardashir governed Armenia as crown prince. Another son ruled Messene. Narseh controlled the territories of the Saka and coastal lands, and Bahram ruled in Gilan. Other royal relatives were placed over Adiabene, Kirman, and Iberia. Later inscriptions also mention rulers in Kushan, Khwarezm, Makran, Gurgan, Balasagan, Albania, and elsewhere, though not all were clearly subjects of the Sasanian king. Modern scholarship often calls these rulers vassals, though whether the European idea of vassalage, oaths, military service, and land grants applied here cannot be confirmed. A second type of administrative unit was the province, governed by a satrap. 7 such governors are named in Shapur's inscription, but the actual number must have been much larger, covering territories directly under royal control, such as former Parthian crown lands or newly conquered areas. Cities founded by the king were also located on this royal land. The precise scale of these provinces, compared with earlier satrapies, remains uncertain. For the later Sasanian period, especially the 6th and 7th centuries, the picture is clearer thanks to seals and bullae that preserve names, titles, and offices. Most finds come from western Iran, while the east remains less documented. Additional details are provided by Christian sources such as Syriac martyr acts and church synods. Law books of the period attribute the introduction of official seals to Kavad and Khosrow Fefemn, and recent studies of the seal impressions have shed light on the structure of provincial administration. The province was the core unit, subdivided into districts. Most offices attested in the sources operated at the provincial level, while only a few, such as the Amargar and Framadar, could hold responsibilities that extended beyond a single province. Religious officials, such as the Meg, generally worked at the district level. The governor of a province dealt with civil administration, cooperating with the Amargar, who managed taxes, and with the Ostendar, who oversaw royal estates. The governor does not seem to have shared authority with the clergy. Each province also had a chief priest, the Mogbed, who supervised religious matters and clerical estates. Above him stood a hierarchy that culminated in the chief priest of the empire. Another official, the protector of the poor and judge, represented the weak in legal cases and may have inherited duties once associated with the priest judges of earlier times. Civil judges also operated alongside these religious legal authorities. Other positions included advisors, some of whom served at court while others worked in the provinces, often connected with educational or ceremonial roles. Eunuchs, for instance, sometimes served as advisors to the royal women. There were also officials associated with protocol, finances, or archives, though their duties remain less clearly defined. The Framadar held an especially high post, sometimes overseeing multiple provinces or great religious institutions, and in some cases bore the title Great Framadar. Another important office was that of the Amargar, responsible for fiscal matters, including taxation, both at the provincial and regional levels. The office of the Magi, which operated only on the district level, is known to us mainly through seal impressions. It seems to have dealt with the settlement of local disputes and may have acted as a mediator before matters were passed on to higher authorities, such as the provincial chief priest or the judge. Together with the Mobad and the Rad, whose precise duties are less clear, these officials also played an important role in interrogating and condemning Christians during times of persecution. In the Christian martyr narratives, they often appear alongside guards, jailers, and executioners. Some provincial offices had equivalents on the imperial level, such as the High Mobad or the Chief Judge of the Empire. But for other positions like the Tax Overseer or the Framadar, such connections are harder to establish. At the very top of the administrative structure were figures who moved in the immediate circle of the King of Kings. Among these were the Bide-Axp, often thought of as a viceroy or grand vizier, and probably always a royal family member, and the Argbed, whose title has been interpreted either as a fortress commander or as chief tax collector. His prominence is evident from his position ahead of even the princes in some inscriptions, as well as from the occasions where he represented the king directly. Another key figure was the Zendenig, likely head of the state prison in Khuzestan, remembered in tradition as the Castle of Oblivion. The court also included a number of important posts, some with Parthian origins. Chief among them was the Hazaruft, the commander of the king's bodyguards, who, as in Achaemenid times, should not be confused with a prime minister. He was likely accompanied by the commander of the palace guards, the master of the gates, and other senior officers. Highly respected, too, were roles such as the caller to meals, the royal arms bearer, the overseer of servants, the master of supplies, and the royal treasurer. Ardashir's court added positions such as the marshal, the cupbearer, and the master of the hunt, later expanded under Shapur to include a master of wild boars. The head of the scribes was another significant figure, and evidence suggests that this post often remained within certain families due to the specialized skills it demanded. Eunuchs held both domestic and political roles at court, while singers preserved and performed the traditional lore of Iran. The courts of lesser kings and provincial rulers may well have mirrored the royal court, making the early Sasanian state essentially one bound together by networks of personal relationships rather than by an impersonal bureaucracy. The king's personal domains, known as Dastgird, stood apart from the lands of the nobility. In aristocratic territories, royal authority was weaker, and taxation and troop levies could only be carried out through the cooperation of local magnates. By contrast, only on royal land could new cities be founded, resettled, or renamed, which is why early Sasanian rulers tried to expand these holdings. Ardashir's victories allowed him to do so, but his successors, lacking major territorial gains, struggled to continue his program of urbanization until Kavad and Khosrow seized the opportunity after weakening the nobility during the Mazdakite uprisings. The autonomy of old Hellenistic cities in Mesopotamia and Susiana under the Sasanians is uncertain, though Susa clearly lost its status after Shapur II's harsh measures against it in his campaign against Christians. City foundations often went hand in hand with forced resettlements. Shapur IV and Khosrow I are known to have deported groups from Antioch and relocated them within the empire, thus supplying labor and skilled artisans. Prisoners of war and deportees were a key element in strengthening the urban population, while voluntary migration or the transfer of villagers into towns played a minor role. Reforms under Kavad and Khosrow also reshaped the empire's tax system. Previously, levies varied depending on cultivation and were assessed directly on crops, leading to unstable revenues. Kavad initiated surveys of farmland, which Khosrow completed, counting both fields and trees to create a fixed tax base. From then on, specific rates were applied. 1 dirham per unit of wheat or barley, higher amounts on vineyards and alfalfa, and levies on date palms and olive trees, while other produce was exempt to encourage nourishment. A poll tax was imposed on all but nobles, soldiers, priests, scribes, and officials, graded by wealth and with exemptions for the very young and the elderly. This system ensured predictable income for emergencies and military campaigns, while removing earlier inconsistencies between royal land and aristocratic estates. Although some have argued that these reforms were modeled on Roman Byzantine systems, their impact within Iran was profound. By Khosrow II's reign, however, taxes had increased so drastically that popular discontent became widespread. Later writers recalled Khosrow II's maxim that the strength of the kingdom depended on the army on money, money on taxation, taxation on agriculture, agriculture on justice, justice on honest officials, and the officials on the integrity of the viziers, with the king himself at the top as the guardian of fairness. In practice, this principle was rarely upheld, and by the end of the dynasty, excessive taxation contributed to the weakening of the empire. As in most ancient societies, agriculture formed the backbone of the Sasanian economy. The majority of the population lived in rural areas, working the land either as free peasants or dependent farmers. For the elite, land ownership was both the primary source of wealth and the foundation of social prestige, with large estates and numerous retainers serving as key markers of influence. Even the royal treasury relied more heavily on agricultural taxation than on urban revenues, and the army itself was largely recruited from the countryside. The taxation system, as described by Tabari, highlights the central crops of the empire: cereals such as wheat, barley, and rice, alongside vineyards, alfalfa, date palms, and olive groves. Products like vegetables, cotton, sesame, and cucumbers were excluded from taxation, likely because they were cultivated for local household use. Single, isolated date palms were also exempt, as they were considered free for public consumption. Pastures are not directly mentioned by Tabari, though Mas'udi records that in Iraq, grazing land was subject to a high tax, possibly to discourage farmland from being converted into pasture. The province of Khuzestan is the best-studied example of Sasanian agricultural organization. Research shows that while cereals, rice, dates, and sugarcane were the major crops, the period also witnessed a notable migration of people into cities, accompanied by a decline in agricultural output. This trend is puzzling given the significant investment in dams, canals, and irrigation projects that both archaeology and textual sources attest to. Beyond farming, trade and craftsmanship occupied an important role. One illustrative account comes from the story of Pusai, a Christian artisan and martyr under Shapur II. Descended from deportees resettled in Persia, he became renowned as a master weaver and gold embroiderer. Shapur gathered skilled workers from across the empire, forming royal workshops overseen by a chief craftsman, and eventually appointed Pusai to that role. This position, also known as Kiragbed, placed him above the heads of guilds and trade associations, highlighting the prestige attached to royal manufacturing. Pusai's career reflects both the restrictions placed on deported artisans, such as limited freedom of movement, and the privileges they could gain, including the right to intermarry with locals. Skilled labor, often drawn from prisoners of war, contributed to industries such as textiles in Khuzestan, construction, metalworking, and dyeing. Roman captives in particular left a lasting mark through their work on bridges, dams, and other monumental structures. Deportees often retained their cultural and religious identity, but the relative freedom of worship granted by the Sasanians, combined with economic security and social recognition, helped mitigate the hardships of displacement. Resistance among these groups is scarcely documented. Urban society also included free artisans organized into guilds, such as goldsmiths, silversmiths, and merchants, who signed synodal decrees alongside church leaders. Sasanian merchants, however, were especially noted for their role as intermediaries rather than producers, profiting from the movement of luxury goods, silk, spices, jewels, perfumes, hides, exotic animals, and slaves between East and West. Yet their position in international trade was not always secure. Following the peace treaty of 297/8, Persians were restricted to trading only at Nisibis, which caused financial losses and limited their access to Roman markets. Later treaties redefined these terms, adding or removing trade centers such as Callinicum, Artaxata, and Dara, while also tightening controls on Arab and other foreign merchants. Despite these obstacles, Persia retained significant advantages as the middleman in East-West exchange, leading the Byzantines to experiment with sericulture, expand ties with Axum and Arabia, and eventually seek alliances with the Turks to bypass Persian dominance. Maritime trade also played a vital role. Persian merchants maintained routes to India through the Persian Gulf, a continuation of patterns established in Parthian times. The prophet Mani himself is said to have sailed from Mesopotamia to India, stopping at ports in Fars and reaching as far as Deb, identified with Daibul near Karachi. By the 4th century, records of increasing contact with India appear, particularly through the missions of Eastern Syriac Christians, who traveled both by land and sea to the Malabar coast and even Sri Lanka. The metropolitan seat of Rev Ardashir claimed a special connection to these Indian communities, asserting authority over them despite lacking clear jurisdiction. Commercial activity in the Persian Gulf required the control of the northeastern Arabian coast, and it was for this reason that Ardashir IV sought to dominate the regions of Avaz and Meshan, establishing cities there and even, according to early accounts, advancing as far as Bahrain. Later, after Arab incursions into Fars at the beginning of Shapur II's reign, the king retaliated with a harsh campaign deep into Arabia, constructing defensive lines in southern Iraq and deporting Arab groups to Kerman and Avaz. Oman, which was more closely tied to southwestern Iran than to Arabia, had already been under Sasanian control since the time of Shapur I. In Mesopotamia, the dynasty relied on the Lakhmids of Hira, who served as guardians against Byzantium, their Ghassanid allies, and the Bedouin of the Najd. Under Al-Mundir III, who ruled between 503 and 554, the Sasanians extended their authority over much of eastern Arabia, including Bahrain, Oman, Yamama, Najd, and the Hejaz, as far as Taif. Their influence even reached Yathrib, later Medina. When Khosrow II suppressed the attempt of the Lakhmid ruler Numan III to break free, the weakening of this Arab buffer zone left the region exposed, paving the way for the successes of Muhammad's armies decades later. Sasanian interest in Arabia extended southward as well. Khosrau I dispatched an army under the general Varis to Yemen, where it advanced as far as Sana'a. The Persians expelled the Ethiopian forces, who were allied with Byzantium, and installed a local prince as their vassal. Persian influence in the region endured until the closing years of Muhammad's life. Control of South Arabia, especially around the Gulf of Aden, was crucial for restricting Byzantine access to trade through the Red Sea. To the inhabitants of the Eastern Roman Empire, the Sasanians were both significant trade partners and dangerous military rivals. Persian armies frequently clashed with Roman forces or broke through the frontier to plunder towns and countryside. Eyewitnesses described their soldiers as a formidable sight. Entire companies of cavalry were covered head to toe in iron plates fitted with precision, leaving only tiny gaps at the eyes and nostrils. Armed with lances, many stood rigidly as though locked in bronze, while behind them archers prepared their bows, a weapon in which the Persians had excelled since early times. Even more terrifying were the war elephants, whose sheer presence struck fear into their enemies. The Roman historian Ammianus Marcellinus recorded such descriptions during the Emperor Julian's campaign in 363. He noted that the backbone of the Sasanian army, as with the Parthians, was its heavily armored cavalry. Tabari later explained that under Khosrau I, a cavalryman was required to possess full horse armor, chainmail, a breastplate, greaves, sword, lance, shield, club, axe, quiver, 2 bows, 30 arrows, and spare strings. Procopius claimed that the elite unit of this cavalry was known as the Immortals, reviving the name once used by the Achaemenids. Light cavalry was often drawn from allied peoples such as the Sakastanians, Galans, Albanians, Kushans, Hephthalites, Turks, and Arabs. Infantry was made up largely of bowmen, protected by wicker shields and rawhide, alongside simple foot soldiers. These men, usually peasants, were poorly armed and often unpaid, serving as attendants for the armored horsemen, guarding supply trains, or assisting in sieges and earthworks. Their main weapons were spear and shield. Over time, the Persians became as skilled as the Romans in siegecraft, sometimes even surpassing them. The army was commanded by the Spabed, known from inscriptions as early as the 3rd century, supported by the Aspbed, who commanded the cavalry. In the early 5th century, Mir Narse established a higher office known as the Supreme Commander, which later evolved into the division of military leadership into 4 Spabeds under Khosrau I, each responsible for 1/4 of the empire. Other important officers included the Pegospanen, who commanded provincial forces, and the Marsbanen, who oversaw border districts. Khosrau also reformed recruitment by creating the corps of al-Asawira, equipping poor men with horses, weapons, and pay. Detailed records were kept of every soldier's arms, mounts, and service, while frontier troops were granted fiefs to secure their loyalty. Battles were typically decided by massed cavalry charges, supported by the constant rain of arrows from archers. The commander-in-chief remained in the center near the imperial standard, protected by elite guards. This formation was strong, but also vulnerable. If the general fell or fled, the army often collapsed. Despite their past successes against Rome and Byzantium, the armored cavalry eventually found themselves overmatched by the swift and lightly armed horsemen of the Muslim armies. Accounts also show that the Sasanians valued single combat as part of warfare. In 421, during a conflict with Byzantium, Bahram V challenged the Romans to send forth a champion, promising a 50-year peace treaty if the Persian warrior prevailed. The duel, however, ended in the Persians' defeat, leading to the treaty nonetheless. Such encounters were deeply rooted in Iranian tradition and celebrated in reliefs and artworks. For the Sasanians, military skill and personal bravery were essential to royal legitimacy. Kings themselves led campaigns, gaining prestige through courage and divine favor. They depicted themselves as warriors on reliefs, silver vessels, and in illustrated manuscripts, where each monarch was shown with distinctive clothing and crown. Like the rulers of earlier empires, they sought to immortalize their victories in writing, leaving military treatises that affirmed both their authority and their role as champions of Iran. When Bahram I, King of Kings and son of Shapur, passed away, the throne was taken by Bahram II, son of Bahram, who was remembered as generous, just, benevolent, and deeply devoted to the faith. Out of reverence for Ormuzd and the other gods, and also for the sake of his own soul, he elevated the authority and titles of leading figures within the empire. Under his rule, religious devotion to Ormuzd and the traditional deities was strengthened throughout the provinces, and Zoroastrianism, together with the Magi, gained new prominence. Sacred elements such as water, fire, and domestic animals were revered and honored, while the influence of Ahriman and the cults of idols suffered heavy setbacks. Doctrines associated with false deities declined, their credibility undermined, and communities such as Jews, Buddhists, Hindus, Nazarenes, Christians, Baptists, and Manichaeans endured repression. Their temples were destroyed, their idols smashed, and many shrines were converted into sanctuaries of the gods. The inscriptions of the high priest Kirdir provide particularly striking testimony to this period, for he claimed that during the reign of Bahram II he advanced the Zoroastrian faith, while other religions were actively suppressed. These inscriptions are important because they not only list the various religious groups then present in the empire, but also reveal a deliberate policy aimed at defining the place of minorities in a specifically Zoroastrian political and spiritual order. When examining the nature of Zoroastrianism in the Sasanian age, historians encounter several challenges. Religious texts are not uniform in content or chronology, interpretations among scholars differ greatly, and older stereotypes have often clouded the discussion. Yet there are undeniable facts. Sasanian Iran witnessed a more extensive Zoroastrianization than at any earlier point in its history. Religion shaped legal traditions, literature, symbolic art, and burial customs, particularly the exposure of the dead and the later burial of bones. Priests and religious authorities were present at every level of society, from small villages to the royal court, to ensure rituals were carried out and traditions upheld. At the same time, a clearer hierarchy of offices, responsibilities, and sacred sites emerged. It was during this period that the Avesta was first written down, following the example of other sacred scriptures such as the Torah and the Bible, a step that gave the Zoroastrians a recognized status as people of the book. This effort, along with extensive commentary and interpretation, proved crucial for the community's later history. The Sasanian monarchs consistently presented themselves as champions of the faith. They established fire temples and sanctuaries, presenting their close relationship with the divine as a source of legitimacy and divine right to rule. Endowments for the benefit of both the living and the dead reflected the belief that the fate of the soul could be aided by acts of service to the community and support for descendants. Still, many questions remain unresolved. scholars continue to debate whether the kings adhered strictly to orthodox Zoroastrianism or followed the Zurvanite interpretation, whether the earliest Sasanians banned the use of images in worship in favor of fire cults, and whether the Avesta was truly canonized under Ardashir I, as later tradition claimed. Another long-debated question is whether, by the time of the Islamic conquest, Zoroastrianism had become overly rigid and burdened by ritualism, making it less appealing to its followers, or whether it was simply external political and military pressures that reduced it to a minority faith. By contrast, the history of Christianity within the Sasanian Empire is somewhat clearer. Christian communities had already taken root in Mesopotamia and Iran during the 2nd century under the Arsacid rulers, and Edessa became a central hub of Christian missionary activity. Yet the decisive growth of Christianity within the empire came not through missionary zeal, but through the mass deportations carried out by Shapur IV. After his victories in Roman Syria, Cilicia, and Cappadocia, Shapur resettled hundreds of thousands of Christians in Mesopotamia, Persis, and Parthia. Both royal inscriptions and later chronicles confirm that these deportees were concentrated in fertile but underpopulated regions like Khuzestan and Meshan, where they were employed in major construction projects. Many were skilled craftsmen and artisans, which strengthened the economy and accelerated the integration of Christian communities. Although Shapur's motives were mainly economic and demographic rather than religious, his policy unintentionally encouraged the spread of Christianity in Iran. Economic support for the new settlers, the solidarity among believers, and their sense of social advancement, combined with the relief of having escaped Roman persecution, contributed to the growth of the faith. According to sources, this period of peace and prosperity for Christians lasted until the reign of Bahram II, when the first persecutions occurred. Even then, however, such persecutions remained relatively rare until later in the 4th century, with the martyrdom of figures such as Bahram's concubine Candida standing out as exceptions. By the early years of the new century, many Christians fleeing Roman oppression under Galerius even sought refuge in the Sasanian Empire. At the same time, internal disputes within the Christian community in Persia began to appear. These disputes often centered on church organization, especially the claim of the bishop of Seleucia Ctesiphon to primacy over other bishops in the empire. Although personal rivalries and ambitions seem to have been as important as doctrinal issues, these disagreements shaped the community's development. By the time of the Council of Nicaea in 325, only one Persian bishop, likely Yohanan bar Mariam of Arbela, took part, reflecting both the diversity and the challenges facing the Sasanian Church at that time. For the Christians living under the Persian Empire, a completely new political landscape began to take shape. On one side, they had a ruler in Shapur II, whose central aim was to overturn the unfavorable peace terms of Nisibis and who was preparing with determination for renewed war against Rome. On the other, the Roman Emperor Constantine had taken it upon himself to regard all Christians as his subjects and protect them, even without their request. This situation created suspicion in Persia that the Christian population might act as agents of Rome. After the first Persian setbacks in the conflict, Shapur demanded that Shemon bar Sabae, the newly appointed metropolitan of Seleucia Ctesiphon, impose a special tax on Christians to fund the war effort. When the bishop refused, this defiance became the beginning of the first systematic persecution of Christians in the Sasanian realm. In accounts of the time, Shapur accused Simeon of harboring political motives, claiming that his loyalty was to the emperor in Rome, who shared his faith rather than to the Persian throne. This mistrust was not entirely groundless. Writings from the Christian intellectual Aphrahat suggest sympathy with Rome and speak of Constantius as the bringer of good, while portraying Shapur as the embodiment of arrogance and evil. The Chronicle of Arbela also records accusations made by Jews and Manichaeans that Christians were essentially spies, keeping Rome informed about events within Persia. Yet very little is known about how Christians themselves viewed their identity during this period. What can be assumed is that their primary concern was the freedom to practice their religion, to organize their churches, and to maintain spaces where they could live according to their faith. In martyrological texts, they referred to themselves with terms such as people of God, believers in the Messiah, or simply as the faithful, while opponents often used labels like Nasraye or Christiane, distinguishing between local Christians and those descended from earlier deportees. Language did not isolate them as a minority, for Syriac was widely spoken throughout the region, and Greek was likely still used by communities of earlier deported Christians. Middle Persian, while the tongue of the royal court and Zoroastrian clergy, was never imposed as an official lingua franca in the multilingual empire. Thus, Christians could still see themselves as ordinary inhabitants of Persian lands, while at the same time holding firmly to their religious identity. The conflict arose when Shapur's policies forced them to choose between loyalty to their faith and obedience to the throne. One account captures this dilemma in a dialogue between Shapur and Bishop Simeon. When the king asked about his loyalty, Simeon affirmed his prayers for the king's well-being, but declared that his devotion to God outweighed any earthly friendship. Persecutions flared intermittently, sometimes easing during truces such as the peace concluded with Emperor Jovian in 363 and recurring until the mid-5th century. A turning point came at the synod held in Seleucia Ctesiphon in 410, when the Persian Christians established their own hierarchical organization, independent of outside control. By 424, another synod formally rejected any authority beyond their own Catholicos, making the Church of the East fully autonomous. Initially, they upheld the Nicene Creed, but by 484, at the Synod of Beth Lapat, they formally embraced the Nestorian doctrine of the dual nature of Christ. This decision not only reflected theological alignment with teachings already popular in Persian border regions, but also served to eliminate any suspicion of collaboration with the Roman Empire. This independence did not represent a withdrawal into heresy, so much as a distancing from the Roman imperial church, which had increasingly fused its identity with the empire itself. The Sasanian kings welcomed this development. They entrusted Christian bishops with diplomatic missions, supported Nestorian teaching, and encouraged learning at institutions such as the School of Nisibis and the intellectual center of Junde Sabur. One of the most prominent figures was Barsauma, who vigorously advanced the Nestorian cause, founded new schools, and played a major political role, even though his opposition to the Catholicos created deep divisions. Generally, Nestorian Christians enjoyed a favorable position under Persian rule, though occasional setbacks occurred, such as Khosrow Furpan's hostility toward Catholicos Mar Abba, or renewed suspicion during wars with Byzantium. Nonetheless, the alliance between the Sasanian monarchy and the Nestorian Church endured. In fact, their greatest difficulties often came not from the state, but from conflicts with other Christian groups. When the Arab conquest came, Persian Christians did not resist, and some even welcomed the new rulers, perhaps feeling a natural affinity with Arab Christian tribes who shared their faith. In Mesopotamia and surrounding regions, various Christian-influenced sects were in conflict with what was later called Orthodox Christianity. Among them were the followers of Bardason, the Marcionites, and different Gnostic groups, including the Elkosites, a community with Judaizing Christian tendencies. Mani, born in Babylonia in 216, was raised within the Elkosite tradition from the age of 4 until he began receiving his own revelations. Around 240, he first appeared publicly, mostly outside the main centers of Sasanian power, though he remained active in his homeland as well. He taught in India and in border areas of Upper Mesopotamia. When Shapur came to power, Mani, encouraged by the hope of greater religious tolerance under the new monarch, sought his presence at court, probably with the backing of Shapur's brother Peroz. There, he gained royal protection and the freedom to pursue his mission, traveling with safe conducts and gathering disciples. Although Shapur showed interest in his teachings, Mani never succeeded in converting the king, and the distance between them remained considerable. Nevertheless, Mani sent missionaries beyond Persia early on, and already in the 240s, his envoys carried his message into Roman territory, where it spread to Egypt and Palmyra. This expansion was not a political scheme to undermine Rome, but part of Mani's vision of a universal religion. Under Shapur's son Hormizd, Mani continued his work without obstruction, dedicating to Shapur his book known as the Paburagan. Yet when Bahram I ascended the throne, the situation changed. Mani was summoned to the royal court at Jundaisabur, imprisoned, and died there. Whether Zoroastrian priests played the decisive role in his death, as Manichaean sources claim, cannot be confirmed. These same sources suggest that the wide-scale persecutions recorded in inscriptions by the priest Kirdir only began some years later, not immediately after Mani's execution. For the Manichaean community, tolerance lasted until the later years of Bahram II, when Marsisin, Mani's immediate successor, was executed, and many followers fled westward to Roman lands, to Arabia, and eastward along the routes where Mani had already established missions. A brief respite came under King Narseh, who, persuaded by the healer Anias and the Arab ruler of Hira, adopted a more lenient stance. But the persecutions resumed under Hormizd II, and the movement's later history in Mesopotamia and Persia remains only partly understood. Christian writings of the period alternately portrayed Manichaeans as both informants against Christians and fellow victims of royal crackdowns, while in later times confusion often arose between Manichaeans and the socially radical Mazdakites. Even during Mani's lifetime, his disciple Mar Ammo had successfully carried the faith into eastern Iran. From there, it spread along the Silk Road into Central Asia and reached as far as China. In these regions, the religion adapted to contact with Buddhism, especially in the Tarim Basin, where its writings adopted Buddhist terms. Eventually, Manichaeism was declared the official religion of the Uyghur state in the 8th century and remained influential there for generations. Its communities flourished particularly along the Silk Road, producing texts and artworks, with strong centers at Turfan and, in adapted forms, in southern China. Mani himself articulated the distinctive features of his faith. He declared his religion superior to earlier traditions in 10 ways, emphasizing above all its universality across lands and languages, its reliance on written scriptures to preserve its purity, and its role as a final path for souls unfulfilled in other creeds. He insisted that his revelation of the two principles of light and darkness, together with his writings and teachings, surpassed those of earlier prophets. He envisioned his church as an enduring structure with leaders, teachers, bishops, and an organized clergy, modeled deliberately on Christian institutions, but designed to avoid the decline he saw in earlier religions. The appeal of Manichaeism lay not only in this organization, but also in its theology. It explained the presence of evil in the world through the mixture of light and darkness, and offered salvation by recognizing this duality and aiding in the release of divine light from matter. The religion divided its adherents into two groups: the elect, who lived ascetic lives in monastic-style communities and dedicated themselves to purifying light particles, and the hearers, ordinary believers who supported the elect materially and were promised eventual spiritual progress. This structured promise of redemption, combined with its sweeping universal vision and criticism of rival religions, made Manichaeism one of the few truly international religions of antiquity, one that endured across centuries despite repeated attempts to suppress it. By the 5th century, another rival to Zoroastrian orthodoxy emerged in the form of Mazdakism. Sources describe the Mazdakites as teaching communal ownership of wealth and women, the redistribution of property, and a radical break with established family and social structures. Texts preserved in the Zoroastrian Denkard accuse them of disregarding religious trials, corrupting social order, and practicing licentiousness. However exaggerated these accounts may be, Mazdakism arose during a time of deep social crisis in Persia, after devastating wars and famines, when discontented peasants rebelled against the aristocracy and seized their property. Like Manichaeism before it, Mazdakism presented itself as both a spiritual doctrine and a social movement, threatening the established order of the empire. The rise of Mazdak and his followers was closely linked to the social ideas he promoted, which at one stage even received the temporary support of King Kavad. Yet Mazdak's life, his intentions, and the deeper inspiration of his teaching remain controversial, both in ancient accounts and in modern scholarship. Much of the debate centers on how his movement related to the wider community of Mazdakites, to the popular uprisings that erupted in the countryside, and to the difference between Mazdak's declared goals and the outcomes of the rebellions. The difficulty lies in the fact that almost all surviving testimony about him comes from religious and political opponents, particularly Khosrau I and the Zoroastrian establishment, who emerged as victors in those conflicts and thus shaped the tradition. Within this context, passages from the Denkard are especially valuable, since they list the original social objectives of the Mazdakite doctrine more clearly than the Arabic and Persian narratives that are usually quoted, even while condemning them. Notably, these texts do not directly associate the Mazdakites with plundering aristocratic storehouses or abducting women, which suggests a difference between Mazdak's intentions and the actions of both rebels and nobles, and supports the view that Mazdak himself did not lead the uprisings. The Zoroastrian critics described the Mazdakites as caring above all for their own people, which seems to mean they were willing to share both property and women within extended community groups. To outsiders, this looked like an unjust form of collective selfishness. They also practiced communal distribution of food, keeping only what was necessary for survival and giving the rest to fellow members in need. The issue that most troubled their opponents was the sharing of women, which clashed with the patriarchal ideal of certain male lineage and family continuity. Such practices implied the recognition of maternal descent and communal responsibility for children, ideas that were deeply unsettling to those who valued inheritance and authority through the male household. It is less clear what was meant by the accusation of acquiring women, whether this involved exchanges within the sect or dealings with outsiders. Their rejection of ordeals and ritual vows, key features of Zoroastrian law, also signaled resistance to what they saw as hollow traditions. Overall, these criticisms reflect the internal regulations of Mazdakite communities. Whether Mazdak himself, or only certain groups of his followers, intended to extend these practices to the wider society as a challenge to the wealthy, remains uncertain. The teaching of Mazdak was not limited to social reforms. It rested on an elaborate theological system, often described as Gnostic and syncretic. Nor did the movement vanish after the suppression of the revolts and the persecutions that followed. In altered form and often underground, Mazdakite beliefs survived not only the fall of the Sasanian Empire, but also the pressures of early Islamic rule. The question of how Sasanian kings and priests treated Christians, Manichaeans, and Mazdakites leads us to the larger problem of religious policy in late antique Iran. Textbooks often portray the empire as dominated by a revived Zoroastrianism that was politically supported by the monarchy and enforced by a strong clerical hierarchy. This picture suggests a tightly organized state religion or state church in which the throne and altar worked hand in hand, producing a state both severe and uncompromising in its approach to minority faiths. In this view, persecution of Christians, Jews, and others seems like the norm rather than an occasional response to particular circumstances. Such an image, however, is too simple. Zoroastrian and later Persian sources do describe a close union of kingship and religion, presenting them as inseparable supports of the empire. Tradition claimed that Ardashir, the dynasty's founder, instructed his son Shapur that religion and kingship were like brothers. One provided the foundation, the other its protection. Later writings, such as the Letter of Tanzar and the Testament of Ardashir, repeated this idea, sometimes even giving religion primacy over royal power. These texts have led some scholars to conclude that Zoroastrianism functioned as an official state religion from the 3rd century onward, perhaps even serving as a model later imitated by the Roman Empire. Yet the sources themselves are late and idealized, and they often reflect a vision of perfect harmony rather than historical reality. Conflicts between kings and priests mentioned in contemporary records show that the balance was never so simple. The highly structured religious hierarchy described in later traditions developed gradually and mirrored the growth of monarchical authority, rather than existing fully formed in the early empire. For this reason, the labels of state religion and state church are misleading. Instead of viewing Sasanian policy as static or uniformly oppressive, it is more accurate to see it as shifting according to the personality and aims of individual rulers, the interests of the clergy, the position of minority groups, and the pressures of both internal and foreign politics. A better comparison can be found in the Roman Empire, where attitudes toward Christians and Manichaeans varied widely depending on the emperor, the needs of the state, and the way each religious group positioned itself. In both East and West, the relationship between rulers and religious minorities was shaped by a complex interplay of belief, politics, and circumstance, rather than by a rigid system of permanent persecution. During the Sasanian period, the history of Christians, Manichaeans, and Mazdakites cannot be understood only through religious disputes, but also through the wider context of political circumstances at home and abroad. The kings often emphasized their devotion to Zoroastrian gods and promoted the rituals of the faith. Yet this did not mean they were seeking to build a formal state church or to elevate the clergy to a position of equal authority. Their approach was largely pragmatic. Questions of loyalty and stability outweighed strict religious uniformity. For example, Shapur I deported Christians from Antioch, not out of hostility, but because he valued their skills and believed they would prove loyal, given their persecution in the Roman Empire. Similarly, Narseh ended Kirdir's persecutions because Christian and Manichaean groups facing Roman oppression were seen as reliable subjects rather than dangerous elements. The role of the clergy in politics was far from constant. Under rulers like Ardashir I, Shapur I, and Hormizd I, the priesthood does not appear to have held independent power, and under Bahram I and Narseh, it remained limited. However, during the reigns of Bahram II, Hormizd II, and Shapur II, their influence grew significantly. Kirdir's prominence was rooted in his personal abilities and persuasive ideas, while the persecutions of Manichaeans during Hormizd II's rule were likely linked to priestly influence. Yet in every case, the real drivers were political crises. Bahram II was weakened by civil war and defeats against Rome, forcing him into closer cooperation with both aristocrats and priests. Hormizd II, trying to overturn an unfavorable peace treaty, faced difficulties at home as well. Shapur II, who rose to power after fierce disputes, inherited his father's foreign policy goals, but now had to confront Christians not as victims of Roman persecution, but as allies of Rome. His persecution of them required priestly cooperation, as Zoroastrian clergy served as both religious and legal authorities. In these situations, the motivations of king and clergy often aligned, but they were not the same. For the king, persecution was political, a means of ensuring loyalty, while for the priests it was rooted in faith. It was the monarch, however, who set the tone, initiating or halting persecutions, demanding loyalty through sacrifices, and restraining excesses when they threatened state interests. By the late 5th century, Christians had become less of a challenge, especially after splitting from other Christian traditions, which allowed rulers to use their skills for the benefit of the state. Responses to the Mazdakite movement were likewise pragmatic. Kavad supported their reforms in the hope of easing social tensions and strengthening his position against the aristocracy, while Anushirvan turned the unrest to his advantage by reshaping the state's institutions. The clergy, meanwhile, functioned both as legal and religious authorities and as rivals to other faiths. The proximity of Zoroastrian, Manichaean, and Mazdakite teachings made their clashes particularly intense. Mani's claim to perfect Zarathustra's message, his universal vision, and the limited success of Zoroastrian missions beyond Iran made the Manichaeans a direct target for Kirdir and the priesthood. They used their influence under Bahram II to persecute the Manichaean elect and followers, though this policy ultimately proved only partially effective. Narseh reversed course, adopting tolerance partly to weaken the clergy's growing power and partly because Roman hostility toward Manichaeans made them useful allies. Shapur I, known for his openness to new ideas, had once considered the potential of a universal doctrine to unify the empire, but he ultimately found the benefits too small to outweigh the risks. In the end, the Sasanian religious landscape was far more complex than the notion of a fixed state religion suggests. The king's policies were shaped by personal belief, but even more by shifting political needs at home and abroad. Conflict between the Zoroastrian clergy, who equated their religion with Iranian identity, and the universalist claims of Christians and Manichaeans remained central. Traditionally seen as a battle between followers of revealed scripture and guardians of an oral salvation doctrine, this struggle was experienced by contemporaries as a confrontation between Christians and Manichaeans on one side, and Zoroastrian priests, the Mogs, Mobads, and Urbeds, on the other. The state and priesthood did not always act in unison, and the endurance of these minority religions, often strengthened by the memory of martyrdom, can be compared with similar developments in the Roman world. Despite sharing the same minority status within the Sasanian Empire, Christians and Manichaeans viewed one another as rivals. To Christians, Mani and his followers were as much arch-heretics as they were to Kirdir and the Zoroastrian priesthood, and they did everything possible to hinder the Manichaean mission. The Manichaeans, in turn, tried to undermine Christians by assisting the authorities in locating and punishing those they branded as traitors. The Jews of the empire followed a similar trajectory. Their communities in Mesopotamia were not as prominent in shaping Iranian history as the Christians, Manichaeans, or Mazdakites, yet their experience reflected the same pattern. Under Ardashir, they initially faced a short period of uncertainty and repression, largely due to the dynasty change and the close ties they had enjoyed with the former Parthian rulers. However, Shapur-Want reached an understanding with Jewish leaders, such as the exiliarchs and rabbis, granting them greater freedom of movement in exchange for compliance with taxation and legal obligations. Shapur's hostility toward Odenthus of Palmyra, who had destroyed the Jewish center at Nehardea during his invasion of Babylonia, may even have strengthened relations between the king and his Jewish subjects. Although Kirdir boasted of persecutions, Jewish records remain silent on such matters until the 5th century. During the wars between Rome and Shapur II, the Jews remained largely loyal to the Sasanian state, unlike the Christians, apart from a few messianic groups that broke from this pattern. Later repressions under Yazdgerd II and Peroz were not driven by religious intolerance, but by political tension. Many Jews anticipated the coming of the Messiah at the 400th anniversary of the destruction of the Temple in Jerusalem, and uprisings linked to this belief, including attacks on the Magi in Isfahan, provoked harsh responses from the state. Other revolts, such as the one that followed Bahram Chubin's failed bid for the throne, and a messianic uprising in Babylonia in 640, were likewise suppressed with severity. At the dawn of the 7th century, the Jewish communities eagerly awaited the Sasanian campaigns against Byzantium and welcomed the capture of Jerusalem with joy. When the Arab conquest eventually replaced Sasanian rule, the new authorities found an intact system of Jewish self-government, which gained even greater importance under the caliphs. During the Sasanian era, this system was headed by the exiliarch, a powerful political figure and wealthy landowner who often clashed with the rabbinical elite. The rabbis had firmly established the Palestinian interpretation of Torah traditions in Babylonia and promoted it as the foundation of religious education. They were generally successful, but opposition movements within the Jewish population often resisted rabbinical authority, just as others challenged the dominance of the exiliarch. Within the rabbinical schools at Sura, Pumbedita, and Nehardea, the study and commentary of the Mishnah advanced steadily, and culminated in the creation of the Babylonian Talmud between the late 6th and early 7th centuries. Although the number of Jews in the Sasanian Empire cannot be precisely measured, their population in Babylonia was significant. Most worked in agriculture, while others engaged in crafts and trade. They lived both in villages and in cities, alongside many other ethnic and religious groups, without forming closed ghettos. Social and economic divisions within the Jewish community were pronounced, with wealthy landowners shaping the life of rural settlements. Relations with the Zoroastrians were less tense than those between Zoroastrians and Manichaeans, but their rivalry with Christians was much sharper. Christian martyrologies often portrayed Jews in a hostile light, and several writings of Eastern Christian thinkers carry strong anti-Jewish tones. Amid these religious and political dynamics, the reign of Khosrow Anushirvan attracted particular admiration. Many praised him as a ruler deeply engaged with philosophy and learning, claiming he had Greek works translated into Persian and mastered texts such as those of Aristotle and Plato. Byzantine historians, however, often looked upon this acclaim with suspicion. Agathias, for example, accused Persian and even Roman admirers of exaggeration, questioning whether the king truly possessed the philosophical depth attributed to him. Yet even critics acknowledged his devotion to scholarship. In his own writings, Khosrow declared that kings must not shun knowledge, for learning and the pursuit of truth are the highest ornaments of a ruler. Evidence shows that Khosrow actively fostered higher learning. When Neoplatonic philosophers were forced to leave Athens after the closure of their school, he offered them protection and ensured their safe return to their homeland by securing amnesty for them during peace negotiations with Byzantium. Accounts describe him as a curious and skeptical learner, eager to engage with foreign knowledge. At his court, debates were held on cosmology, the nature of God, matter, and the elements, where Magi, Christians, and other thinkers presented their views, and the king himself participated thoughtfully. Among his teachers were prominent Christian intellectuals, including Moar Barsauma, Bishop of Carda, and Paulus the Persian, who composed a Syriac introduction to logic for the king. This work, based on Aristotle and Porphyry, praised Khosrow as a ruler in whom philosophy itself seemed to reside. Syrian Christians in particular played a key role in transmitting Greek knowledge to Persia, and under Khosrow, this cultural exchange reached a new height. Khosrow's engagement with the intellectual traditions of the East is most clearly seen in his decision to commission a translation of the Indian collection of fables known as the Panchatantra. The work, brought from India by the physician Burzoi, was intended to instruct rulers in the art of governance, human psychology, and strategic thinking. Its lessons have been described as promoting cleverness and even political shrewdness. The Middle Persian version of the text has not survived, but it was the basis for an 8th century Arabic translation by Ibn al-Muqaffa, published under the title Kalila wa Dimana. This adaptation, framed around the dialogues of two jackals, became immensely popular in the Near East and was later translated into numerous European languages, inspiring works such as La Fontaine's Fables. Khosrow's curiosity extended beyond philosophy and statecraft to include law and medicine. In his writings, he expressed interest in both Roman and Indian legal traditions, and his reign produced reforms that were later recorded in the Book of 1,000 Judgments. Evidence from this period also shows an openness to foreign legal thought, such as the Christian Syriac law book that emerged in his time. Medicine enjoyed particular prestige under Khosrow and his successors. In the 20th year of Khosrow II's reign, a symposium of physicians was convened at Yundaysabur in Khuzestan, with leading doctors such as Jibril Durustabad presiding. The proceedings of this assembly, which brought together Christian physicians, including men named Gabriel and John, reveal the high level of medical knowledge that flourished there. This standard continued well into the early Islamic period, when the Abbasid Caliph al-Mansur summoned physicians from Jundaysabur to Baghdad. The city of Jundaysabur had long been a center of learning. Some traditions link its medical reputation to the deportations carried out by Shapur Fans, while others claim that medicine was introduced through the family of Shapur's Roman bride. Whatever the origins, the reliable testimony of later historians leaves little doubt that it became a hub of scientific and medical thought, where Nestorian Christians in particular played a vital role. The Sasanian kings actively encouraged such activity, not only for practical reasons, but also because medicine was closely associated with philosophy and astrology. Burzoi himself, a physician from Nishapur, contributed to this intellectual exchange, and some sources even credit Khosrow with compiling a medical book from Greek and Indian sources. Through such efforts, medical and scientific texts from both East and West, including Ptolemy's Almagest and Roman agricultural treatises, entered the Persian and later Arabic tradition. The later Sasanian era was thus a time of rich literary activity. By then, the Avesta had already been written down in a specialized script, and historical chronicles of Iran were being compiled into authoritative versions. Didactic writings, or andars, also circulated widely. Under Khosrow Firmus, literary patronage reached a peak. The chief priest Ve-Shabuhar is said to have published the 21 Nasks of the Avesta, while the royal chronicle known as the Zvade Namag took shape in its earliest form. Collections of Andar's literature multiplied, and some were even attributed to Khosrow and his circle. Alongside this intellectual flourishing, the court also cultivated a distinctive aristocratic culture. The Ardashir Romance, a narrative composed in the late Sasanian period, reflects courtly ideals by projecting them back onto the dynasty's founder. It describes the young Ardashir excelling at hunting, polo, chess, and backgammon, games that symbolized noble education and discipline. Hunting, in particular, was regarded as the royal sport, combining martial training with leisure. Literature of the period, such as Khosrow and his page, praised not only martial skill, but also knowledge of music, fine cuisine, astronomy, and elegant manners, reflecting a broad conception of aristocratic refinement. This love of display also shaped the image of the monarchy. Byzantine observers noted the impressive titles of Sasanian kings, the immense crown of Khosrow II, and the famous carpet of spring that decorated his winter palace. Yet this grandeur was not accompanied by restraint in warfare or politics. Accounts of conquest and rebellion record massacres, plunder, and the abuse of captives, including women and children.